Chapter 1. Sun Videl tapped her foot impatiently on the hard ceramic floor of her bathroom as she anxiously waited for the alarm to buzz. She gazed at the instructions on the small box that she was currently holding. It told her that she would need to wait at least 5 minutes for an accurate test result. With anxious eyes, she continued to periodically glance at the small object lying on the counter. The seconds seemed to tick by at an agonizing pace. She peeked at the delicate wristwatch she was wearing. It was a birthday gift given to her by her husband, and she sighed as she realized there were only 10 seconds left on the timer. Videl slowly began to count down under her breath as the timer finally reached 0. She inhaled sharply as the alarm's piercing screech echoed off of the walls. It seemed to reverberate within her constricted chest. Finally, she shut off the machine and hesitantly reached for that small, seemingly unimportant-looking object lying on her bathroom counter. But she knew that this object would have the power to change her life, as well as the life of her family forever. Taking in one final breath, Videl willed herself to grab the tiny tube and await her fate. Son Gohan paced restlessly across his living room floor. Every few seconds he would glance at the bathroom door before continuing his circuit around the spacious room. He nearly tripped over his own feet when he heard the alarm go off, breaking the silence. Seconds passed before it was silenced, and Gohan waited anxiously for the door to open, and for his wife to give him the news. Finally it began to swing open, and he watched, unable to move as Videl came through the opening. Her head hanging and her shoulders slumped, almost as if she had lost an important tournament. He quickly crossed the room and raised his hands to rest on her slender shoulders. Still she would not look up at him, and he feared for the bad news to come. "Videl, honey?" he asked gently as he cupped the side of her face with his palm. "Videl, what did it say?" She didn't answer him, and Gohan gasped as he felt a warm wetness meet the palm of his hand. Videl was crying. He thought in alarm. Videl never cried. She hadn't even cried when that bastard Spopovich at the World Tournament had been grinding her face into the floor with his boot. Gohan's thoughts were interrupted as he felt his wife cover his large hand with her own and finally raised her head to look into his eyes. "Gohan," she whispered softly as she caressed his fingers, "we're going to have a baby." Gohan's eyes widened as his brain finally processed what Videl had just said to him. They were going to have another baby. They were going to have another baby. With a loud whoop, the Demi-Scion swept his wife off of her feet and began to spin around as he laughed joyfully. "We're going to have a baby," he cried as tears of joy ran down his cheeks. Videl laughed as well as they shared this happy moment, before she gripped his face and crushed her lips to his own, wrapping her slender legs around his waist. They fell back into the couch, locked in the passionate embrace. Finally, they pulled apart, and Gohan immediately pulled her close, resting his head on top of her own. "I love you," he whispered softly into her hair, and he felt Videl answer him as she took his hand in her own and squeezed it gently. Truth be told, the couple had wanted to have another child for some time now, but it always seemed that something tried to interfere with their plans each time. When Pan had been born, Gohan had still been in college, struggling to balance his work and his fledgling family. Not to mention the fact that Satan City still needed the power of the dynamic duo of Super Saiyaman and his beautiful sidekick to keep the peace. Both knew trying to raise young Pan in such a situation would be challenge enough, and that they probably shouldn't try to throw another mouth to feed and life to protect into the equation just yet. So they had been patient and had even taken several precautions to make sure that there didn't happen to be any wonderful accidents. When Gohan had finally finished school and they had settled down a bit, Pan had already been 5 years old. With things finally stable again, the two thought that they would finally try to have another child. But this proved to be more difficult than they had both believed. For 2 years they tried in secret to get Videl pregnant. But no matter what they did, the magic just wouldn't happen. Nothing worked. They went to many experts, but every doctor they found said there was nothing wrong, and that they should have been able to conceive a child easily. Finally, they decided to go to their good friend Bulma to see if she could help them with their problem. Bulma had smiled as they recounted the problems they had faced, and that they were in desperate need of help. She had explained to them that she and Vegeta had experienced the same thing after Trunks. But she said that Vegeta had made it all clear to her then, Apparently a scion was able to easily bear an offspring quickly after mating for the first time to produce a strong heir. But that afterwards it would be some time before another child could be conceived. He had even said that because scions lived much longer than humans that it wasn't uncommon for a female to go decades before another offspring was produced. This lack in fertility had been one of the reasons the scion population had been so small. But Bulma had discovered that the high fertility rate of humans cut this time down drastically but was still several years because Vegeta was a full-blooded scion. That was why it had taken them so long before they could finally have little Bulla. She told them not to worry, that nature would take its course eventually. They thanked Bulma for her help and Videl wondered if there was a way to speed up the process. Bulma had shaken her head sadly telling them that human fertility products seemed to have no effect on scions and that they would just have to be patient and not give up. So Videl and Gohan had continued to live their lives in relative peace until the bastard baby had ruined things. Once more the world had been in peril and needed the might of the Z-warriors to restore the peace. So they had battled the foes beginning with Baby and ending with the monstrous Omega Shenron. After Goku and Vegeta had destroyed the evil Shadow Dragon, things seemed to continue on as normal. That is until Videl began to complain about feeling ill in the mornings. So against all hope they had once more put their faith into fate and had bought a home pregnancy test. And now all of their sacrifices and patience was about to finally pay off. Videl was pregnant and the half-scion and his lovely wife couldn't have been happier. They continued to cuddle on the couch in the living room, holding each other as tears of gratitude ran down each of their faces. Their blissful moment was interrupted, however, when they heard a loud yawn behind them followed by a small cough. Both turned their heads at the sound, knowing who the intruder must have been. Bleary-eyed, Pan stood in the doorway of the hall leading to her bedroom. She blinked as she saw her parents in front of her and scowled slightly, putting her hands on her slender hips. "What are you guys doing?" she asked in a voice laden with sleep. "Do you have any idea what time it is? What does a girl have to do to get any sleep around here?" Gohan looked away from the narrow-eyed glare his daughter was giving him, to see the same expression mirrored on Videl. She poked him in the chest with her index finger, her voice accusing. "Did you have to yell so loudly, Gohan?" she whispered in a low voice. Gohan laughed nervously, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. "I'm sorry, Videl, but I just couldn't help it," he whined slightly. "After all, it isn't every day you find out your wife is pregnant." Complete silence filled the room after Gohan's little exclamation. Videl's eyes widened and immediately her gaze switched to her young daughter, whose body seemed to have gone rigid with shock. "Pregnant," she managed to stutter as her brain tried to understand exactly what was going on. Videl covered her face with her hand, sighing as she stood up from next to her husband. Walking over to Pan, she guided the young girl back to the couch to have a seat. Several minutes passed without Pan making a single move or saying a word. Videl, finally sick of the tension, waved her hands in front of her daughter's face. "Pan, Pan dear, earth to Pan." Finally snapping out of her small trance, Pan turned back to her mother, eyes still wide. "Pregnant?" was all she was able to get out, Videl nodding her head slowly. "Kaya wa!" Pan squealed in delight before grabbing both of her parents in a crushing hug. "Mom's gonna have a baby. Oh my God. Oh my God. That means I'm gonna be a big sister." Now all three of them began laughing and celebrating, as Pan's excitement grew. "I can teach my little brother everything I know. We can train together. And I can show him how to do a Kamehameha, and we'll be the best of friends." Gohan and Videl just smiled at their little one's enthusiasm. They knew it must have been hard to be an only child when everyone she knew had siblings to care for and watch out for them. Videl knew that loneliness all too well, being the only child of the great Hercule. Sure, he had tried to give her happiness with money and toys, but secretly all she had ever wanted growing up was a little brother or sister. Someone to play with and share stories and memories with. Someone who she could care for and have to watch her back. She was truly happy that she would finally be able to give that joy to her daughter. Glad that Pan wouldn't feel alone anymore. So when can I expect my little brother to be born? Videl lifted an eyebrow at her, smiling slightly. How can you be so sure you're getting a little brother and not a little sister? Oh, Mom, that's a silly thing to say. Pan waved her hand dismissively as she were instructing an ignorant child. Gohan had to stifle the laugh that tried to escape his lips at the little gesture. Videl just smiled and laughed a little herself. Hey, it's not funny. I'm serious. The young girl pouted slightly, grumbling to herself and folding her arms with a huff. Oh, honey, I didn't mean to make fun of you, honest. Videl's consoling voice still had no effect as Pan just turned her head with an indignant snort. Her mother laid a gentle hand on her head and began to stroke her soft hair, which for once was free of her trademark orange bandana. Whether it's a boy or not, I know one thing is for certain. Pan's interest was piqued and she turned to look into her mother's loving eyes. What's that? She asked, unconsciously leaning into Videl's touch, a small smile forming on her face. I know that you're going to be a great big sister. Pan's eyes widened in surprise before her small smile bloomed into one of pure happiness. She lunged at her mother, holding her tightly as she gripped her robe. Thanks, Mom, she murmured into the fabric, giving Videl a squeeze. You're welcome, dear. Both continued to embrace each other, unaware of the pouting Gohan sitting next to them. Hey, don't I get to join in this happy moment? Mother and daughter pulled away from each other, a sly grin passing between the two before turning said look on the unsuspecting half-scion. Gohan gulped at the look in their eyes as he felt a sense of dread wash over him. Oh, were his last words before the two lunged at him, knocking everyone off the couch in a big dog pile. Gohan's roaring laughter joined theirs as he hugged his wife and tickled Pan mercilessly, just happy that they could be a family, and not have to worry about the fate of the world, or some impending doom that would destroy everything he held dear. It seemed that fate was finally going to be kind to them for a change, and as he looked into the loving faces of his family, Gohan couldn't help but think, the future sure looks bright. 2 months later. So when's the big day? Videl looked up from her menu to see her friend's smiling face. They were seated for lunch at a little diner downtown, having been shopping for the past several hours. Deciding that she wanted to try the fettuccine, she took a sip from her iced tea and sighed with satisfaction. What did you say, Bulma? I was looking at the menu and didn't hear. Bulma's smile became a little tight. She hated being ignored, but brushed it off as she repeated her question again. Videl just grinned and rubbed her stomach gently, imagining the little life growing within. The doctor said we could probably expect the baby to arrive at the end of October. She once again turned her eyes back to the menu, this time looking at the dessert menu. Bulma clenched her teeth slightly. Videl was ignoring her again. Suddenly her frown became a smirk as she decided a little payback was in order. How has Gohan been lately? Have you guys had any relations? Since you found out you were pregnant? Bulma's lips curved upwards in a sly grin. She loved pushing her young friend's buttons. Still looking down, Videl just nodded her head in agreement, having heard another question. Then she froze, her face becoming several shades of crimson. From anger or embarrassment, Bulma really couldn't tell. It was hard since Videl could be a very headstrong young woman. Be Bulma? She screeched indignantly, her eyes flashing and her fists clenched. The older woman just continued to smirk, idly swirling around her drink with one hand. I guess it was both, she thought with glee. Everyone in the restaurant turned their heads at the disturbance, and Videl shrank back into her seat, her head in her hands. She glared across the table when she heard Bulma's amused laughter fill the silence. That seemed to break the tension, and everyone went back to their meals finally, as the drone of conversation once again filled the small place. What kind of question was that? Videl whispered furiously, glaring daggers at her longtime friend. Just wanted to see if you were paying attention this time, Videl dear. It's not polite to ignore someone who's trying to speak with you. Her smirk widened as Videl's glare intensified slightly. You're evil, Bulma, she muttered darkly, but realizing that she had a point, She had been ignoring her a bit, but she was just getting tired of having to always answer everyone's baby questions. It was nice to see that people were interested at first, but now it was just getting kind of annoying. Sighing, she decided that she might as well resign herself to her fate, especially with Bulma. The woman had a sadistic side that could rival even her husband's, and that was saying something. So, have you decided on any names yet? It seemed the questions were starting again, and Videl was reassured to know that Bulma wasn't pushing the other topic anymore. Well, actually yes, Gohan and I have pretty much already chosen the names. But we don't know if it's going to be a boy or a girl yet. Bulma just nodded, knowing herself that it was in fact too early to determine the gender of the baby. So what have you two decided then? She asked, anxiously awaiting an answer. Well, if it's a girl, we're thinking of naming her Catherine. Bulma nodded again. That's a pretty name. How did you decide on that one? Videl smiled sadly before wistfully gazing out the window, lost in buried memories. She was silent for a few more moments before she replied in a soft voice. It was my mother's name. No more needed to be said. Everyone knew that Videl had lost her mother when she was only 8 years old. She had died of cancer, and the memory was still painful to the young woman to this day. Bulma smiled, placing her hand on top of Videl's gently. Catherine is a beautiful name. I think your mother would be proud. Thanks, Bulma. That means a lot to me. They sat for a few moments, each enjoying the companionable silence. Videl wiped the unshed tears from her crystal eyes and took a small sip of her drink. Bulma couldn't wait any longer as she had one more question we wanted to ask. So, what if it's a boy? Videl looked down suddenly, a faint blush creeping over her cheeks. Bulma didn't quite understand the strange reaction, but she just shrugged it off as nothing important. A small grin made its way to Videl's lips, and she looked up, before replying a bit airily. We were considering naming him Naruto. Chapter 2. Naruto. Bulma raised one delicate eyebrow in interest. She rested her chin on her hand, and seemed to have a look of deep concentration on her face. After a few moments she nodded her head decisively, giving Videl a big grin. I like it. It sounds kind of unique, and I'm pretty sure that I've never heard it before. So where did you get it? From one of those baby name books? Or was it the name of a distant relative? Videl's slight blush grew a bit brighter as she looked down and began to twiddle her fingers a bit nervously. A few moments passed before she began to reply hesitantly. Well, we didn't get it from a book or another family member. But the name definitely means something unique. I'll tell you later when we've picked an official name. Bulma just shrugged nonchalantly and picked up the conversation again. So is little Naruto/Catherine going to be getting into the Sun family business of saving the world from evildoers? I bet little Pan can't wait to start their training. And Gohan must be excited too. Videl remained silent as she stared down at her lap, fiddling with her fingers again. Well, actually. She paused before sighing and continued in a quiet voice. Gohan doesn't want the baby to be trained in martial arts like he and Pan were. No way. A son that can't fight. It's unheard of. It's sacrilegious even. What is that boy thinking? Videl hastily came to the defense of her husband and broke in before Bulma could rant anymore. It's just that Gohan doesn't want to force that kind of pressure on the baby. He says that now that everything is peaceful, there's no need to train our child in martial arts, and that we should concentrate on giving the baby 6 a Go-Zero OD education. That way our child could have a future other than violence and chaos. Oh sure, it's peaceful now maybe, but does he think that peace is going to last? We had 7 years of peace after Cell. And what happened? Majin Buu came along and destroyed everything. And did he forget that it was 12 years after Buu before the Black Star Dragon Balls were summoned and the destructive forces known as Baby, Super Android 17, and Omega Shenron decided to try their hands at destroying the world? I know that every time we were saved by Goku and Vegeta, but those two aren't going to be around forever to save this universe. But Bulma was far from finished, and just steam rolled over Videl's weak protest. And another thing, Do you think that Pan would have survived a moment during all of that if she hadn't become stronger through her training? Her ability to fight is what saved her life. I know as a mother how frightening it is to have your child constantly in danger, but at least I can take comfort in knowing that Trunks is strong enough to take care of himself if he ever does have to fight. I actually encouraged Bulla to train at first, and so did Vegeta. If anything, I'm even more terrified for her because she can't fight. So you should really think about this course of action. That is, if you even agree with Gohan in the first place. I still haven't heard your opinion on the matter. Videl sighed again. She realized that she had been doing that a lot lately, and couldn't remember if her pregnancy with Pan had been this stressful. Carefully picking her words, she looked at Bulma and replied softly, Gohan makes a good argument about making sure our child is prepared for the future. But like you said, we don't know what dark cloud could be lurking just over the horizon. Our future may not be as peaceful as Gohan thinks. So I have to say that I agree with you, Bulma. It would make me feel much safer if my children could protect themselves from danger. I'll have to talk to Gohan about it later tonight. You do that, dear. And don't worry. Remember, you have the owner of the world's leading source in technology as your best friend. With my help, we'll turn this kid into a powerhouse that could rival even the almighty Goku's power. She slammed her fist on the table and flashed a victory sign at Videl. The other woman smiled, and before Videl could say any more, however, she was interrupted as a young man wearing an apron approached their table. He was looking off to the right a bit, eyes locked on a beautiful girl sitting in a booth down the aisle. So he hadn't realized just whose order he was about to take. Are you ladies ready to order? He asked, a bit distracted, gaze still fixed on the object of his desire. Bulma waved her hand a bit dismissively as she looked up from her conversation with Videl. Yes, we're ready when you. Bulma's eyes widened in surprise when she finally took notice of who their waiter was for the meal. Videl must have as well, because not a moment afterwards she said, a bit startled, Goten? The distracted young man jumped at the mention of his name and finally tore himself from his little daydream. Bulma? Videl? What are you guys doing here? That's the question we'd like to ask you, Goten dear, Bulma remarked as she eyed him up and down in his waiter's uniform. But seeing how you're dressed, I guess that question has already been answered. Videl smiled mischievously at her little brother, and in a taunting voice said, So what had you so distracted that you didn't even realize you were taking an order from your big sister and one of your dearest and oldest friends? Goten turned red in the cheeks and began to sputter an answer, but was beat to the punch as Bulma added, elbowing the young man in the ribs a bit. It's got something to do with some pretty girl, doesn't it? He was about to open his mouth to deny it, but then Goten realized, what's the use? I could never get away with lying to those two as a kid. What makes me think that's changed at all now? So instead he just hung his head dejectedly. Bulma cheered in triumph as she slapped the table with her palm, before crying out excitedly, Ha! I knew it. Still the same Goten I see. She gave him a smirk and Goten's blush deepened. So what's the story? Opening his mouth to respond, the young waiter was again cut off as Bulma decided to answer her own question. I bet some girl you like said that she thought waiters were hot. So you thought that, in order to get her to go out with you, all you needed to do was get a job as one. Am I right? Goten's jaw literally hit the floor as his face lost all color. He stared dumbly at the haughty smirk of the blue-haired woman, unable to manage a single coherent response. How did you? When did? How could? Huh? Was his intelligible response. Videl and Bulma couldn't hold it anymore, and soon both women were practically doubled over, they were laughing so hard. Goten merely stood there, mortified beyond belief as his sister and close family friend mocked him for the world to see. And see they did, because once again every eye in the small restaurant was turned toward the loud and disruptive antics of the two females. Goten even noticed through his embarrassment that the girl he had been admiring was even looking at him. This brightened up his mood a bit until he noticed that she too was trying to hide her giggling behind her hand. Immediately his mood sank, and he just hung his head once again. What in the world is going on over here? A loud voice cut through the merriment, and everyone turned to see the owner of the restaurant stalk from the kitchen area and walk towards the disturbance. The short, Round Man was red in the face as he stomped over to Goten, murder in his eyes. "What the hell are you doing? Causing such a ruckus in my establishment, boy?" Goten looked surprised before pointing at himself with a finger. "Me?" he asked, not able to believe that his boss was actually blaming him when he had nothing to do with it. "Yes, you," he fumed, spittle flying from his mouth. "Do you see any other spiky-haired, lazy, good-for-nothing punks around here? I should fire you for this, boy. I should dash." Ahem. He immediately whipped around and fixed Bulma with a glare. "What the hell do you want, you eek?" That was when he caught sight of the blue hair and realized just who he was speaking to. Then his eyes shifted over to Videl and all of the color drained from his pudgy face as he gaped, resembling a bloated catfish rather than a human being. Mrs. Briefs. What an honor it is to have the famous Bulma Briefs grace my humble establishment. And Mrs. Sun. I can't tell you what it means to me to have the great Hercule's only daughter eating in my restaurant. He was all smiles now, bowing and clasping his hands together in front of him, as he showered them with sickeningly sweet praise and adoration. Bulma grimaced slightly at his attitude. She really didn't like suck-ups, and the man's oily smile was beginning to put her on edge. She glanced over in Videl's direction and saw that she seemed to be feeling the same way. Their eyes met, and immediately the same conclusion seemed to be conveyed in their glance. It was definitely time to blow the joint. Completely oblivious to the fact that he was being ignored, the owner of the restaurant continued to smile and bow, one of their menus open in his hands. "And you simply must try our delicious Satan City strip steak. It is covered with our famous barbecue sauce and served with piping hot portobello mushrooms and comes with your choice of..." Bulma plastered a cheery smile onto her face, waiting for a break in his speech to politely make a quick exit. She got her chance when he stopped long enough to search for a suitable wine for the esteemed owner of Capsule Corps and the beautiful savior of the city to go with their meal. Quickly before he noticed anything, she and Videl had stood up from the table and began to gather their many shopping bags. The rustling drew the man's attention from the menu and saw that they were preparing to leave. Wait. He stuttered, not understanding why they were leaving all of a sudden. "You haven't even ordered yet." Bulma put on her most winning smile as she politely bowed to the shorter man. "I'm really sorry, but we actually didn't come here to eat today." The owner looked even more confused as he let out an exasperated sigh. What? Then why did you come to my restaurant today?" Bulma quickly reached over and slung one of her arms around Goten's shoulder, hugging him close to her side. "We actually came to see Goten here. He's been a very dear family friend for many years, and also happens to be Videl's younger brother. So when we heard that he got a job working here, we decided we'd drop by and say hello." Suddenly, her expression changed as the cheery smile was replaced with a serious frown. The manager gulped as he recognized the edge that her voice had gained. "And if you must know, I was the one who caused the little scene earlier, not the spiky-haired, lazy, good-for-nothing punk." His face became paler and paler with each uttered word, until he was trembling, and really thought he was about to wet himself. "Do we understand each other, Mr. H. Harrison, ma'am? Right? So do we understand each other, Mr. Harrison?" Her voice brooked no argument, and Mr. Harrison seemed to understand this as well. Still trembling in his shoes, the squat restaurant owner hastily bowed and squeaked out, "Why, yes, ma'am." "Great." Bulma's happy smile was back, and her sudden attitude change actually caused the man to faint on the spot. Videl looked down at his crumpled form, then shook her head and sighed. "I think you overdid it a bit there, Bulma. I'm surprised the poor guy didn't have a heart attack or something." Flashing a victory sign, Bulma smirked and gave the unconscious man a wink. "He was just too weak to handle my amazing authority and charm." Both Videl and Goten sweat dropped at their friend's antics. The blue-haired woman then turned to Goten and gave him a big hug. "It was nice seeing you, Goten dear, but we really must be on our way. I, unfortunately, have a meeting to attend, and our soon-to-be mother here needs to get her rest after all of the shopping we did today." She then kissed him on both cheeks, grabbed her bags in one hand and marched for the door. Vidal gave him a smile and a wave, before turning around to follow Bulma out the door. She waved once more from the doorway. "Bye, Goten. Good luck with your new job." And then she was gone. The young scion stopped waving and chuckled to himself when he saw that his boss was still lying on the floor. He looked around himself and was embarrassed to see that everyone in the restaurant was staring at him, varying degrees of shock and awe clearly written on their faces. He glanced over to where that girl had been sitting, but saw that her booth was now empty. A little disappointed, he turned around to get back to work when he was surprised to come face to face with a beautiful face and sparkling blue eyes. Goten was confused for a moment until he heard the beautiful girl squeal girlishly and exclaim, "You're friends with Bulma Briefs?" Goten just laughed nervously and then scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Well, at least one good thing seemed to have happened to him today. He would have to make a note to thank Bulma later. Giving the blushing girl his most charming smile, Goten linked arms with her and led her back to her booth. "You have no idea," he remarked sagely, earning another blush and a happy giggle in response. Meanwhile, just a few blocks away, Bulma and Vidal were continuing their long journey back to where Bulma's hovercar was parked. Both women stopped, however, when Vidal's stomach gave out a very long and loud groan. Her cheeks turned red slightly as she smiled, patting her belly. "I think someone's upset we didn't get to eat." Bulma started to laugh at the joke until her stomach decided to make its desires known as well. Slightly embarrassed, she chuckled, scratching the back of her head. "I guess I can't argue with you on that. So where do you want to eat?" "I'll go anywhere but back to Mr. Brown Nose's if you don't mind." Vidal smirked before replying, "I doubt he would let you within 50 feet of himself or his restaurant after that little scene." She looked around the plaza, noting the several street cafes and food vendors that were spread all over the square. She was about to suggest they try another cafe, when a heavenly aroma caught her attention instead. She lifted her head and sniffed the air until she was able to find it again. Quickly, without words, she grabbed Bulma's hand and yanked the confused woman in the direction of the scent. Could it really be? She silently asked herself, hoping that her nose wasn't deceiving her. Dodging in and out of the flow of people, she was finally able to see where the tantalizing aroma had originated from. Her mouth began to water and her eyes took on the shape of little hearts as she discovered that she was not in fact hallucinating or imagining the smell. As she pulled Bulma the rest of the way across the square, only one thought was on her mind: ramen! Bulma barely dodged yet another innocent passerby in Vidal's mad rush to get to wherever it was that she was going. The young woman had a firm grip on her wrist, and it was all she could do not to be pulled from her feet and dragged like a sack of potatoes. That's why she couldn't understand why, when they had stopped, they were standing in front of a rather shabby-looking little stall with a small bar and several benches. She looked at the small sign hanging above the stall and read in large bold print, "Satan's Noodles." The words seemed to be painted with a background of orange flames, and little Hercule devils surrounded the title, holding, not pitchforks, but steaming bowls of ramen and chopsticks. She had to physically force herself not to gag at the lame pun on Mr. Satan's last name. "Ramen?" she asked aloud, turning toward her friend. "I thought you hated ramen, Vidal. In fact, I seem to recall how much you would complain as Gohan and his dad would down bowl after bowl of the stuff. Why would you want to go to a ramen stand of all places?" Vidal just shrugged, not knowing how else to respond to her question. "I don't know what happened, but ever since I've been pregnant, I have just had the craziest cravings for ramen noodles. It's bizarre, I know, but I've heard from lots of women about strange cravings they get while pregnant, so I just figured it was natural." Bulma just nodded her head. Vidal was right, it wasn't uncommon for women to develop strange cravings during pregnancy. But ramen? She'd never heard of anyone having a craving for instant noodles before, but she supposed that stranger things have happened. She turned to make a comment to Vidal, but found that she was now standing by herself, Vidal having already approached the bar. She walked up just as Vidal was making her order. "One bowl of miso ramen with an extra helping of Naruto, please." Unknown to her, a very large sweat drop suddenly appeared on Bulma's forehead, followed by a very prompt face fault. Videl and the ramen chef looked curiously at the woman lying face first on the ground. In a moment she was on her feet, her face inches from Videl's confused one. Did you just say Naruto? As in the name you might choose if you have a son. Videl's eyes widened and she blushed slightly, realizing her little slip-up. Giving a nervous chuckle, she hesitantly replied, I guess I did say that, didn't I? Bulma gave her a bit of an incredulous look, but Videl just huffed indignantly, replying, Well, you did want to know, didn't you? Know what? Bulma ground out between clenched teeth. I don't even know what Naruto is, or how it has anything to do with ramen. Before Videl could speak, the attentive ramen chef exclaimed enthusiastically, Well, you see, madam, Naruto is in fact a small tube-shaped fish cake that is served as a topping or an ingredient in the ramen broth. It is cut into small discs and is distinguished by the red spiral-shaped marking on the inside of the disc. It is a rather tasty treat that has been used for the past. Bulma tuned out the rambling ramen chef as he continued his history on Naruto speech without pause. Instead, she turned a deadpan stare on the young woman beside her, solemnly saying, You are thinking of naming your son after a fish cake? Yes. Videl cringed slightly, waiting for the laughter, or the surprising gasp, or something negative. She and Gohan had already heard it from the rest of the family, and so she had been a little hesitant with telling Bulma the story, which was why she was more than a bit surprised when her friend just shrugged her shoulders and let out a short, Oh, okay then. That's it? That's all you have to say? Bulma looked at her sideways and raised an eyebrow cynically. Did you expect more? Well, it's just that both my dad and Chi-Chi practically went ballistic when I told them, so I've just gotten used to hearing the same reaction, I guess. Bulma turned towards her and placed both hands on her shoulders. Then, looking the young woman in the eyes, said, Videl dear, you are a grown woman. That child in your belly is yours and Gohan's. It's not Hercules or Chi-Chi's, and God knows it's not mine. So if you want to name your kid after a fish cake, you go right ahead. As a mom, it is totally your right and privilege. Thanks, Bulma. She soon found herself engulfed in a tight embrace, and she just chuckled, patting Videl's hair. Now let's get some food into the both of you. I think the ramen expert is just finishing up his little speech anyway. They both turned just as he finished and immediately gave their orders. Then they both took seats at the counter, and all three of them eagerly awaited the coming meal. The following months seemed to meld together as the Z-Senshi prepared for the little addition that was to be made to their unofficial family. Everyone pitched in and tried to help out in any way that they could. True to her word, Bulma put her efforts into creating advanced training equipment that young Naruto could use throughout his life. It was confirmed that Gohan and Videl were going to have a son, so everyone anxiously waited for little Naruto to arrive. Chi-Chi still cringed every time she heard the name, but was gradually coming around. Even more so after she found out how delicious the little fish cakes could actually be. Gohan and Piccolo, along with Krillin's help, succeeded in removing one of the outer walls of the couple's home and installing an additional room that would be the baby's nursery. The two were constantly receiving visits from their friends and receiving food, diapers, cribs, toys, and just about every other baby essential thing that anyone could imagine. No one had heard from Goku, however, as the mighty Saiyan warrior was still receiving personal training from the Eternal Dragon himself. But King Kai did let them know that he had indeed heard the good news and wished them the best of luck, saying that he would come visit as soon as he could. All was peaceful the entire time, and by the 9th month of her pregnancy, Videl was beginning to believe that maybe Gohan wasn't so crazy in his bright hopes for the future. Life was wonderful, and the entire world seemed to be enjoying its newfound peace once more. No one was or could have anticipated the disaster that was about to strike, one that would change their lives forever. Chapter 3. As one would imagine, the birth of Naruto was highly anticipated by the citizens of Satan City. And why wouldn't it be? Videl and Gohan had saved the city from peril more times than anyone could count. She was a precious hero to the people, and an icon of justice and strength. Not to mention she was the daughter of the famous ex-martial arts champion of the world, the Cell Slayer himself, Hercule Satan. And this was a fact that the former champ understood very well. While most of the Z-Senshi considered him a witless buffoon, no one could ignore his natural ability to take any situation and use it to improve his image. The birth of his daughter's children was no exception. No one would ever forget the monumental event that was Sun Pan's birth after all. Hercule had pulled out all of the stops, including a citywide parade, a free public martial arts tournament, not to mention the chance to meet the incredible Mr. Satan Hercule himself, of course. The champ's popularity had skyrocketed afterwards, and sales had increased on all of his endorsed advertisements. So with his popularity dwindling slightly since his defeat at the hands of the young Ub at the last World Martial Arts Tournament, Satan Hercule knew that he needed a chance to boost his image with the public again. If only his daughter wasn't being so uncooperative. "Oh, come on, sweet bean, you know it'll be a lot of fun. Remember the great party we had at Pan's birth?" The champ was currently pleading his case to his daughter as she stormed through his opulent city mansion. "No means no, Dad. I remember very well the debacle you made of Pan's birth. I remember being almost 9 months pregnant and having to sign autograph after autograph, not to mention the fact that you roped Gohan into giving flying piggyback rides to all the kids in the city. I was so stressed out that day that I almost went into labor." Videl stormed her way down another hall, her shoes echoing off of the expensive marble flooring. She marched past several paintings covering the walls and caught glimpses of portraits portraying her father defeating the evil entity Cell. This just fueled her fury as she quickened her steps, attempting to get away from her father and his schemes. Was there nothing he wouldn't do to bolster his popularity? She angrily thought as she was once more blocked by the enormous figure of her father. But his frame was a bit diminished by the fact that he was currently on his hands and knees before her. "But sweet bean, the birth of your little boy will be a big publicity stunt for you and your image." Hercule shrank back at the venomous interruption, and the anger flashing in his little girl's eyes. He knew he was going to have to think fast if he wanted this to work, not to mention the fact that he hated it when Videl was mad at him. She was after all the only person in the world he had left, besides Bew that is. Speaking of the jolly pink marshmallow, he and Pan were currently floating down the hall behind them. Both understood well how Videl could get when she was angry, and had decided it would probably be the best if they stayed back and out of the way. "It looks like Mom is really ticked, huh, Bew?" the teenager whispered to her pink companion. Bew replied solemnly, nodding his head, his arms crossed in front of him. "But I really don't see what the big deal is. I think it would be really cool to have a party for Naruto. Who knows, we may get to be part of it too. That would be so awesome. Grandpa would probably invite lots of cool celebrities, and I could get the chance to meet them." Bew just stared at her, saying nothing. Pan just shrugged at his expression, cocking her head to the side. "Hey, I might be a great Scion warrior, but I'm still just a teenage girl. I can dream a little, can't I?" Bew just sighed, until he was yanked forward by Pan as she quickened their flight down the hall. "Come on, we gotta help Grandpa convince Mom to do this party." The scene they came upon was both amusing and a bit sad at the same time. Videl had made it to the entrance hall of the mansion, but was being slowed down by the fact that Hercule was wrapped around her left leg and was being dragged across the floor. Pan's sweat dropped before floating over to hover in the air above them. Videl looked up and Pan smiled while waving at her, upside down. "Yo, Mom." Hercule looked up as well, and went a bit pale at seeing his granddaughter hovering in the air upside down. One would think he would be used to this by now, but Hercule just couldn't get over the fact that mostly his entire family could fly. Just then inspiration hit the champ like a K.O. punch. If I can get Pan's support on the party, Videl would have to do it. She always caves wherever Pan is concerned. Videl noticed the change in her father's attitude right away, and instantly became suspicious. "What are you scheming now, Dad?" she thought ruefully, before noticing that he was no longer attached to her leg. She looked up just in time to see Pan now standing, and Hercule on his knees before her. "Pan, honey." He began by clutching her hands with his own, giving her the best pathetic, pleading look he could muster. "You're really excited about getting a baby brother, aren't you?" Pan smirked to herself, and then looked back to Videl, who was shaking her head back and forth. Of course I can't wait to get my little brother Grandpa. Why do you ask? Hercule decided it was time to go in for the kill, and said in a simpering voice, I'm really excited about it too, and so I want to celebrate by having a big parade and a party and inviting everyone in the city. Don't you think that would be just great? Pan looked back to her mother again, and once again Videl tried to dissuade her, sharply shaking her head from side to side. Pan just grinned and turned back to Hercule, beaming. Of course I think it would be cool to have a party. We could have a city-wide celebration. Pan, her mother cut in sharply, but the teenage girl just looked at her and said, I think it would be a nice thing to do for the people of the city. They all look up to you and Dad, and I think that they would like to join in on the celebrations too. Videl sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. Hercule did a little mental victory dance and gave Pan a big grin. She returned it, and they both looked over to Videl expectantly. Fine, she finally muttered. But I don't want any parades or martial arts tournaments, and there will be no Mr. Simon Extreme Piggyback ride this time. Hercule pouted a little. He had really wanted to ride in a big parade through the city while everyone cheered for him. But it didn't look like that was going to happen. Videl sounded serious. But he knew just what to do. Okay, Sweet Bean. Videl grimaced at that. She really hated that little pet name he had given to her. There won't be any parade or fighting. Instead, we'll have a city-wide baby shower extravaganza. The champ leapt to his feet and thrust one finger high into the air. It will be the greatest baby shower of all time, with music and dancing and food and tons of gifts, all for my little Sweet Bean. He then jumped onto the nearest table and almost fell over, but managed to barely keep his footing. And then, with a great flourish of his cape, which just seemed to appear out of nowhere, he shouted in a booming voice, and with the great and terrible Mr. Satan as the host of this event, it will of course be the greatest party in the history of Satan City. BWA ha 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 ha. Pan and Bew started clapping and Videl hung her head. How she was related to her dad always seemed to boggle her mind. That's great, Dad. Now could you please get off the table? Before you fall and I have to call a paramedic? Seriously, you are too old to be pulling these kinds of stunts. Too old? Too old. The champ's face turned beet red, and he pointed his index finger to the heavens. I am the mighty Hercule Satan, winner of 20 consecutive World Martial Arts Championships, the greatest fighter in the entire world. He tried to turn around to flash Videl a victory sign, but instead got his huge feet tangled in his cape. With an oof, he suddenly found his feet swept out from under him, and he fell face first onto the end of the table. With tremendous force, he flipped it over and hit the ground hard, the heavy wooden table landing on top of him with a loud crack. Videl, Pan, and Bew all collectively cringed and closed their eyes. Videl then rushed to her father's side and with one hand picked up the table and threw it across the room. With lightning speed, Pan intercepted it and gently lowered it to the floor before any more damage could be done. Phew, that was close, she thought in relief. She looked over and saw her mom cradling Hercule's head in her lap. The large man's eyes were swirling and he looked dazed, but relatively unharmed. She sighed in relief and then floated over to them. Her grandpa was unconscious, it seemed, and she watched as Videl picked him up over her shoulder and set him down on one of the couches. Pan looked from her grandpa's prostrate form on the couch to her mother. Will Grandpa be all right, Mom? She asked, slight trepidation in her voice. Videl just smiled to her reassuringly and patted her on the head. Of course he'll be fine, honey. Your grandpa has a pretty thick skull, and I think it'll take more than an overturned table to finish him off. Pan giggled, but stopped when she heard a weary groan come from next to her. Hercule then sat up, rubbing the huge bump on his head. Ow, that really hurt. What the heck just happened? 1 second I was doing one of my great poses, and now I'm lying on the couch. He looked up to see his daughter and granddaughter looking down with worry in their eyes. Videl let out a relieved breath at seeing him unharmed. Then she stood up and brushed the wrinkles out of her clothes. Be sure to take care of Dad, Bew, she then said to the caped pink blob. Majin Buu saluted her with a loud "Bu," and she giggled softly, before turning back to the confused champ on the couch. "Are you guys leaving so soon?" She nodded and then motioned for Pan to come along too. "Tell your grandpa goodbye, dear." Pan flew over and gave Hercule a big hug and a peck on the cheek. "Bye, Grandpa," she said happily before joining her mother's side. "I guess we'll leave so you can plan the party, Dad." Mr. Satan smiled and nodded his head vigorously. "Just you wait, sweet bean. It'll be a day you'll never forget." If only the champ could understand the true reality of those words. Because truly it would be a day that the Z-Senshi would never forget. It would be a day that would change all of their lives. The great baby shower extravaganza was scheduled to be on a Saturday early in October. The exact day of the party would be October 10th. It was the 9th month of Vidal's pregnancy, and she was due to have her baby any week now. Everyone was excited for the new life to enter the world, the entire population of Satan City being no exception. In true Satan Hercule style, the champ had advertised the big event non-stop. There were TV commercials and billboards posted to advertise the baby shower. There was even a weekly running newspaper article that contained various gift ideas for the new baby. Everyone was looking forward to the celebration, and Capsule Corps had even agreed to fund most of the expenses, at the behest of one Bulma Briefs, of course. People flew in from all over the world to celebrate, and the entire Z-Senshi were currently staying at Capsule Corps to await the promised day. Everyone had shown up. Tien and Chaozu had come from their training, Yamcha, Piccolo, and Krillin with Android 18 were there as well. The only members who would not be attending the big event were Goku and Vegeta. Goku, of course, because he was still training under the Eternal Dragon, and Vegeta had left the planet because he just couldn't sit around while the clown Kakarot continued to widen the power gap between them. Besides, as the Scion Prince had told Bulma as he entered his ship, "What does the birth of the brat of Kakarot have anything to do with me, the prince of all Scions?" And so he was gone, leaving a fuming Bulma behind to wait for him like always. The baby shower was scheduled to take place at the huge park in the middle of the city, and 10 city blocks surrounding the site had been blocked off for parking to the event. It was now the morning of the 10th, and everyone was preparing for the big day by helping out with the decorations. Things were going pretty smoothly as everyone tried to do their part. The hired workers just stared in amazement as they watched the Z-Fighters zoom through the air, hanging decorations over the trees and stringing streamers through the leaves. One of those who were on streamer duty was one son Gohan, and he laughed as he zoomed in between branches, scattering his load of streamers throughout the park. He halted his movements, however, when he noticed a familiar power signature nearby. Stopping on a tree branch, the Demi-Scion looked left to right, but didn't see anyone nearby. He frowned and put a finger to his chin. There was definitely someone he knew nearby, but he just couldn't seem to locate their exact position. "Try looking up, Gohan," a gruff voice called out from above him. Gohan jumped in surprise, and then quickly looked up into the trees above him. He smiled brightly and waved as he saw the form of his mentor Piccolo perched in the fork of the branches of a huge oak tree. "Hey Piccolo, you made it!" The somber Namekian floated down until he was standing right next to his former pupil. He crossed his arms and smirked at Gohan's armful of party streamers, his white cape billowing in the wind. "Having fun, are we, Gohan?" Gohan just laughed and scratched the back of his head. Piccolo smiled at the familiar gesture. Like father, like son, I suppose, he thought, reminiscing slightly about his days with Goku. He was interrupted from his musing, however, when Gohan said, "I was helping set up for the party. You guys at the lookout did get your invitations, right?" Piccolo grimaced and reached into his tunic and pulled out what looked to be a folded card. He showed it to Gohan, and the younger man couldn't help but to sweat drop at the image on the front. There was a picture of Hercule's head on the body of a baby in diapers. He had a pacifier in his mouth and was flashing a victory sign. Piccolo then opened the card, and Gohan had to literally cover his ears as Hercule's voice suddenly boomed out of nowhere. "Congratulations! This is the former world martial arts champion of the world, and all-around superhero Hercule Satan. You have just been selected to attend the greatest, most magnificent celebration in the world." "That's right, My little sweet bean Videl is having a baby, and everyone here at Satan Stuff Inc. Copyright Hercule Satan, all rights reserved. Want you to join in the celebration. So be sure to get on over to the beautiful Satan City Park on October 10th at 10 a.m. sharp, located in the heart of glorious Satan City, to attend this unforgettable event. You might even get to shake my hand if you're lucky. But watch out, 'cause I just might accidentally break yours with my awesome strength. So don't forget and bring the whole family. There's fun for all ages, including Snap. Piccolo shut the offensive thing with one hand, a disgusted look on his face. He threw it to Gohan, who handled the card like an armed bomb. His ears were still ringing from the loud noise. He tucked it away into his shirt pocket and gave Piccolo a nervous grin. Sorry about that, Piccolo. I hadn't actually seen any of the invitations yet, since I really didn't need one. We let Hercule do all of the planning for the baby shower. I guess he took it a little over the top, huh? Piccolo just harumphed and mumbled under his breath. About what I would expect from that moron. He looked up and noticed that Gohan was no longer paying any attention to him, but was instead looking around in confusion. What are you looking for, Gohan? He turned a questioning look to Piccolo and then said, Hey, just where are Dend and Mr. Popo? If they don't hurry, they're going to be late. Piccolo just shrugged nonchalantly. The last I saw of them, they were still at the lookout taking care of some things. Don't worry, Gohan. I'm sure they're on their way now as we speak. Gohan just looked up into the sky, as if he were seeing if he could actually see the smaller Namekian and his dark-skinned assistant flying there right then. After a moment of quiet thought, he finally said, I just wish Dad could be here too. I've really been missing him recently. Piccolo walked over and put a large hand on his shoulder. Gohan looked up in surprise at this rare display of emotion from the normally taciturn Namek. Don't worry, Gohan. Goku will return one day. He always pulls through in the end. Gohan smiled wide and Piccolo grinned slightly, about the equivalent of Gohan's expression for him. You're right, Piccolo, I know he'll come back someday. I just hope that wherever he is, he's doing all right. Piccolo just nodded and they just stood there in silence for a few moments, reminiscing about times past with their absent Saiyan comrade. Hey, Piccolo? Gohan asked after a few seconds. What is it, Gohan? Do you want to help me string these streamers through the trees? Piccolo took one look at the colorful pile of streamers and decorations in Gohan's arms and then said, I think I'll pass on that one, Gohan. And then he disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Coughing, Gohan looked up to see him zooming off towards Capsule Core. He'll never change, Gohan thought as a small smile graced his lips. Then he picked up his bag of streamers and took off from the tree branch and continued to spread them through the trees. Come on, Mr. Popo. We're going to be late if we don't hurry. Den's voice echoed across the top of the lookout as he impatiently waited for his subordinate. They were supposed to have left the lookout about an hour ago, but Popo had insisted that they tidy things up a bit more before heading out. A look of silent relief passed over him as he finally saw the short form of Mr. Popo coming through the lookout's main gates. I apologize, Den-sama, but I just could not leave the kitchen in such a state of disarray. Den saw that he was carrying at least 4 suitcases in each hand, and he sighed, saying, Mr. Popo, we're just going to be gone for a few days. It looks like you packed for an entire lifetime. Den had only 1 suitcase and a backpack on his person, and he was sure that he had packed too much stuff. Can you even fly with all of that stuff you're carrying? Dend mumbled quietly to himself. As if to answer him, Popo effortlessly lifted off of the ground and proceeded to fly towards the end of the lookout where Dend was waiting. I guess he can, was his thought as he too began to hover above the ground. Okay, I'm pretty sure everything is in order. So let's head off to Capsule Corporation, Gohan, and the others must be waiting for us. Popo nodded his head and they both took off into the sky, heading directly for Satan City. Do you think the coast is clear yet? A voice said after a few moments, breaking the silence of the deserted lookout. Suddenly movement could be seen as one of the massive floor tiles on the top of the lookout slid out of its place, leaving a gaping hole behind. 3 figures quickly clambered out of the hole and stood triumphantly atop the tower. The former overlord and leader of the infamous Pilaf Reich, Lord Pilaf, smirked as he realized his plan was a success. He turned to his two subordinates, Shou and Mew, who had just climbed out of the hole. Ha 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 ha. I told you it would work. My genius never fails. Now we will finally be able to realize our greatest dreams and take over this entire miserable planet. Shou and Mew cheered for their leader as he bounced a small red crystal up and down in his palm. And it's all thanks to this little gem here. Who knew the last time we came looking for the Dragon Balls we would stumble upon such a treasure? Who knew that the evil King Piccolo was keeping such a thing hidden away in this place? Shou stared dumbly at the shiny crystal before blurting out, "Lord Pilaf, what exactly is that thing again?" Mew and Pilaf covered their faces with their hands before Pilaf muttered in an irritated tone, "This, you incompetent imbecile, is a very rare and valuable key suppression gem. It was used in ancient times so that one's enemy could not sense your energy when you tried to sneak up on them. I had heard there were none left in existence, but I suppose Piccolo had one for safekeeping in case he ever needed to suppress his energy to hide. And now, because of it, we have been able to sneak onto the tower at night and hollow out this hole in the floor. That way we could lie in wait for the perfect opportunity to steal the Dragon Balls once again and take over the world." Lightning flashed behind him and Mew broke out in another round of applause. "Oh, Lord Pilaf, you are so amazing." Pilaf grinned and gave a slight bow to his cronies. "Oh, I see now, Lord Pilaf. So now is the perfect time to steal the Dragon Balls." "Of course it is, you moronic buffoon." Pilaf screamed in outrage, causing his canine crony to shrink back in fear. "Wah! I'm sorry, Lord Pilaf. Please don't get angry with me." Pilaf just sighed and massaged his temples, feeling a headache coming on. "It's the perfect opportunity, Shou, because everyone is away from the lookout today to go attend the baby shower for Hercule's daughter's son Videl. So while the Earth is off guard, we will strike and summon forth Shenron like last time, except now there will be no meddling Goku to foil our plans." He was about to continue his speech when he noticed that Shou had his hand up, like he wanted to ask a question. Growling irritably, he snapped, "What is it now, Shou?" The nervous dogman looked down at his angered leader and then gulped before stuttering out, What about the lookout's defenses, Lord Pilaf? I'm sure they wouldn't just leave and not have some sort of security set up." He cringed and awaited his master to strike him, but looked back again when Pilaf didn't move. The little man was actually smiling devilishly and did not appear angry at all. "I'm impressed, Shou, that you would have the mental capacity to realize such a thing." Shou wagged his tail happily at the compliment. "But your fears are ungrounded, my minion, because I have been doing much more these past months than just lying in wait. Of course Piccolo would set up a security system in his palace. There are far too many valuable things here to just leave them unguarded. But I have been taking care of that little problem. You see, I have been systematically rerouting the power supply to the security net from its original source to one I have ingeniously fabricated myself. It contains nowhere near the amount of energy the original source does, but it will keep the security system off for about 8 hours. Plenty of time for us to locate the Dragon Balls and enact our vengeance upon this planet." And as if to prove this point to his henchmen, Pilaf approached the massive doors to the interior of the lookout. He motioned for them to come closer, and then told Shou to try and open the door. Nervously, the dogman put one paw to the door and pushed, but it wouldn't budge. He tried again, but still the door would not move an inch. Panting, he turned back to his master. It's no good, Lord Pilaf. The door won't budge an inch." Pilaf grinned before he too decided to approach the doors. "Of course it won't budge, Shou. I haven't deactivated the security net yet." Then, with a flourish, the small overlord produced a small remote from within the folds of his robes. It was of a simple design, and contained no more than 2 large red buttons on the face. Smugly, Pilaf pressed the top button, and a mechanical whine could be heard coming from within the lookout. Then they heard a clicking sound, as if a door was being unlocked, before silence once more reigned. Pilaf then put his pudgy little hand to the massive door and gave a push. To his followers' amazement and delight, the portal opened soundlessly, revealing a dark room within. Motioning for the both of them to follow him, Pilaf stepped into the room and was instantly swallowed by the darkness. Giving a nervous gulp, Sho and Mew glanced at each other before hesitantly following their master. Down and down they went into the depths of Cammy's lookout. Pilaf took a crooked and very complicated route, sometimes going up and then going down, twisting and turning through hallway after hallway. Sho and Mew couldn't understand how their master could know where he was going in such a huge maze, but Pilaf never slowed down, never hesitated before taking them through another complicated system of rooms and passageways. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Pilaf finally halted their long trek. His two subordinates each let out sighs of relief, both panting from the long journey. Pilaf smiled sinisterly as he slowly approached the massive door he stood before. It was made of a polished obsidian crystal, and the very air around it tingled with ancient magic. Without hesitation, he put his palm to the door's smooth surface, and right before their eyes it melted away into nothingness. Looking back again, he motioned for Sho and Mew to follow him, as he crossed the threshold into the void beyond. What is this place, Lord Pilaf? Sho's teeth were chattering in fear, and he had his tail tucked between his legs. All around them were malevolent-looking devices, each more sinister than the last. The very room hummed with the power of the artifacts contained within, and the sensation was causing the dogman's hairs to stand on end. Without even looking back, his master replied while searching through several shelves and chests. This is the depository that King Piccolo built to house his most powerful ancient artifacts. If I'm not wrong, and I never am, this would definitely be the one place in the lookout that Dend could safely keep the Black Star Dragon Balls. It is the most fortified and well-protected vault in the palace. That is, if the security net is active, otherwise it is just like any other room in the lookout. Continuing toward the back of the enormous chamber, Pilaf's eyes suddenly lit up as he came across a pedestal upon which sat an ornate gold chest. It was inscribed with the image of the eternal dragon, entwined around its entirety, the head resting on the lid of the chest. Two blood-red ruby eyes stared out from its intimidating visage, as if warning all others to beware of its contents. His hands trembling with excitement, Pilaf gently grasped the lip of the lid and reverently opened the chest. Tears of joy came to his beady eyes as he saw all 7 of the Dragon Balls nestled in a black silk cushion. Gently he reached down and picked up the 4-star ball, caressing its smooth surface with his finger. Not wishing to waste any more time, he quickly replaced the ball into its place and shut the lid. Then he turned to his 2 assistants, and in a commanding voice said, "Grab the chest and bring it to the surface. It is time to take our revenge." "Yes, Lord Pilaf." They chorused together and grabbed the heavy golden chest, before carrying it out of the room and back towards the surface. Oh. "So what are you going to wish for, Lord Pilaf?" Mew asked quietly as they stared at the circle of Dragon Balls lying on the ground in front of them. Pilaf put one finger to his chin as he scrutinized the objects of his desire. "That is a question that I have been pondering for a very long time. This planet, I have discovered, is extremely difficult to conquer because of its number of extraordinarily powerful guardians. So one must be careful in their wish, else it will in the end mean nothing. I can't wish for immortality because then Goku and the rest would still be more powerful than me, and that would be useless. I could wish for Goku and everyone to die, but then some other evil power would probably come along and take my power. Plus I need a way to once again gather the Dragon Balls so the Earth won't explode in a year. I could wish to be stronger than Goku, but then he'd just train and become stronger than me. So I have decided that I will use someone who is a powerful scion like Goku and control him so he will do my bidding. Then I will use that person to take over the world and become the supreme ruler of everything." Looking at each other, Sho and Mew whispered quietly, "Did you get any of that?" They both shook their heads, but then snapped to attention as they saw their master move towards the Dragon Balls. Mew noticed that Sho was acting a bit strange and that he kept bouncing from foot to foot, crossing his legs in front of him. "What's wrong, Sho?" Mew whispered at her dancing comrade. "I really have to go to the bathroom," he whined, covering himself with one paw. Rolling her eyes, Mew just sighed irritably. "Can't it wait?" Sho shook his head violently and decided that he would ask Lord Pilaf if he could go to the bathroom. Oblivious to all of this, Pilaf stretched his hands toward the heavens and cried out in a loud voice, "Shunran, come forth!" Immediately the 7 dragon balls began to glow with a blinding light, before a bolt of energy shot straight up from the center of the circle, streaking for the sky. Thunderheads gathered as the beam of energy began to take the form of an enormous red dragon. It snaked its way around the perimeter of the lookout, until its massive horned head hovered before the awestruck form of Pilaf and his cronies. Regarding the mortals with enormous blood-red eyes, its voice boomed like a thunderclap. "Why have you awakened me from my slumber?" Sinking to his knees, Pilaf bowed low and cried out, "O great dragon, this mortal has a wish he desires granted. Speak, mortal, and it shall be yours, so long as it is within my power." Oh. At the same time, across the continent at the baby shower, the Z-Senshi were enjoying the festivities provided by Hercule and Bulma. No one was aware of the ominous events transpiring at the lookout at that very moment. Gohan, sitting beside his wife and daughter at one of the food tables, looked up from his 6th bowl of ramen and noticed something strange on the horizon to the west. Squinting his eyes, he was able to make out a large storm beginning to cover the sky. "What a huge storm," he thought as he downed another mouthful of noodles. "I'm sure glad the weather is so nice here in Satan City today." And without another thought on the unusual storm, Gohan went back to his meal, completely unaware of the coming disaster. Oh. Clasping his hands together, Pilaf cried out once more, "Great dragon, my wish is for you to resurrect the most powerful evil scion to have ever lived, and that you will." He was cut short, however, when he felt something incessantly tugging at the hem of his robes. Whipping around in fury, he fixed a glare to his minion Sho. "What the hell are you doing? Can't you see that I'm busy here?" Sho whined incessantly, dancing on the spot. "But Lord Pilaf, I really have to use the—" "Your wish has been granted." Spinning around in terror, Pilaf tripped and fell on his face. When he looked up, he noticed that the mighty dragon was beginning to become transparent, fading from existence. "Nu!" he screamed as the dragon once more began to descend back into the Dragon Balls. "Farewell, until the next summoning." And before Pilaf's horrified gaze, the Dragon Balls lifted from off the ground and rose into the sky. Then, with one more streak of lightning, the circle burst apart, and the Dragon Balls zoomed off in different directions. Beating his fists on the ground, Pilaf continued to scream in outrage. And then, remembering what caused this debacle, he spun around, fully intending to murder a certain henchman of his. "Do you realize what you have done?" Both Sho and Mew stood terrified before him, but their attention was not fixed on Pilaf. No, it was fixed upon the gaping black void that had suddenly appeared on the ground before them. The 3 of them watched, transfixed, as black tendrils of energy emerged from the void, whipping through the air in a mad frenzy. Then, to their astonishment and horror, a figure started to rise from the floor. Slowly ascending from the depths of the hole, a head appeared, followed by a massive pair of shoulders. It was a young man. His eyes were closed, and his mane of purplish-black hair whipped back and forth with the flow of the energy surrounding him. Soon the figure's entire body was free of the darkness, and he hovered motionless in the air. He was not a very large individual, but his body rippled with lean and very defined muscle. Pilaf noticed that he was bare-chested, but seemed to be wearing a short red tunic around his midsection, with white baggy pants, and golden boots covered his feet. Golden bands adorned his wrists and ankles, and there was a golden necklace around his neck. The hole beneath the man closed and disappeared from sight as he continued to hover. Pilaf was about to take a step forward, but stopped suddenly as the man finally opened his eyes. Calm obsidian orbs regarded the 3 of them as he stayed suspended in air. And then, his lips parted and he uttered just one word: "Kakarot." And then, without warning, his face turned savage, and an aura of pure golden energy surrounded him as he screamed at the heavens, "Kakarot!" With an explosion of power, he transformed before their very eyes. His once purplish-black hair now shined a blinding gold. His enormous body now bulged with powerful muscles. And his once calm dark eyes were now a fierce turquoise. Giving another mighty roar, the now transformed Super Saiyan exploded from the floor of the lookout, leaving a huge crater and a terrified Sho, Mew, and Pilaf in his wake, as he shot into the sky. The terrified trio watched as he stopped in midair and seemed to contemplate something. And then, with another feral scream, he blasted at full speed through the sky, heading straight for Satan City. The three looked at each other and then nervously to the east before Pilaf whispered in a frightened tone, "What have we unleashed?" "Oh." Meanwhile, Videl kept her cheery smile plastered to her face as she graciously accepted another box wrapped in shiny paper. It was officially the gift-giving portion of the baby shower now, and there really seemed to be no end to it. She had kept the smile on her face for so long, she was afraid her face was going to crack if she tried to change her expression. The guests came by the thousands, offering their congratulations and adding their contributions to the already enormous pile of assorted gifts. As the last giver departed, with a signed autographed portrait of Super Simon #2 of course, Videl leaned over to whisper into her husband's ear. Gohan was currently the one holding the guest list, and knew how many people were left to present themselves. "Well," she pleaded, her crystal blue eyes silently begging him to end the torture. Sighing, Gohan gave her a pitying look and then clearly mouthed to the distraught woman, 8,000 more. Videl hung her head as she realized that there seemed to be no end in sight. She had already signed thousands of autographs, and her hand was really starting to cramp up. She figured she would probably die in just another 10 minutes, but smiling and signing autographs for 8,000 more people? She felt like curling into a fetal position and crying herself to sleep. Videl raised her head when she felt Gohan's comforting hand on her shoulder. He looked her in the eyes and opened his mouth as if to say something, but suddenly jerked violently instead. Unnoticed by her, the same reaction repeated itself for Piccolo, Krillin, and 18 as well. Videl watched, confused and slightly afraid as Gohan's eyes became larger and larger. His mouth hung open as if he was in shock, and she could see the muscles bulging beneath his shirt as his hands instinctively balled into fists. "Gee, Gohan?" she asked in a timid voice. She had never seen such a look pass his face, and frankly, it was terrifying her. A lot. Still, he made no move to suggest that he had heard anything she said. She called his name again, but it was still useless. She even waved her hand in front of his ace. But Gohan did nothing but continue to blankly stare off into the distance. She followed his gaze, and too stared off into the western horizon, but saw nothing but blue skies. Frowning, she decided to try and focus herself, to see if she could feel what it was that had her husband frozen on the spot. Concentrating as hard as she could, she let her energy flow out just as Gohan had taught her. She stretched her ki-enhanced senses to their fullest, until she could push no further. And then she waited. All around, the two people were starting to get nervous at their frozen positions. Videl ignored all of it and continued to concentrate on the western horizon. Suddenly, she felt it. It was small at first, only a slight tingling to her senses. But the more she focused, the clearer the sensation became. It continued to grow and grow until it completely filled her mind. It was an enormous, terrible power. And then icy cold realization hit her in the gut as she knew that she had felt this power before. It had been many years ago, before she and Gohan were even together. Even though more than a decade had passed since that terrible encounter, Videl knew that she would never forget the terror that had gripped her, as she had been helpless to help Gohan fight the monster that had attacked them, seemingly from nowhere. This was why, with an ashen expression and frightened eyes, that Videl was only able to choke one word past her trembling lips. Broly. Chapter 4. Broly. Memories flooded Videl's mind as she remembered the time she and Gohan had battled the hulking terror known as Broly. She had been completely helpless against his might, and had only been able to watch in horror as he tore Gohan apart with his strength. He had been too powerful. It had taken the combined power of Gohan, his brother Goten, and later she learned that Goku had appeared as well, to take down the invincible Juggernaut. But Broly had died in that fight. She had been knocked unconscious, but Gohan had told her that they had blasted him into the sun. So how was he here? How could he possibly be alive? Videl clenched her eyes closed, as Broly's fierce gaze seemed to bore within her mind. She was breathing hard, and the overwhelming situation was starting to make her feel sick. Suddenly, she lurched forward, the world spinning violently as she tried to steady herself on the back of a chair. And then she felt something give way within her and she crumpled as she felt a sudden sharp pain in her abdomen. Immediately she found her weakened body supported by strong hands as she was gently lowered to the floor. Videl? Videl, are you all right? Answer me? She heard a frantic voice calling to her and felt someone gently stroking her hair. Gohan? She mumbled as the pain within her began to increase, the muscles in her lower back and abdomen contracting sharply. Wait, contracting? Opening her eyes, she saw the concerned face of Gohan, and she smiled weakly up at him. Gohan, I think I'm going into labor. Gohan's eyes widened, and as if to confirm her statement, he felt a wetness seep into his pants, and he knew that her water had just broken. Panicking, the father-to-be quickly lifted her up in his arms and jumped to his feet. Damn, why did this have to happen now? What the hell is going on? It's just too much. How had everything gone so horribly wrong? Broly was alive somehow and heading directly for them, and now Videl was going into labor. Why did this always happen? Why did they always have to? Smack! Gohan's head turned sharply from the force of the slap. He turned back, and his gaze fell on a pale-faced Bulma, her arms still raised, and her breathing hard. Snap out of it, Gohan. What is the matter with you? You look like you've just seen a ghost. Gohan shook himself, trying to fight down his anxiety and fear. This was no time to be panicking. Looking at his gathered friends, Gohan's voice turned stern and he said, "We have to get everyone here to safety. There's not much time." Bulma just gave him a bewildered look. What is going on? What do you mean we have to get everyone to safety? And why is Videl trembling and so pale? Gohan's voice was grim, and Bulma felt herself go cold as his cobalt eyes seemed to pierce her very soul. We need to evacuate the city. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly is on his way here right now. Everyone but those who felt Broly's energy gasped and a look of shock came to their faces. But that was nothing compared to the reaction that came from what Gohan said next. And as for Videl, she's going into labor. What? Screamed Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Pan at the same moment. The next thing he knew, Bulma was at his side gripping Videl's clammy hand in her own. Is that true, Videl? She asked quietly, worry evident in her eyes. Videl gave a weak nod and cringed as she felt another cramp ripple through her abdomen. Bulma gave Gohan a determined look, her voice expressing the same determination. Gohan, if Broly is really coming here, we have to get Videl and everyone else to safety as soon as we can. Gohan opened his mouth to reply to her, but was cut off as they all heard a derisive snort come from off to the side. Everyone turned to see Yamcha lazily leaning against a large tree, a bored expression on his face as he relaxed with both hands behind his head. TCH, I don't know what everyone's getting so worked up about, he muttered, rolling his eyes. So Big Bad Broly's coming to get us. Big deal. That guy was beat way back in the day. Gohan's way stronger now. Not to mention we have two other Super Saiyans on our side, Goten and Trunks. Broly won't stand a chance. Gohan took Majin Buu one-on-one, and this guy's nothing compared to Buu. Besides, we've all gotten a lot stronger. Yamcha illustrated his point by manly flexing his large biceps, smirking arrogantly. Gohan frowned but then looked thoughtful for a moment. Maybe we are over-exaggerating this a bit. Maybe Yamcha's right. No. A gruff voice interjected and everyone turned to see a grim-looking Piccolo staring off into the distance. Gohan watched his mentor silently, waiting for his reply. If Piccolo said that they were wrong, there was a good reason. The surly Namek was not one to take anything lightly after all. Piccolo stared silently at all of the faces that were now fixed on him, before he opened his mouth and began to speak in his gravelly voice. It is true that with Gohan's current power, he would have been able to easily defeat Broly before. But that was then, and this is now. Broly is no longer the same as he used to be. Piccolo stared off into the sky as he began to recall old memories, and his voice grew distant as he began to elaborate. When I was the jailer of Phil, I actually ran into Broly several times. The scum that inhabits that place are of the worst sort. All of our dear friends are there, including Frisia, Cell, Dr. Gero, Baby, and of course Broly. But we never had any problems with that one. He would just keep to himself and was constantly training, non-stop. It didn't matter how much he trained, we believed, because he would never get out of there, so we thought nothing of it. That wasn't the case, however, when I actually had to fight him. He paused for a moment, before looking at the assembled defenders of the earth, his eyes hardening at the memory. It happened just after Goku was taken away by Shinron. He came to visit me briefly in HFIL before he departed, so he could assure me that I would one day have my freedom returned to me. Well, Broly heard about Goku's little visit, and predictably he flew into an incredible rage. The attendants of Hell tried to stop the destructive Scion, but they were batted away like flies. The same thing happened to me when I tried to restrain him. He threw me off like I was an infant. Pecan as well, who they occasionally call in to help rein in the more violent criminals like Cell, was completely powerless to stop him. Even some of the supervillains grew tired of it and tried to aid us, but not even General Rildo, or Cell for that matter, could do anything to stop him. Finally, he must have worn himself out because we found him collapsed and unconscious one day. After that, he acted no differently, and life, if you could call that hell by that name, went on as usual. But that power he had shown, it was unstoppable. He finished his story then, his icy onyx eyes boring into each of them, destroying their confidence with harsh reality. And then, before he returned to his silent reverie, he looked Gohan right in the eyes and said, "At his current power, Broly is even more powerful than Majin Buu ever was. Without Vegeta's help, we have no chance to stop him if he unleashes his full strength." Everyone looked fearful, and remained silent after Piccolo finally finished speaking. Yamcha was no longer smirking, his scarred face pale, eyes wide with shock. The tension was broken, however, when Videl gave a small whimper in Gohan's arms, and the Demi-Scion was brought back to the reality that his wife was about to go into childbirth. Scanning the area around him, he also noticed the thousands of worried bystanders, who seemed to be muttering to themselves. The celebratory atmosphere of the party all but vanished. Looking around, he finally spotted Hercule hiding under a wooden picnic table. He turned to Krillin and wordlessly placed the trembling Videl into his arms bridal style. The short Z fighter looked confused for a moment, but said nothing as he grunted under the extra weight, watching as Gohan walked over towards one of the empty picnic tables. Crouching down to the ground, Gohan sighed and rubbed his forehead as he saw his father-in-law currently cowering on the ground, his head covered by his arms. Shaking his head, Gohan reached out to nudge him slightly. The champ gave a yelp like a wounded animal and jumped, crashing his thick skull into the wooden table above him with a loud crack. Gohan winced and watched, as the former martial arts champion of the world clutched his bruised head and rolled around in the dirt. Finally looking up, Hercule noticed that Gohan was crouched in front of him. Forgetting the pain in his head, he immediately began to sweat heavily and started to sputter some incoherent excuse. "Gee, Gohan," he stammered slightly, getting up onto his knees. I was just over here looking for my contact lens. Yeah, that's right. I thought that I had dropped the darn thing over here earlier, and I was looking for it just now." Gohan just mentally rolled his eyes, knowing full well that Hercule didn't wear contact lenses. He knew that the big man had probably heard that someone stronger than Buu was on his way, and had decided to run and hide like he always did. It still baffled him to this day how everyone in the world could possibly believe that he had defeated Cell and Majin Buu, but the facts were that the people looked up to him as one of their heroes. and Gohan knew that he would need Hercule's help if he was going to get everyone to pay attention to them and vacate the area to the tunnels beneath the city. Ever since the Dragon Balls had disappeared, the Earth had been required to take several measures to ensure the safety of the people of the planet if evil was to ever return. Before, if the population of the planet was wiped out like with Majin Buu, all they had to do was gather the Dragon Balls and wish everyone was back alive again. Those 7 balls had been great for damage control. In fact, all they had ever used the Dragon Balls for was to bring back those who had been unjustly slain. But now that Shenron was gone, they no longer had that luxury. The complex system of underground tunnels had been Trunks' idea, and everyone agreed that it was probably the best course of action. Buildings, no matter how fortified, would mean nothing to a being like Cell or Buu, but an underground tunnel was concealed and protected by the Earth. Most energy blasts never created craters deeper than about 20 feet or so, unless the being was trying to destroy the planet. So with Trunks' spear heading the project, Capsule Core had begun construction right away. The Scion Youth had even had a second Capsule Core headquarters built in Satan City so he could oversee the project at all times and provide a base of operations. The Satan City branch of the company had actually become a second home to the Briefs family, and they were known to actually spend most of their time in Satan City than Western Capital so they could be close to family and friends. Bulma's parents still lived in the Western Capital building. This was actually fine with Bulma since she finally got a chance to live her life free of her parents' constant influence. The tunnels had been built in no time at all, and every door in the complex had been affixed with the Capsule Core logo as a final touch. The people of the city were grateful for this added security, the terrors of Cell, Majin Buu, and the Shadow Dragons still fresh in their minds. Gohan knew the tunnels would be the safest place for the citizens of Satan City to hide while they battled Broly. He didn't want any innocent life to be lost, and knew that the Berserker Scion would not hold anything back due to innocent bystanders. Reaching down with his hand, Gohan helped to haul the champ back to his feet. Staring up into the face of his large father-in-law, Gohan leaned in close and whispered, "Hercule, I know you're probably scared too, but we have bigger problems on our hands. There are a lot of innocent people who are going to be hurt when Broly finally shows up. He is a monster who loves to cause pain and suffering to others, and he wouldn't hesitate to kill every last man, woman, and child in this city. I need your help to convince these people that they need to get down to the capsule tunnels right away." Hercule gulped and raised a shaky finger to point at his own chest. "Why do you need my help? You're the one that defeated Cell and helped fight Majin Buu. I need you to help me because you were the only one the people of Earth would listen to when my dad was trying to collect energy to defeat Buu. They ignored Vegeta and even my dad, but they were more than willing to help when you spoke to them. Whether or not you defeated Cell doesn't matter, Hercule. The people of Earth, and especially the citizens of Satan City, look up to you and trust you. I know that if you ask them, they will listen to you and get to safety." Gohan looked up and to the west and scowled as he felt Broly's presence rapidly growing closer to the city by the moment. "We have to hurry, Hercule. He's going to be here very soon. We have to get these people out of here." Hercule only hesitated a moment more before fiery determination filled his eyes. "You're right," he shouted, holding one of his fists upraised before his face. "My loyal followers will be sure to listen to the great Satan Hercule." And without another word, Hercule leapt from up off of the ground and onto the table he had previously been hiding under, a megaphone somehow miraculously appearing in his hands. He took in a deep breath before bellowing to the crowd, "Hey, everybody, listen up." Immediately the people stopped milling about and the buzz of conversation died as all eyes turned to the champ, anxiously awaiting his next words. Hercule looked around to be sure that he had everybody's attention, which he did, before he began to speak. "Attention, grand citizens of Satan City. This is your hero, Mr. Satan speaking, and I have very important news to tell you. It has just come to my attention that there is a very bad evildoer on his way here to the city right at this moment. In fact, he's going to be here really soon, and I need all of you to pay attention real good now." Many of the people seemed shocked by this revelation, and a few seemed on the verge of panic, remembering the past destruction that had been wrought on the city. Hercule heard a lot of the nervous muttering and decided to give the crowd one of his biggest cheesiest grins to help calm them down. Now don't panic or nothing, 'cause the terrible Mr. Satan is gonna squash this guy flat. He's gonna wish he was never born after I'm through with him. The champ flexed in front of the crowd and they all cheered, starting to chant, Satan, 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 pumping their fists in the air. Hercule held his hands out asking for silence, and it became quiet again. Now, since this battle is going to be extremely fierce, I don't want any of the innocent people of the city getting caught in the crossfire. So the champ really needs all of you to hurry up and get to the underground tunnels as fast as you can, so I can be free to fight at my best and not worry about any of my fans getting hurt. Now move quickly, 'cause there's not much time. Hercule finished his speech, and the Z fighters waited anxiously to see the reaction from the crowd. Finally, one voice rang out from somewhere, and a person yelled, "Come on, everybody! If Mr. Satan says we gotta get out of here, then we better do what he says." Another person joined in, "Yeah, Mr. Satan's never steered us wrong before." Sounds of approval rippled throughout the massive crowd, consisting of just about every citizen of the city, and people began to disperse, heading towards their cars and the tunnels. Many people shouted encouragement to the champ, and he flashed them all big victory signs. Gohan let out the breath he had been holding, immensely relieved. Well, at least that's been taken care of, he thought as he watched the people leaving the area, actually a bit surprised that no one was panicking. Apparently these people really did trust Hercule to protect them. Walking up, he clapped the big man on the shoulder and gave him a huge grin. "Thanks, Hercule, that was great." Hercule just smiled while scratching the back of his head. "Heh, no problem, Gohan," he said, flashing another victory sign. "Yeah, Grandpa, that was awesome," Pan cried as she glomped her grandpa. Another moan from Videl, however, brought everyone back to the reality of the situation. Quickly, Gohan turned and addressed the gathered group. Tien, Yamcha, Chaozu, and Master Roshi. The four straightened up as he addressed them, awaiting his orders. "I want you guys to go and be sure everyone in the city makes it safely to the tunnels. I don't want any stragglers left behind when Broly gets here." The four of them immediately nodded and blasted off into the sky, Master Roshi being carried by Yamcha. Next, he turned to Krillin and the rest. "Krillin, I want you, Bulma, and my mom to take Videl to Capsule Corps. Right away. If the fight goes wrong, I want you guys to take off in one of the ships and contact Vegeta in space. We'll do our best, but he may be the only one who can defeat Broly now." "Don't say things like that, Gohan," Bulma yelled, stomping her foot, but she could feel moisture begin to collect in her eyes, as she realized that he was probably right. Chi-Chi flat out sobbed and clutched her son's shirt, burying her face in his chest. Gently he held her and ran his fingers through her hair. "Don't worry, Mom, we'll be all right, you'll see. Once this is over, we'll all have a big dinner to celebrate." Chi-Chi sniffled slightly before she leaned up and kissed him on the cheek. "You better not die, Gohan, or I'll never forgive you." Gohan just smiled and nodded his head. Chi-Chi released him then and said the same thing to Goten, hugging him against her fiercely, repeating over and over, "My little baby boy, oh my baby boy," as tears streamed down her face. Goten just tried to hug her back and assure her that everything was going to be fine. Finally, Gohan walked over to his wife's side, where he found Pan clutching her hand in her own. Turning to his daughter then, he placed his hands on her shoulders, and looking into her chestnut eyes, Gohan said softly, "Pan, I want you to go with Mom and Grandma to Capsule Corps." "But Dad, I want to stay and help fight too." Gohan shook his head at her. "No, Pan, this guy is way too strong. Besides, I need you to protect your mother in case something goes wrong." Pan opened her mouth to argue more, but the words died on her lips as she stared into her father's penetrating gaze. She had never seen him with such eyes, and she knew that he was serious, deadly serious. Sighing in exasperation, she nodded her head, a sullen look on her face. Gohan smiled then and patted her gently on the head. He then leaned down and brushed his lips against his wife's, and nearly fell over when she reached up and pulled him down to her. His shirt clenched tightly in her fist, she whispered fiercely into his ear. "You'd better come back to me, son Gohan." A single tear slid down her cheek and Gohan gently brushed it away, before looking to Krillin. "Stay safe, my friend." Krillin just nodded, "You too, Gohan." Before he took off into the air, followed closely by his wife with Marin, Pan carrying Chi-Chi, and Bulma had decapsulized one of her hover cars. Gohan watched them disappear into the distance, wondering if it was going to be the last time he would ever see his family again. Feeling a sudden pressure on his shoulder, Gohan turned to look up into Piccolo's face. The normally stern warrior was actually grinning at him in pride, and said in a strong voice, "I'm proud of you, Gohan. You did a good job handling the situation. Goku would be proud to know the world is still in capable hands even without him here." "I hope you're right, Piccolo," Gohan answered in a grave tone. "But I really just wish Dad was here right now, or Vegeta. Those two always knew what to do during these kinds of situations." "Don't sell yourself short, Gohan. You have a brilliant mind, and I know you have what it takes to see this through." Gohan sighed, and his gaze once more drifted to the western skies. Broly would arrive any minute now, and then the true battle would begin. Exchanging glances with Trunks, Goten, and Piccolo, he gave a decisive nod before muttering, "Let's go," before the four of them launched themselves into the air to await their fate. Hercule and Bu watched them go, as they soon became nothing more than tiny dots against the backdrop of the sky. The former champ turned to his big pink comrade, saying, "Aren't you going to go help them, Bu?" Without a response, Majin Bu scooped Hercule up into his arms and launched himself into the sky, looking for someplace safer to hide. Hercule couldn't go to the tunnels since he was supposed to be fighting, so Bu instead took him over to one of the subway entrances and set him down gently. Then, with a short wave, he took off and headed for the battleground, Hercule's waving form disappearing into the distance. He hadn't gone far, however, when he noticed a very large deserted pastry shop beneath him. His pudgy eyes grew wide, and he began to drool slightly. He paused in the air and considered for only a moment before letting out a delighted squeal and screaming, "K-R-Ake!" "Oh!" Broly slowly descended through the clouds as he felt himself growing ever closer to his destination. He could feel the power of his enemies, but noticed that Kakarot's power signature was not among them. This angered the Super Saiyan for a moment before he felt another familiar power source. It was the kid, the one who had defeated him and sent him flying into the sun. The two brats were there as well, and one more power that he remembered, but couldn't match a face to. It seemed as if he was going to get his revenge after all. He spotted his destination slowly appear on the horizon as he approached a very large city. He streaked above the tall buildings and houses beneath, feeling his targets were located in the center of the city. Heading that direction, he soon found himself entering a large and spacious park area, numerous trees and other vegetation covering the ground. He stopped himself when he finally came upon them. There were four, just as he had sensed. Licking his lips in anticipation of the destruction to come, the Super Saiyan advanced on the party. "Oh!" Gohan eyed Broly as he floated in the air before them, noticing that the Juggernaut had already ascended to his Super Saiyan form. He was barely able to suppress his fear as he felt Broly's massive power level. The legendary Super Saiyan lived up to his name. He was easily several times as strong as the last time they had fought, and he hadn't even begun to power up yet. This was bad, very bad. But Gohan knew there was no choice but to face this threat head-on. He had overcome insurmountable odds in the past, and this was no different. Steeling himself, he waited as the Super Saiyan slowly approached. Broly smirked as he sized up his opponents, his massive arms folded over his chest. Staring at Gohan and the others, he couldn't help but to scoff. "So what is this? The welcoming committee?" He laughed as he saw them all tense, and Gohan floated forward. "Broly," he simply stated, to which Broly just inclined his head. "What are you doing here, Broly? The last I remembered you had been blasted into the sun and died." How have you returned? Broly just shrugged his shoulders, giving Gohan a grin. I don't really know how I got here, son of Kakarot. I was training myself when I saw a sudden light come out of nowhere. Then these black tentacle things grabbed me and pulled me towards some opening in the sky. The next thing I knew, I was back in the world of the living, standing on top of some platform in the sky, with some little blue old man standing in front of me. That's all I remember. Little blue old man. That must have been Pilaf. Piccolo suddenly thought, but how had Pilaf brought Broly back to the Black Star Dragon Balls? It was the only way. Gohan! He shouted, to which the half-Saiyan turned slightly to look at him, but never turning his back to Broly. That blue guy Broly was talking about. It was a villain by the name of Pilaf. I know because I have all of Kami's memories. He must have wished Broly back with the Black Star Dragon Balls. Gohan's eyes widened as he suddenly remembered what he had seen earlier that day. So that huge storm to the west wasn't a storm. It was this Pilaf guy summoning the dragon. That means the Dragon Balls are gone again somewhere in the galaxy, and if we don't get them in a year, then the whole planet will explode. But what the Demi-Scion failed to realize was that if they didn't take care of their current problem, none of that would matter in the end anyway. Dend glanced over to Mr. Popo from their hiding place on the ground. He had decided to stay as backup in case anybody needed to be healed during the battle. He couldn't believe what he was hearing, however. There was no way Pilaf could have gotten his hands on the Black Star Dragon Balls. They were kept securely in King Piccolo's old treasure vault, and that room was practically impenetrable. If what Gohan is saying is true, then we need to get back to the lookout right away, Popo. The young Namekian guardian whispered to his subordinate. Popo nodded his agreement. I agree, Den-sama. There's no telling what kind of trouble that Pilaf could cause if he were to gain access to the lookout. Nodding to each other, they both took off into the air and hovered next to Piccolo. Gohan! Den shouted to his longtime friend. Popo and I are going to return to the lookout to see if Piccolo's assumption is right. We'll return once we know the truth. So please stay safe while we're gone. Gohan turned his head and grinned at Dend, nodding slightly. No more words were exchanged, and Dend and Popo blasted off in the direction of the lookout. Gohan tensed as they passed Broly, ready in case the Super Saiyan tried something. He just kept his arms crossed and barely glanced at them as they passed. Broly grunted. Such insignificant insects were not worth his time. As the two of them finally disappeared from sight, he turned an angry glare on the gathered fighters. Broly was quickly growing bored of this, and he angrily growled out, "Where is Kakarot?" Smirking, Piccolo floated before the massive Saiyan and said, "Goku is no longer in this world, so why don't you just do us all a big favor and leave?" Broly merely grinned, shaking his head side to side. "I'm afraid I can't do that, Green Man." He stretched his arms above his head and cracked the muscles in his thick neck. "It's been so long since I've had any fresh air, and I was really looking forward to enjoying some entertainment." He laughed then, his booming laughter mixed with slight madness, until he abruptly stopped and gave Gohan, Trunks, and Goten a hard glare. "Besides, I have unfinished business with these three, and I've just been dying for the chance to see them again, so I can repay the kindness they showed towards me last time we met." Gohan was growing angrier by the minute as he listened to Broly speak. Finally, unable to hold it in anymore, he clenched his fists and glaring screamed, "That's enough, Broly. This fighting is pointless. Your grudge against my family and I is meaningless. We just want to live in peace. Aren't you tired of fighting? Tired of all the bloodshed?" Broly said nothing, but merely kept his arms folded, the arrogant smirk never leaving his face. Piccolo placed his hand on Gohan's shoulder, his eyes grim. "There's no point in trying to reason with him, Gohan. He's a heartless monster." Gohan just shrugged off his mentor, his gaze still fixed on the smirking Saiyan before him. "Well, answer me, Broly. When will it be enough? When will you finally be satisfied?" Gohan finished his rant, his breathing ragged, as he stared down Broly. The smirk was gone from Broly's face, and he floated before them, his hands at his sides, head down, his bangs overshadowing his eyes. "When will it be enough?" he whispered, before lifting his head to stare at Gohan with a penetrating glare. "I answered this question before, boy, the last time we met, and the answer is still the same. It won't be enough, not until—" Gohan's eyes widened as he witnessed Broly disappear right in front of his eyes. Before he could even make a move, the massive Super Saiyan was towering over him, fist cocked back, a feral sneer covering his lips. "You lie dead at my feet." With tremendous force, Broly smashed his fist into Gohan's chest. The Demi-Scion's eyes opened in shock, and he gave a soundless scream as the shock of the blow sent him hurtling towards the ground below. "Oh! Quickly, get Videl onto the bed." Krillin jumped to obey Bulma's order and laid Videl gently onto the soft bed, before covering her with one of the blankets nearby. He turned to Bulma to see what more he could do, when he felt a sudden surge of energy come from the park-turned-battlefield. "It started," he said as he glanced out one of the windows. "I should be there to help," he thought to himself as he watched everyone fussing over the woman lying in the bed. Bulma had ordered Pan and Bra to grab some towels, and Marin was apparently fetching some hot water. He kind of felt out of place in this situation, and even though he knew that he wouldn't be much help, he wanted to be out there helping to protect the Earth. "It's what Goku would have done," he mentally muttered, remembering his departed best friend. With a decisive nod, he stood up from the chair he had been sitting in, a determined look on his face. 18 turned to him and knew right away what he was planning to do. "I'm going with you," she said, glaring at him to just try and stop her. Krillin shook his head, and she was surprised to see the conviction in his eyes that were normally so happy and carefree. "Number 18, you stay here with Marin and the others. I don't want to lose you." 18 looked angry now and angrily shouted, "And do you think that I want to lose you again, Krillin? It almost killed me when Super 17 took your life, and I don't want Marin to have to lose her father again." Krillin had lowered his head, not meeting her fierce gaze. 18's expression softened slightly, and she walked up to him to gently place her hand on his cheek. "You don't have to fight anymore. Let Gohan and the others handle this. This fight is way beyond any of the rest of us. We just get in their way." Gohan knew this, that's why he had you bring Videl here, and he sent the others off on their own missions. "He's trying to protect you." "I know that, 18, he said through clenched teeth, his eyes squeezed tightly shut. His hands were balled into fists, and he was trembling slightly. "I know that I have no chance of beating someone like Broly, and that I would just get in the way if I went to the fight, but I can't just sit here and do nothing while my friends are risking their lives for the planet. If I don't go, I'll never be able to face Goku again." 18 sighed and knew deep down in her heart that Krillin was right. He had been a protector of this planet for so long, and she knew that he belonged on that battlefield. "All right," she said softly, and Krillin's head shot up in surprise as he stared in bewilderment at his wife. "I understand," she said, staring into his eyes. He smiled at her before leaning up and placing a kiss on her lips. He walked over to the window and slid it open. As he prepared to leap out, he heard his 18th voice behind him. "You just be sure to come back alive, or we'll never forgive you, Krillin." Krillin nodded to her and prepared to leave, but was stopped once again when he felt a slim pair of arms wrap around his waist, followed by a choked cry, "Daddy!" Krillin turned around and stared into his daughter's frightened gaze. "Don't worry, Marin. I'm going to be fine. I promise to be really careful out there. I just need to be beside my friends." Marin nodded before giving him one last bone-crushing hug and stepping back as he leapt out the window, before blasting off into the sky, heading towards the center of town. She felt a reassuring touch on her shoulder and turned to see a sympathetic look from Pan. "I know how you feel, Marin," she said, trying to console her distraught friend. "My dad and brother are out there too, but I have faith in them, and I know that they're going to be just fine." "Really?" Marin asked between sniffles. Pan smiled and nodded her head. "Of course." Marin returned the smile and gave Pan a hug. 18 smiled at her daughter as well as Bulma. but her smile disappeared as she gazed longingly out of the window into the sky. Vegeta, where are you? We need you right now. I wish that I could talk to you. And then suddenly a thought occurred to her. How stupid could she be? Vegeta was in one of the capsule core ships, of course she could talk to him. And then, to everyone else's surprise, she suddenly ran from the room. Chi-Chi, who had been sitting at her daughter-in-law's side, looked up as she saw Bulma leave the room. Bulma! She shouted, causing her to stop in her tracks. Where on earth are you going in such a hurry? Videl needs us. I'm sorry, Chi-Chi, but this is really important. I just remembered that I can contact Vegeta in space. If he's close enough to the Earth, he might be able to come and help us win this fight. Chi-Chi's mouth opened in shock, and she fixed Bulma with an intense glare. How could you forget such an important thing, you moron? My sons are out there getting ready to fight that monster, and you forget to mention such an important detail as this? How could you be so stupid? Bulma clenched her fist and rounded on the other woman. Hey, back off. I was just overwhelmed by how suddenly everything happened, that's all. And don't you tell me about your family being the only ones fighting this battle. My Trunks is out there too, remember? The two women growled at one another, almost at each other's throats. It looked like they were about to attack each other when suddenly, you two! Stop this ridiculous fighting at once. Both women froze at 18's cutting tone. Then they both seemed to realize what they were doing and slowly lowered their fists, shamefully looking at the ground. After a moment or two, Chi-Chi finally looked up sheepishly and caught Bulma doing the same. Quickly they averted their eyes, and Chi-Chi said softly to the ground, I guess I overdid it a bit there. I'm just worried about this Broly monster, and my baby's fighting him, and the baby, and everything that's happened today. I guess I let it all get to me. I am sorry for the way I acted, Bulma. You're not stupid. I am. Can you forgive me? Bulma was surprised at how submissive the normally dominating woman was behaving. She could tell how hard it was for Chi-Chi to say such a thing and looked up and smiled. Everyone in the room gave a collective sigh of relief. She nodded to her longtime friend and the two shared a hug. It's going to be okay, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks are all going to be fine. You'll see. Chi-Chi just nodded and Bulma pulled away. I'm going to go see about contacting Vegeta. Why don't you tend to Videl? She needs you right now. Chi-Chi nodded and the two of them parted ways. Bulma walking out the door and down the hall, and Chi-Chi taking a seat beside Videl at the bedside. After a moment, 18 sighed, looking up at the ceiling. Humans, she muttered to herself. I'll never understand them. Oh. Meanwhile, in her lab, Bulma had just picked up the signal for Vegeta's ship on her scanner. With a few more button presses, she had finally tapped into his frequency. She just hoped that her husband was on his ship and not training on the planet's surface. The screen went static for a moment before a black standby screen came into view. She waited a few minutes for Vegeta to answer, but the screen remained dark. Just as she was about to turn off the power, however, there was a beep and Vegeta's head and shoulders came into view. The Scion Prince looked irritated, and there was a towel wrapped around his bare shoulders. What is it, woman? He barked at her, cobalt eyes narrowed in a menacing glare. Bulma paid no heed to his gruff greeting. She was too relieved that she had been able to actually contact him. Oh, Vegeta, she cried. I didn't think you would answer. Vegeta just waved his hand toward the screen in a nonchalant manner. Yes, I was actually about to take a relaxing shower after my training, but it seems you deemed it necessary to interrupt me. He turned his head back to the screen to tell her goodbye, but the words never left his mouth. There were tears brimming Bulma's blue eyes, and she looked extremely relieved to be speaking to him. Instead of the rude retort he had been about to say, what came out instead was, Bulma, is everything all right there? And so, unable to hold herself back, Bulma launched herself into the entire tale, all of the information she knew to be true. Vegeta's eyebrows climbed higher and higher up his forehead as she continued to speak, until he was wide-eyed and very close to being slack-jawed as well. But by the end of the tale, the Scion Prince was snarling viciously, and slammed his fist against the wall, leaving a large indent in its place. Damn it! He cursed violently, his rage continuing to build until he glowed with his power. He hadn't yet transformed into a Super Saiyan, but seriously looked about on the verge to. Bulma's face fell at his reaction. Obviously, he wasn't anywhere near Earth and couldn't help. But she decided to ask him anyways, and Vegeta sighed at her voice, rubbing his temples with 2 fingers. No, he said gruffly, frowning at her, but his eyes concerned. I'm in the Arlean star system, and even at full speed, I wouldn't be able to make it back to Earth for at least another 4 or 5 days. Suddenly, he became angry again and gave the wall another beating. Damn that idiot Kakarote's brat! He fumed as he paced back and forth in front of Bulma's worried face. Damn them all! If he had just trained himself and remained somewhat powerful, then he should be able to handle Broly easily. He clenched his fists and then whirled around to face Bulma, giving her a glare as well. And the same goes for Trunks. I knew I should have forced that idiot boy to train more. RRGH, but you had to baby him. Said his education and his position at your father's stupid company was more important than becoming stronger. Now look what happened. Is his position as president of Capsule Corps going to save the Earth? Is it? Tell me, woman. Bulma said nothing as Vegeta brutally berated her. What could she say? Her husband was right. They had become too complacent with the current peace, and now it might cost them everything. They had all relied on Goku and Vegeta for so long that the rest of them really saw how helpless they really were when both fighters were now absent. Bulma couldn't even look Vegeta in the eye, her normally fiery attitude completely gone. Hanging her head, Bulma could only let out a feebly whispered no in response to his words. To say that Vegeta was surprised would be a serious understatement. Something must have really been wrong if his mate was acting so differently. He didn't like seeing her act so meek. He wanted the fire back in her eyes. He wanted her to act like nothing was wrong and to yell at him for not being there to help. But she didn't. Bulma, he said, causing his blue-haired mate to look back up into his eyes. Yelling isn't going to solve this problem, and I shouldn't have been so harsh with you. Do you believe that you and the others can hold out until I return home? I don't know. She responded to him carefully. You once told me that Broly decided to destroy an entire planet with one blast, simply for his own amusement. I don't think he has any reservations about blowing up ours either. But Gohan did say that if the fight didn't turn out well, we were supposed to board one of the ships and escape into orbit to wait for you to return. Vegeta nodded at this, thinking it a reasonable enough plan, and said, that sounds like a good plan. At least the brat's brain hasn't gone rusty over the years. He paused for a moment and then said, unconsciously allowing concern to enter his voice, just try to stay safe until I arrive. Then I will personally take care of Broly and show him what a true legendary Super Saiyan really is. Bulma nodded and smiled at her husband, wishing he was there right then. We'll try the best we can, she said, and Vegeta nodded, reaching to turn off the communication. But he was stopped as his mate had one more thing to say. Vegeta, I love you. The Saiyan Prince looked a bit taken aback by this, and nodded curtly to her before the screen went dark. She stood staring at the empty screen for a few more moments before turning to leave. Just as she was about to switch off the light, she heard a beeping from the communication console, and quickly ran back to open a channel. Vegeta's face once more appeared, confusing her. Vegeta, she asked, confused by his now pensive look. Vegeta looked a bit nervous, and was even sweating slightly. He cleared his throat and then said, woman, no, I mean Bulma. I do as well. And then the screen was black again. It had happened so quickly that Bulma was almost certain that it had been a daydream. Vegeta would never do anything like that. But she could not deny the warm feeling that was covering her entire body, nor the incessant smile that tugged at her lips. She looked out the window then, and silently prayed that the others would be able to hold their ground until Vegeta arrived. Oh. Gohan spat blood as he tried to sit up from the painful blow. He managed to get to his hands and knees, blood dripping from his chin, as the dust settled around him. He gave a painful gasp as he tried to draw breath, his mouth once again filling with his crimson lifeblood. As he coughed again, he realized that just about every one of his ribs must have been broken from that punch, and if the blood was any indicator, he would have to say that one of his lungs had been pierced as well. Gohan! Gohan looked up just in time to hear a feral roar, as he saw his brother Goten charge the deadly form of Broly. "No Goten," he feebly gasped, clutching his ruined chest, before slumping to his knees and surrendering to the darkness. Goten looked on in horror as Gohan once again spat blood onto the ground, clutching his chest in pain. It had happened so fast that he had been able to do nothing until it was too late. He looked at the monster that had hurt his only brother. Broly was looking down and smiling at the injured Gohan, with the look of a hungry predator spotting his injured prey. "No!" he mentally screamed as he knew Broly was going to finish him off. No, he wouldn't let him near his brother. With an enraged battle cry, he exploded with power and blindly charged Broly, speeding towards his exposed back. Trunks gave a start as Goten blasted towards Broly and didn't hesitate to follow him, heading towards his target from the other direction. Goten arrived first and tried to deliver a savage kick to the back of Broly's head. He missed, however, as Broly merely ducked the blow, and then with his arms folded over his chest continued to swerve and dodge every one of Goten's strikes. That feral grin never left his mouth. Goten was a blur as he continued to mercilessly pummel Broly, his punches and kicks too fast for all but the most experienced eye to even see. Trunks soon joined him in the fight, and both of them gave it their all as they tried to land a blow on the Super Saiyan. But Broly was just too fast, and they were out of practice, neither boy having concentrated on their training in the past several years. Broly grinned as he easily dodged each strike, never moving any more than his upper body, and occasionally his legs as they tried to attack low. Neither youth was letting up, however, and almost as if they could sense each other's thoughts. At the same moment, Goten threw a vicious kick to his chest while Trunks tried to sweep out his legs. Both grinned as they knew Broly would never be able to dodge both attacks. And they were right. Almost lazily, Broly unfolded his arms, and in one quick motion had both Goten's and Trunks' leg caught in a meaty fist. Their eyes widened in fear as they looked up into Broly's smiling face, both unable to break the vice-like grip he had. "My turn," he said, before swinging both of his arms inwards. With a loud crack, he slammed their bodies together, dazing both Saiyans. He let go of Trunks, and then brandishing Goten like a baseball bat, he swung and cracked Trunks in the ribs, sending him crashing into the ground just like Gohan. Goten used the momentum of the swing to wrench his leg free, and then without pause spun and fired off a massive ki blast, aimed for his enemy's face. Broly disappeared and the blast streaked off into the sky. Goten looked around in confusion, and turned sharply just in time to take an axe handle smash right in the face. He too rocketed towards the earth and smashed into the ground next to Trunks, the impact of his body causing a small crater to form beneath him. Slowly he opened his eyes, and both he and Trunks looked up into Broly's smirking face. He was standing in the air directly above them, hovering just a few feet in the air. He shook his head back and forth as he looked down on them, laughing as he exclaimed, My, what a disappointment that was. You two were stronger when you faced me as kids. Ah ha 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 ha. Take this, Broly." The legendary Super Saiyan turned around in surprise, only to take Piccolo's pointed boot to the face. His head snapped back and he was sent into the ground, digging a trench as his body skidded through the earth. Both Goten and Trunks looked up in surprise at the Namekian warrior. He had discarded his white cape and turban, and was glowing with power as he hovered in the air, his onyx eyes fixed on Broly's form. Broly slowly stood up from the ground, dusting himself off before turning around to face Piccolo. He had a trickle of blood leaking from one corner of his mouth, and he grinned savagely as he wiped it away. "Nice shot, Green Man," he muttered before spitting off to the side. "That was a neat little trick, but be sure that you won't catch me off guard so easily next time." Piccolo smirked as well, as he cracked his neck, rolling it in circles. "We'll see about that, Broly." He then looked down at the startled Goten, and reaching into the neck of his fighting GI withdrew a small object. He threw it to Goten, who caught it easily. He stared at the object, which turned out to be a small green bean, eyes wide, and then turned back up to Piccolo. "Is this?" He began, and Piccolo cut him off with a sharp nod, before glancing in Gohan's direction and nudging his head slightly. "It's Korin's last one. Make good use of it." Goten took the hint, and Piccolo turned back to Broly, who was once more hovering in the air. He looked between Piccolo and Goten, a glare on his face. "Secrets, secrets, it's always secrets with you fools. Do you honestly think any little plan you come up with will work against me?" The smirk never left Piccolo's mouth, and he lowered himself into a fighting stance. "We'll never know until we try." Broly snorted at the cheeky response and lowered himself into a suitable fighting stance as well. Piccolo noticed this and said, "It seems you've been learning how to actually fight properly. I'm impressed." "That's not the only thing I've learned, Green Man," Broly replied with a cryptic smile. Piccolo frowned at that, but brushed the comment off. Broly was just trying to get into his head and intimidate him. "Well then, let's put what you've learned to the test, why don't we?" Broly inched forward, moving his lead foot, and Piccolo mirrored him with his own. Broly's smirk grew wider, and he gave the Namekian warrior a cocky grin. "I think I'll take my time with you, Green Man. It would be no fun to just kill you outright. I'll break you slowly, until that smirk is wiped from your face forever." "Oomph, big words. I'm a big man." The two stood staring at each other in silence for a few more moments, until at the exact same moment, they vanished. Trunks, who had been listening to their conversation, widened his eyes at the display of speed. And then the two of them reappeared in front of him, trading blows almost faster than the young Super Saiyan could follow. Piccolo's style was flawless, and Trunks watched in awe as he dodged and countered, matching Broly blow for blow. Their power exploded as they clashed over and over again in the sky overhead. Trunks saw Broly try the same move he had used to defeat Goten, but Piccolo easily ducked the two-handed swing and flipped upside down before thrusting his leg up and kicking Broly full in the face. The two of them broke apart, but soon were at it again, neither letting up or showing any signs of fatigue. Trunks turned to say something to Goten, but found that his friend was no longer by his side. "Where did he go?" he asked to himself as he explored the area. Finally his gaze landed on where Gohan had crashed into the ground, and saw Goten leaning over his injured brother. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small bean. And then Trunks realized that it was the Senzu beans Piccolo had given him. So that had been the Namekian's plan. He would distract Broly while someone revived Gohan. Gohan was their best bet in defeating Broly, and Piccolo knew it. What a smart fighter. Goten leaned over the injured Gohan. Gently he reached down and lifted his brother's head off of the ground. Gohan was unconscious, and he had to push the bean into his mouth. Gohan stirred, and Goten whispered to him, "Gohan, swallow it. It's a Senzu bean from Piccolo." Gohan slowly chewed the small bean before swallowing it. After a moment his eyes fluttered open, and he gazed up into his brother's concerned face. "Goten," he murmured as his foggy brain started to clear, the miraculous healing powers of the Senzu bean restoring his body and power. He shook the remaining cobwebs away, and his eyes snapped open as he sat up sharply. "Where's Broly?" he exclaimed, looking around. Goten pointed up into the sky, and Gohan looked up to see Broly battling Piccolo in the sky. He followed their movements and saw that they seemed to be evenly matched in fighting skill. But Broly was obviously holding back his power and toying with his mentor. Almost unconsciously Gohan reached for his power, but once again it escaped him as he tried to grasp for it. His true power lay dormant still, or maybe he had lost it through his lack of training. Whatever the case, Gohan was still unable to tap into the power that the Elder Kai had unlocked within him. He sighed and instead dipped into the reservoir of his Saiyan heritage, and immediately he felt a surge of power as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Thanks to the Senzu bean, he was now brimming with power, and turned his teal gaze to the battle raging in the sky. Piccolo barely dodged another punch and retreated back, putting some distance between himself and the monster he was fighting. Broly really was a monster. Piccolo had been putting everything he had into his attacks, and Broly effortlessly matched his strength, toying with him as he countered every blow. His breathing was becoming more labored, and he knew that he wouldn't be able to keep this pace of fighting much longer. He had to do some damage before he was out of energy. "What's wrong, Green Man? Running out of steam already?" Broly taunted him as he floated in the air. He didn't look worried in the slightest, and Piccolo smiled to himself. He had sensed that Gohan was back to full power, and was relieved that his little ruse had worked. Distracting Broly had given Goten just enough time to sneak over and heal his brother. Piccolo knew that his fight was just about over for now, but he still wanted to get in at least one good shot before he turned the fight over to Gohan and the others again. Besides, it was difficult fighting with only half energy. Smirking, he began to gather his power, preparing his technique. "Just wait a minute, Broly, and I'll show you I've still got a little steam left in me." His opponent merely smirked and folded his arms. "Take your best shot, fool, and then I'll destroy you." "Aha!" Piccolo bellowed as he focused again on concentrating his power. He began to glow, and energy crackled around his body as his power grew. The very earth shook, and bits of debris rose into the air, lifted by his immense strength. Finally, after he had gathered a sufficient amount of energy, he placed 2 of his fingers to his forehead, energy crackling around the appendages. Giving Broly a sinister grin, he whipped his arm out lightning fast and screamed, "Special Beam Cannon!" A twisting beam of energy exploded from his outstretched fingers, and Broly waited as the attack headed straight for him. Then, just as the beam was about to collide, he disappeared and it cut through his after image, streaking into the sky. He reappeared slightly to the left and looked to Piccolo expecting to see shock and fear. Instead, he was surprised to see that the Namek's smirk had widened. This barely registered in his mind before he felt another surge of power, and heard suddenly from behind, "Makosen HA!" Broly whirled around and his eyes grew wide as he caught sight of another Piccolo standing right behind him. There was a tremendous flash of bright light, and the hulking Super Saiyan had barely enough time to cover his face with his arms before he was enveloped by the massive energy beam. Gohan cheered as he saw Broly hit head-on by Piccolo's attack, but when the energy finally died down, his smile vanished as he saw that Broly was nowhere to be found. He looked around in confusion and gasped as he saw the Super Saiyan appear directly behind the Piccolo that had fired the attack. "Piccolo, look out behind you!" he cried, but it was too late. Piccolo turned, and Broly punched him full in the chest with his full power. Piccolo hurtled toward the ground, and his other body double disappeared. Gohan blasted off, intercepting him in the air. The larger Namek hit him in the chest, and he was pushed back about 20 feet from the force of his flight. Piccolo twitched in his arms, and purple liquid seeped from his mouth, running down his chin. T2F fast. He was able to gasp as he coughed up more purplish blood onto his caved-in chest. Gohan glared up at Broly, who had begun laughing again, and then said, "Oh, did the little green bug get squashed after all? I only hit him one time. I had no idea that he would be so fragile. How disappointing." "You monster!" Gohan gritted out between his teeth as his rage began to build. "I get that a lot," Broly replied with a sneer. "It seems that you recovered from your injury rather quickly, though. Do you intend to take the bug's place? Or should I just destroy this planet now and get it over with?" "No," Gohan said suddenly, glaring at him fiercely. "I will be your opponent, Broly, and I will kill you." Broly just shrugged and waited with his arms crossed. Gohan descended back towards the ground, holding Piccolo so as not to aggravate his injury. He landed next to Goten and laid his mentor gently on the ground. Gohan left him to recover and stood looking up at his opponent. Then he looked down at Goten and an idea come to his mind. As he was thinking, Trunks joined them, and Gohan had finally decided on what to do. Broly stood impatiently in the air and clenched his teeth. If there was anything he hated more than his sworn enemy Kakarot, it was having to wait for something. Finally, he had had enough. That's it. If you won't come to me, then I'll just have to come to you. He charged their little group, and the three had barely enough time to jump out of the way before a barrage of green energy blasts hit the ground. They ran for their lives as Broly continued to blast mercilessly, his insane laughter filling the air. The three of them left behind the now ruined park and entered the city. Gohan, Goten, and Trunks weaved in and out of buildings, always just dodging the next blast of energy. Suddenly the attack stopped, and the three of them decided that they had lost Broly for the moment. But then, to their surprise, the building that they were standing in front of exploded in a blazing inferno, and Broly burst through the flaming debris heading straight for them. Gohan was able to jump out of the way in time, but Trunks and Goten were not fast enough. Broly stretched out both of his arms and charged them, clothes lining each Saiyan youth in the chest. He picked them both up off the ground with the charge and tried to slam them into a building across the street. However, Gohan intervened at the last moment and pulled the two to safety before blasting Broly in the back with a golden blast of energy, sending the Juggernaut crashing through the storefront window instead. "Damn, he's fast!" exclaimed Trunks, trying to catch his breath. "And strong," gasped Goten as he rubbed his sore chest. "We're no match for him like this," Gohan muttered and then gave a decisive nod. "I guess there really is no other way." Goten looked up in surprise at his brother's words. "What are you talking about, Gohan?" And then his eyes lit up and he said, "You have a plan, don't you?" Gohan nodded to him, and Goten grinned wide. "My brother is the greatest," he mentally cheered. Gohan stood before him and Trunks and laid a hand on each of their shoulders. "Goten, Trunks, it's time for you two to fuse." "Fuse," they both stammered, eyes growing wide. He nodded to them and looked ahead to see that Broly had finally come to a stop after the attack. "We don't have much time. I'll distract him and give the two of you enough time to perform the fusion dance. And even then, I think it's going to take all of our power to beat him. It's our only hope to win." There was a loud roar, and Broly exploded with power as he charged right for them. "Damn it!" Gohan cursed. Was there no end to his strength? He gave them one last determined nod before he took off to intercept Broly. He just hoped that he could buy them enough time. He clashed with Broly in an explosion of energy, and immediately the two took to the skies as they traded blows. Below, Trunks and Goten looked on as Gohan battled in the sky. Then the two looked at each other and gulped audibly. "Well, I guess we better do it," Goten said quietly, and Trunks nodded. Then the two of them stood side by side and powered up. Meanwhile, Gohan was having a hard time standing toe-to-toe with Broly. He dodged an energy blast only to take a right hook in his jaw. He countered with a punch of his own, but the blow just seemed to glance off of Broly's face with no effect. He did a mid-air backflip and shot back away from his enemy. He looked down at the ground and saw that Goten and Trunks were still standing next to each other, but didn't seem to be doing anything. What is taking them so long, he thought in frustration, until he was broken from his thoughts by a flying kick from Broly. He grunted from the impact and put a hand to his injured abdomen. He couldn't afford to get distracted like that. One wrong move and he was finished. If he wanted to stay alive, he was going to have to focus all of his energy on the fight. His mind once more focused, he powered up and charged in again. Still, the two Saiyan youths had not made a move, but remained standing next to each other. Their faces were scrunched in concentration, until Goten opened one eye to stare at his friend. "Hey, Trunks," he whispered, getting the other boy's attention. "What is it, Goten?" he replied in a strained voice, while he kept trying to focus. Goten hesitated before finally saying, Do you remember how we fused? Because I don't." Trunks shook his head with a sigh and looked at him shamefully. "No, I don't remember either. It was so long ago when we fought Majin Buu. It has to have been at least 14 or 15 years since then." "I know," Goten said with a nod. "We're in serious trouble, aren't we?" Trunks muttered as he hung his head. "Yeah, I guess we should have listened to your dad and trained more." Huh. Trunks looked up at him, his expression unreadable. I guess there's nothing we can do then except try to help Gohan. Goten nodded and the two of them blasted off from the ground to try and help Gohan in any way they could. Gohan barely dodged another vicious strike as he continued his battle with Broly. They seemed to be evenly matched at the moment, but Gohan knew Broly was suppressing most of his power. He hadn't even fully transformed into the unstoppable killing machine that sometimes plagued Gohan's nightmares. He was still in his normal Super Saiyan state, the one he had found when he had first come to save his brother and Trunks from Broly's wrath. No, Broly was much stronger than this, he was just toying with Gohan. But Gohan too had not yet revealed his full power, so he might just have a chance yet. He was about to try and disappear behind Broly's back when he suddenly felt two power levels rapidly approaching them. He looked down in surprise to see that Goten and Trunks were coming to join the fight. The only problem was that they were still Goten and Trunks and not Gotenks. Broly, too, was caught off guard by this sudden interruption and let his guard down for just a moment. Gohan took advantage of the weak point and delivered a spinning backhand right to his face. Broly's head turned and he went flying right into a skyscraper. With him temporarily out of the way, Gohan turned an angry glare to the others as they finally came to a stop next to him. "What are you two doing?" he growled between clenched teeth. "Why haven't you fused yet?" The two looked sheepish and ashamed for a few moments before Goten finally looked up and said quietly, We don't remember how to fuse. We kind of forgot the dance." Gohan was stunned speechless as his brother's words sank in. They had neglected their training for so long that they actually forgot how to fuse. Is this truly what they had been reduced to? Gohan was seeing more and more recently just how much they had depended on the strength of his father and Vegeta. And now that he saw just how pathetic they were in the absence of the two warriors, he was truly disgusted with himself. But even so, he still had to do whatever he could. What was done and couldn't be changed. Broly wasn't going to give him a day to train in the time chamber. Besides, there was no time chamber anymore. He was going to have to fight with the power he had and hope that in the end it would be enough. Goten and Trunks waited nervously for Gohan to make a response. Finally, he looked up to them, determination fueling his gaze. "We messed up, you guys. We messed up big time. And now the entire Earth might pay for our laziness and negligence. I can stand here and tell you a million things we did wrong and what we should have done. But at this point, there really is no point. We are here and now, and we need to make the best of what time we have. So let's give it our all and make Broly pay for what he's done." Goten cheered, and Trunks grinned and nodded his head. Suddenly, the sound of clapping caused them to turn around in surprise. There, sitting on the roof of one of the buildings, was the monster Broly. He didn't seem to have a scratch on him, and was laughing as he clapped his hands. "Oh, what an inspirational little speech. Are you finally fired up and ready to go? Because I'm growing bored just waiting for you to gain the courage to face me. I could be killing so many other people and causing destruction instead." Gohan and the others glared at him. "We're ready for you, Broly, and we are going to make you pay for trying to destroy our peaceful lives. We are the protectors of this planet, and we will stop you no matter what it takes." Gohan clenched his fists and screamed as he powered up to his maximum. His muscles grew slightly larger, and his hair became even spikier, while blue bolts of ki energy surged through his aura. Goten and Trunks each went super as well, and the three warriors glowed with energy as they floated before their enemy. Broly took a battle stance and motioned for them to come at him. With one last explosive battle cry, the three Super Saiyans charged in for the battle. "Oh! Buu loves cake, cakes and pies. Pies and cake are what he likes." Buu sang happily as he stuffed another entire cake into his gaping maw. This one was a 3-layer wedding cake, and the big pink alien ate the entire thing in one bite, including the little plastic bride and groom on the top. He belched loudly and patted his tummy before grabbing for another cake. He was about to shove that in his mouth too, when he suddenly heard the crunch of glass as someone stepped through the window he had broken. Buu dropped the cake and spun around with a scream, preparing to fight for his life to protect his precious cake. "Oh!" Gag! Gohan gasped as Broly sent him flying into another building with a powerful kick. The legendary Super Saiyan followed as he flew through the walls and fired a green energy blast after him, causing the windows in the building to explode and shooting Gohan out the back wall of the building. He rocketed into the side of the next skyscraper and left a massive indent where his body struck. He sank into the concrete and then fell towards the ground, no longer having the energy to even stop his fall. He hit the cracked pavement with a moan and lay on the ground unmoving. He lifted his head and saw Broly's massive booted foot land in front of his face. He looked up at his foe, one of his eyes swollen shut, his breathing labored. Broly gave him a derisive sneer before he kicked him under the chin and sent him tumbling along the street until he finally crashed into a parked car. He tried to get up again, but his body wouldn't move. It was hopeless, really. Not even his power as a level 2 Super Saiyan along with the help of Trunks and Goten had been enough to stop Broly. He had easily dispatched of the other two, and Gohan looked up to see the two unconscious boys still rammed into the side of that skyscraper. They had fought bravely, but it hadn't been enough. Now the murderous gaze of his enemy was on Gohan, and the Demi-Saiyan no longer had the strength to resist anymore. "I guess this is it, Broly. You've defeated us, and I don't even have the strength to stand anymore." Broly looked down on him, grinning like a madman. "Yes, son of Kakarot, it does seem our little game has come to an end. Pity you couldn't provide me with much of a challenge. I guess I'll just have to go elsewhere to find my entertainment. Goodbye, son of Kakarot, it's been fun." Broly lifted one hand, and Gohan watched as green energy began to gather in his palm. As the long-time protector of Earth watched his death begin to form before his eyes, Gohan couldn't help but think of not himself, but his family. He just desperately wished they would be able to have enough time to escape and wait for Vegeta to return from his training. As the energy grew brighter, Gohan could no longer keep his eyes open and squeezed them shut, waiting for the end. "Gohan! Nu!" Gohan opened his eyes just in time to see a huge blue ki blast collide with Broly. He watched as the wide-eyed Super Saiyan was violently thrown from his feet, riding the beam, and slammed into a parked semi. He continued through the truck and hit another building. The force of the blast had been so great, however, that he still continued through that building as well and disappeared from sight. Gohan sat slack-jawed and trembling from such a display of power. Not once during his battle with Broly had Gohan been able to hit him so hard. He was snapped out of his thoughts when he saw a hand come into view offering to help him to his feet. The hand was rather small and a dark golden brown. He followed that hand up the figure's arm until he was staring into two concerned coal-colored eyes. The reigning world martial arts champion grinned and nodded his head. Gohan nodded back and took the offered hand. Pulled him to his feet, but in his exhausted condition he was unable to stand and fell back again. Quickly moved to support his friend and caught Gohan before he fell. The exhausted Demi-Saiyan leaned heavily on Ub's shoulder and the shorter warrior chuckled. "That guy really messed you up, Gohan." Gohan nodded and then heard a childish laugh behind him. Turning, he was surprised yet again when he saw that was accompanied by none other than Majin Buu. "Buu?" Gohan asked, a bit worn out, and the big pink warrior nodded his head vigorously. Laughed again and said, "I found him raiding a deserted pastry shop. I felt the energy of your battle from my island and came to see what was going on when I ran into this guy. Apparently he was on his way to help too, but got sidetracked at the sight of sweets." Buu looked down a bit embarrassed, and Gohan just had to laugh. Buu would never change. He would take eating a cake over fighting a battle any day. He just couldn't help it. The mirth disappeared from Ub's eyes as he glanced in the direction he had blasted Broly. "Who was that guy, Gohan? And how could he do something like this to you?" "Not just me," Gohan replied with a frown and gestured upwards. Ub's eyes widened when he saw the unconscious forms of Trunks and Goten smashed into the side of the building. "Trunks and Goten too? This guy must be really powerful." Gohan gave him a grim nod. "You don't know the half of it, my friend." And Gohan proceeded to give Ub a short explanation of just who Broly was and the frightening power he was capable of. Ub clenched his fist in anger and Gohan could see a faint pinkish aura begin to emanate from his body. It seemed that even though Majin Buu had been wished back to life, Ub still retained the power he had gained from their fusion. That was very fortunate. You just leave the rest to me and Buu Gohan. We'll take care of this guy. Gohan laughed a bit at that and winced from the resulting pain. It even hurt to laugh. I really don't think I have much of a say in that one, Ub. I'm pretty messed up right now, and I'd probably just get in the way. Ub just nodded and then took off from the ground. He flew up and gently pried Goten and Trunks from the building they were imprinted in and flew back down, laying them on the ground by Gohan. He turned to say something to Gohan again, but stopped mid-breath and spun around. A green energy blast headed straight for him, and he roared as he powered up, before striking it away with his palm. The beam shot into the air and exploded with a deafening boom in the sky above. Ub and Buu stood protectively in front of Gohan and the others as they watched Broly emerge from the ruins of the destroyed building. Wisps of smoke curled from his body, and he looked a bit worse for wear. His pants were ripped, and his body looked singed from the attack. But he was still grinning, even as 2 lines of blood trickled from the corners of his mouth and down his chin. He spat some blood from his mouth and fixed his intense stare on Ub. The shorter warrior didn't flinch under that stare and Broly's grin widened. I'll have to admit, little man, that was pretty impressive. But don't think it's going to be that easy to destroy me. No, this fight is far from over. Ub glared at him and lowered himself into a fighting stance. Fine by me, Broly, but don't expect me to hold back against a monster like you. This is my home too, and I won't let you hurt any more innocent people. He charged the legendary Super Saiyan and swung at him with all of his might. Broly tried to intercept the blow, but Ub was too quick, and there was a flash of light as the young warrior's fist connected with Broly's face. The larger fighter's head snapped to the side, and Ub threw another punch, continuing to drive Broly back with the ferocity of each blow. Broly tried to counterattack, but found himself just occupied with staving off the quicker Ub's lightning-fast punches and kicks. Too many of those attacks were getting through his guard, however, and Ub continued to drive him back, never letting up his assault. Enraged, Broly swung wide at Ub's face, leaving himself open. Ub ducked under the attack and roared as he released a massive ki blast directly into Broly's stomach. Broly let out a gasp as the wind was driven from his lungs, and as he was pushed back by the blast, Ub continued, firing a rapid burst of energy beams into the growing surge of energy. Broly disappeared from view in the center of the blast, and Ub charged up one more immense ball of energy and flung it at his enemy. The ball collided with the ever-increasing dome of energy the attack had formed, and the entire thing grew an angry red before exploding with tremendous force. Ub stood against the maelstrom of power, as fierce winds threatened to blow him away. He stood firm, however, and waited for the smoke to clear. Buu had scooped up Gohan and the others in his arms and flew clear of the blast, and he too, along with Gohan, watched as the dust finally settled. And there, in the midst of an enormous smoking crater, lay the body of Broly, covered in rubble. For an instant Gohan thought that Ub had killed him with that barrage, but he realized that wasn't the case as Broly began to stir. Panting, the Super Saiyan raised himself to one knee and shakily stood back up. He was breathing hard, and his body was covered with numerous burns and cuts. One of his eyes was closed, and more blood trickled down his chin. He trembled as he tried to stay on his feet. Ub looked down on him from his position in the air, his eyes cold. Broly looked up at him and just stared, before coughing up a bit more blood. Have you had enough, Broly? It's obvious that my power exceeds your own, and it would be pointless to continue this battle anymore. Just give up, it's over. Broly glared up at him, but then the corners of his mouth rose in a feral grin. Over, you say? No, my boy, it's just beginning. Ub looked confused at these words, but Broly paid him no more heed, but instead turned to look up at Gohan. Your green friend from before commented that I had learned to properly fight when he saw my form. I told him that I had learned much more than that during my training in Hell. And now I'm going to show all of you just what I meant. And at the same time I will finally prove to you all just how pointless your little battle was all along. And then, without another word, Broly, to the shock and horror of all present, began to power up. Gohan watched terrified as Broly's power continued to grow. The Super Saiyan's golden aura became blindingly bright, and he screamed as he continued to push himself, the ground trembling beneath his feet. Suddenly, there was a change in his aura, and Gohan gasped as it skyrocketed. Broly's appearance began to change, as well as his hair grew slightly longer and stood up more on his head. His muscles bulged slightly, and blue bolts of energy danced across his aura, very much resembling lightning. Finally, the rumbling ceased and the light died down as Broly completed his transformation. He grinned cockily as he stared up into Gohan's eyes with his razor-sharp gaze, the gaze of a level 2 Super Saiyan. Gohan gulped, and for the first time truly understood how hopeless their fight really was. Broly was unbeatable now, by their power at least. He was now, to Gohan's fear and astonishment, more powerful than his father had been as a level 3 Super Saiyan, and even more powerful than Buu had been when he had absorbed Gotenks and Piccolo. He was sure that now nothing short of a level 4 Super Saiyan could have any hope of defeating him. And the only being with that power, Vegeta, wasn't on the planet. Plain and simple, they were all doomed. Broly smirked as he glanced up at the frightened face of Ub and Gohan. He slowly rose into the air until he was hovering right before them. So what do you think? I can tell by your expressions how impressed you are. Just try not to die of fear. That would take all of the fun out of what I'm about to do next. He disappeared from view, and Gohan searched frantically for his power signature, but felt nothing. Then he caught a glimmer of something before Buu's head exploded, pink goo spraying everywhere. The pink warrior's arms went slack, and he dropped Gohan and the others as he fell. Buu! Ub cried as he watched Buu's headless form fall towards the earth. But his cry was cut short as he saw Broly appear directly in front of him. He raised his arm to block Broly's strike, and managed to get his arm up just in time, though the sheer force of the blow sent him straight into the ground. He jumped quickly to his feet, and was soon forced back as Broly continued his assault, toying with the young warrior as Ub fought to stay alive. Gohan groaned as he rolled onto his side, but still lacked the energy to do little more than sit up. He rubbed his sore head and watched as Broly continued to pick Ub apart slowly. Buu's head was reshaping itself as the pink guy pulled himself back together, and he finally gave a short "Buu" as his face popped back into existence. He rolled his neck a bit and then took off, trying to surprise Broly from behind. Buu took a swing at the massive Saiyan, but Broly dodged him easily. The break in the fight, however, was all Ub needed to go back on the offensive. Both he and Buu gave it their all as they mercilessly rained blows on Broly's body, but the Super Saiyan was too fast and easily dodged each strike, that insidious grin never leaving his lips. Gohan knew that the fight would be over when Broly grew bored of the two. He just wished there was a way he could contact Bulma and the others. It was time for them to escape. They had failed in their attempts to defeat Broly, and now all he wanted was to get the rest of his family to safety, especially Videl and Pan. He felt his heart clench as he realized he would never get to see his son, Naruto's, smiling face. He was going to die on this battlefield. Broly would make sure of that, and he just didn't have the strength to resist him. Just as Gohan was about to give himself up to his fate, he felt a familiar energy source close in. He looked up in surprise to see none other than the form of Krillin descend from the sky to land at his side. "Go Heian," the older man called as he rushed to his side. "Oh Kami, what happened to you, Gohan? And Trunks? Goten? Did Broly do this?" Gohan nodded and motioned his head towards where Ub and Buu were still unsuccessfully trying to harm Broly. "Whose immense power did you think that was?" he asked with a grimace. Krillin's jaw dropped and he turned an urgent gaze on Gohan and the others. "We have to get you out of here, Gohan. He'll kill you." "No," Gohan said firmly. "I can't risk him seeing me try to leave and leading him back to the others. I won't endanger them. But I think you could probably get Trunks and Goten out of here though. Broly seems interested the most in killing me. I have to stay." I will not run no matter what. Krillin looked at him in astonishment and thought to himself, that sounds just like something Goku would say. Gohan, he'd be really proud of you right now. Krillin nodded solemnly. I understand, Gohan. Your dad would probably do the same thing. Gohan reached up and clasped the older man's hand. Thank you, Krillin. I'm sorry it had to end like this. Krillin just shook his head sadly, unable to form words. Take care of Videl and Pan for me. Here's the baby too. Krillin nodded again, tears welling up in his eyes. And tell them that I'm sorry and that I love them very much. Krillin didn't respond, but tears silently streaked down his cheeks. He turned to say something more, but choked on his words. What more was there to say? He gave Gohan's hand another squeeze. Goodbye, my friend. I'll never forget you. Gohan smiled at him. See that you don't. Now go quickly, before he notices that you're here. Krillin nodded and let go of his hand. Then he walked over and picked up the unconscious forms of Goten and Trunks, slinging them over his shoulders. Without another word, he rose into the air. And then, with one final painful look back, he blasted off into the sky, heading for Capsule Core. Come on, Videl, you can do it. Push. Videl grimaced from the pain as Bulma continued to coach her along. She was sweating profusely, and she cried out as another contraction caused her body to spasm violently. Her face was red with the strain as she continued to push, her hand tightly gripping Chi-Chi's in wordless support. She was lying on a rolling hospital bed that had been fetched from the infirmary. They were all presently in the complex's space hangar. Bulma had decided that if they needed to leave, that it would be much quicker if they were already in the room with the ships. So they had set up this makeshift hospital bed, and Videl was finally having her baby. Pan paced back and forth, wincing every time her mother moaned or screamed in pain. Just being in this room put her on edge. This room was intended for the purpose of their escape if her dad and her uncle failed to defeat Broly. And that was not something she wanted to think about. She looked longingly outside the window and couldn't help but become worried at the immense power she felt. It was either her dad or it was Broly. She was too far away to be certain, but she feared that it was indeed Broly that had such terrible power. Just then, she was broken from her thoughts as she heard Bulma exclaim in a loud voice, I can see the head. Come on, Videl, just a little more. You're almost done. Videl gnashed her teeth as she pushed with every fiber of strength she possessed. Finally, she felt the weight within her give way, and she panted as the piercing cry of a newborn child filled the air. Everyone crowded around the hospital bed as Bulma cried joyfully, It's a healthy baby boy. Bulma raised her shears to cut the umbilical cord, and noticed that attached to the child's rear end was a long hairy brown tail. She raised her shears to slice it off, but hesitated and looked to Videl. This was her child, and she had the right to say this was okay or not. Videl took one look at the hairy appendage and nodded to Bulma. The older woman took the tail between her hands, and with one decisive snip removed it from the baby's body. Then she followed suit with the cord, and wrapped the crying infant in a warm blue blanket they had found. Smiling, she cooed at the child, before handing him gently to his exhausted mother. Videl held him gently in her arms, and the baby stopped its wailing, staring at her curiously. She kissed him softly on the forehead, then whispered, My little Naruto. The child had a head of spiky black hair. This was expected since he carried Scion blood, and Videl marveled at the intensity of his bright blue eyes. They were the deepest shade of blue she had ever seen. To put it mildly, they were beautiful. Videl looked up as her daughter hesitantly approached the bed. She smiled as she shifted young Naruto so Pan could get a better look. She stared in amazement at the tiny baby. Naruto stared at her wide-eyed before giving a big yawn, and rubbing one of his eyes with a pudgy hand. Pan reached out and gently ran one finger along his tiny hand, marveling at how smooth his skin was. He's so soft, she whispered as she continued to stare at her new baby brother. Hey there, little guy. I'm your big sister Pan. Naruto responded by scrunching up his face, and then beginning to wail loudly. Pan clamped her hands over her ears and looked at her mom. He's loud too. She cried over Naruto's crying. He's probably just scared. Or maybe that's the only way he knows how to communicate. Bulma giggled and then said, he is a scion. Maybe the little guy's just hungry. Videl considered this for a moment before she took another blanket and draped it over her chest. Then she opened her gown and exposed a nipple to the young infant. Almost immediately he latched on, and his wails ceased as he started to feed. Videl lowered the blanket so the top of his head was visible, but she was still covered. I guess you were right, Bulma, she said, a bit surprised. Bulma just laughed. Typical scion. And that got a chuckle out of everyone present. Even the normally somber 18 smiled slightly. Their mirth was cut short, however, when they heard a door slam and footsteps hurrying towards their direction. Every head turned as Krillin entered the hangar, the unconscious bodies of Goten and Trunks still on his back. Here you are. He gasped slightly and walked forward. Chi-Chi and Bulma immediately ran towards him and gasped at the state Goten and Trunks were in. Chi-Chi clapped a hand to her mouth and tears brimmed her eyes. Oh, my baby! She moaned as she knelt by Goten's side, Bulma doing the same for Trunks. Suddenly Chi-Chi's head shot up and she cried, Krillin, where's Gohan? This got the immediate attention of Pan and Videl, and Pan came over herself. Krillin hung his head and shook it side to side. Chi-Chi gasped and covered her mouth with both hands, backing away as she shook her head violently. No, this can't be happening. Gohan. She slumped to her knees and sobbed loudly. Bulma was at her side in a moment and trying to console the distraught mother, as she sobbed on her shoulder. Pan's face was ashen and she rounded on Krillin, grabbing him by his shirt and squeezing fiercely. Is it true? Is my dad really dead? Krillin looked away and didn't have the heart to answer her. Videl gasped and stifled a sob as she covered her mouth. Naruto, having sensed his mother's distress, began crying again. Videl held him close as tears ran down her own cheeks. Pan squeezed harder and actually lifted Krillin off of the ground by his shirt. Answer me, Krillin. Is my dad dead or not? Tears were brimming her own eyes, and Krillin finally sighed before meeting her fierce gaze. He had to tell her the truth. Gohan wasn't dead when I found him, but he was beaten up pretty badly, and in no condition to fight. Broly was fighting against Majin Buu and Ub at the time, so he didn't notice I was there. Broly was so powerful, it was terrible. I tried to beg Gohan to come with me, but he refused. He said that if I tried to help him escape, Broly would notice and then we'd both be dead. He also didn't want any chance of leading him back here to all of you. So he told me to take Goten and Trunks and get out of there, and to tell you all it was time to leave the planet and wait for Vegeta's return. Krillin stopped then and looked as he noticed Pan looking solemnly at the ground. So what you're saying is that my dad is still alive? Krillin was taken aback a bit by her serious tone, but he nodded to her. More or less, but it won't be that way for long, I'm sure. He sighed and rested a hand on Pan's shoulder. I'm sorry, Pan. Your dad was a great man. She shrugged his hand off angrily and glared at him. My dad is still a great man. He's not dead yet. And with that final remark, Pan turned away and headed for the window. Krillin's eyes widened as he realized what she planned to do. Quickly, he ran and reached for her arm. No, Pan. It's too dangerous to go out there. It's suicide. She jumped out of his reach and floated above their heads. She looked down at her frightened mother, who was begging her with her eyes not to do this. I'm sorry, Mom, but I have to try. And before anyone could stop her, Pan flew out the window and streaked off into the sky. Pan! They all screamed as she disappeared from sight. Videl suppressed another sob and held Naruto close to her chest. Bulma sighed and looked at the others. This was Pan's choice. There's nothing we can do about it now. I think it's time for us to leave. No! Shouted Chi-Chi and Videl at the same time. Bulma turned to the both of them, and with a voice that could cut steel she said, They're gone. Gohan is probably gone already, and if Pan is intent on fighting Broly, she is going to soon follow. There's nothing more we can do. Tears flashed in her eyes, and she covered her face with one hand, trying to compose herself. The least we can do is try to honor Gohan's wishes and get to safety, so his sacrifice would not be in vain. The others looked down sadly, and Chi-Chi and Videl both nodded. Krillin decided it was time to speak up. How do we know we'll even make it into orbit? Broly could blast us out of the sky if he wanted to. And then it will all have been for nothing. Bulma scratched her chin in thought at his words. You know, Krillin, you might be right. Let's send a decoy ship first to see what Broly will do. If he ignores, it will go ahead and leave immediately. If he destroys it, then I really don't know what we'll do then. But at least we'll know what not to do. She looked around to see what everyone thought of this plan and heard no objections. All right then, she said, determined. Let's do it. Oh. Gohan watched helplessly as Bu and Ub were being obliterated by Broly. The monster was currently holding young Ub by the throat and crushing the life out of him. The other hand had a hold on Bu's pink antennae, and Broly was bouncing the pink warrior on his fist like one of those punching balloons. Ub scratched and gasped as he tried to pry Broly's fist from his throat, but the Scion's grip was stronger than steel. Finally, he gave one last feeble jerk before his eyes rolled into the back of his head and his arms went limp at his sides. Broly smirked and released him to plummet to the ground. And then as Ub was falling, unconscious, Broly put both hands on Bu's antennae and swung him down with all of his strength. Bu's body collided with Ub, and the two crashed into the ground atop one another, both unconscious and unmoving. Gohan knew that Majin Bu wasn't dead. It was very hard to kill him, but he could feel that all of Bu's energy was gone, and that he could no longer put up a fight. It was over. Deciding that he had enjoyed his fill of destroying the two, Broly raised one hand and pointed it at their bodies. Green light filled the area and began to condense as a small ball appeared in his hand. Gohan knew that ball was strong enough to kill Ub and obliterate Bu and quite possibly kill himself as well. Finally, the energy had formed and Broly gave one last smirk. He pulled his arm back ready to throw the attack, when out of nowhere he was struck by a volley of rapidly fired blue energy beams. The smoke cleared, and Broly still stood with his arm outstretched. There didn't seem to be a single scratch on him. Gohan looked up in the sky where the blasts had come from, and almost choked. There standing in the air glaring at Broly was Pan. No! What is she doing here? He mentally screamed. She was supposed to be on the ship with the others, not committing suicide by fighting Broly. He started to call out to her, but then stopped himself. If Broly thought she was just some nuisance and not worth his time, he would probably let her live. If he knew that Pan was his daughter, though, the bastard would probably slaughter her just to spite him. Broly looked up at his newest opponent and snickered. It was just a little girl. He laughed as he saw her serious expression. Does this little wench really intend to fight me? Does she have a death wish? He glanced down at Gohan, who too was looking at the strange newcomer. Smirking, Broly called out to her, I guess I've beaten all of the real warriors. Now they send their women and children out to face me. He shooed Pan with his hand, saying mockingly, Off you go, little girl. You are hardly worth my time. Gohan sighed in relief. Broly wasn't going to take her seriously after all. Broly turned his back on Pan and started to descend where Gohan lay injured. It was time to have his revenge. Slowly, Pan clenched her fists as the hulking idiot continued to mock her. Then he had the nerve to just dismiss her and turn his back. You creep! She screamed, but Broly just ignored her. Come back here and face me. Still nothing, the Super Saiyan just continued floating towards the ground. So you were brave enough to fight my father, but not me. Gohan gasped. No, Pan, he mentally screamed. Broly stopped dead at that and turned around to face her, intrigued by her words. Your father, you say? He said quietly and then glanced down at Gohan. He turned his attention back to Pan and asked in a nonchalant voice, And tell me, girl, who exactly is your father? Pan stood up to her full height, hands on her hips. She gave Broly a cocky smile and then declared loudly, My name is Sun Pan. I am the daughter of one of the greatest fighters on this planet, The legendary sun go dash. No, Pan. Gohan finally cried out, cutting her off mid-sentence. Pan blinked in surprise and then looked down at him. Dad! She called to him, and Gohan's eyes grew even wider. He glanced at Broly and saw that the Super Saiyan was smiling devilishly. The monster turned that insidious grin on his daughter and licked his lips in anticipation. Gohan stretched out his hand and tried to stand, but was still too weak to even move. Don't you touch her, Broly! He shouted desperately. It's me you want. Leave her out of this. Pan looked confused, but gasped when she saw how injured her father was. Rounding on Broly, she screamed, You hurt my father! The legendary just smirked at her and shrugged his shoulders. It was fun. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to avenge him? Pan raised her fist to reply, but was cut off as Broly suddenly shifted his gaze up into the skies above her. He smiled and she spun around and saw a rapidly ascending object in the distance. With a start, she realized that it must be her mom and the others taking off on the spaceship. My, it looks like some of the insects are trying to flee the hive. We can't have that now, can we? And before Pan could react, Broly extended his arm and fired a massive beam of green energy straight for the ship. She watched horrified as the giant beam made a swooping arc and collided with the vessel, instantly blowing it into 1,000 pieces. Pan covered her mouth, horrified, and then reached out with one hand towards the falling debris. Overcome with grief, she clenched her fist and in anguish wailed, Moo Moom! Tears ran down Gohan's face, and his heart clenched even more at hearing the despair in his daughter's voice. But even though he saw the ship explode, he couldn't stop getting the nagging feeling that something wasn't right. Wait a minute, why didn't I feel their life energy snuff out? Actually, I didn't sense any life energy from that ship. That could only mean the ship was empty. But why would Bulma launch an empty ship? And then the answer became clear. Bulma must have anticipated that Broly might do something like this, so she launched an empty ship first to see what Broly's reaction would be. That meant they were still alive. Pan sobbed in anguish at the thought of losing her mother and her new baby brother along with all of her friends. The image of Naruto's innocent face appeared in her mind, and the tears flowed even more when she realized that he would never get the chance to live his life. He was gone, and she couldn't do anything about it. She heard laughter behind her and realized that the monster that had done this was enjoying every moment of her pain and anguish. He had destroyed everything, and as she continued to see his taunting grin in her mind's eye, Pan's rage continued to grow. He had done this, that monster Broly. He had destroyed their peaceful lives, hurt her father and her friends, and now he had killed most of her family. He would pay, he would suffer for the pain and the anguish he had caused. She clenched her eyes tightly shut as she felt something giving way within her. Something was coming, and Pan was suddenly overcome by an incredible energy. She gnashed her teeth as she fought to control the torrent of power as it threatened to consume her. She felt rage like she had never experienced before, and she knew that whatever was about to happen was going to happen soon. Unknown to the two Saiyans watching her trembling form, Pan's eyes continued to shift between black and green as she fought to control herself. She needed to focus it, needed to harness this anger and use it to fuel her power. She could feel the power growing, and was just about to give herself over to it when she heard a voice frantically calling her name. Pan, it's all right. Your mother and the others are still alive. That ship was empty. And then, with those words, it was all over. The rage vanished, replaced with confusion and hope, and Pan turned her tear-stained face towards her father. Is that true, Dad? Gohan nodded and she sighed in relief, finally able to catch her breath. What was that just now? She had never felt anything like it before. She thought she was going to go mad, but her father had saved her from the madness with his words. Now back in control, she ascended into the air straight across from Broly and glared at him fiercely. You're going to pay, monster. Broly just shrugged and beckoned for her to come. She lowered herself into fighting position, and Gohan yelled, No, Pan, don't fight him. He'll kill you for sure. Please get out of here. Pan heard the desperation in her father's voice, but she couldn't back out now. "There's no way I'm going to leave you here, Dad," she shouted down to him and then turned her gaze back to her enemy. Broly beckoned for her to come at him again and said, "Are you ready to fight, little girl?" Pan nodded solemnly to him and began to focus her energy. "Then come at me and show me what you're capable of." With a wordless scream of fury, Pan charged him and delivered a lightning-fast succession of punches and kicks to Broly's face and chest. The legendary Super Saiyan didn't block a single strike, and Pan continued to pummel him with all of the strength she possessed. Finally, she stopped after a vicious roundhouse kick to the side of his head, and she jumped back, panting from the exertion. She looked up and saw Broly's smirking face. He didn't look affected at all by her attacks. He casually dusted himself off before smiling at her again. "That kind of tickled," he remarked with a sneer, and jumped back, forming energy into both of her hands. She brought her hands together and fired a large beam of blue energy straight for him. Broly didn't even flinch as he was enveloped in bright light, and Pan continued to fire blast after blast at him, making the blast grow larger and larger with each hit. Finally, she jumped back one last time and placed both hands together and turned backwards, cocking then at her hip. She focused her power, and a sphere of blue energy appeared between her hands. Still in that position, she finally screamed, "Kaame Hame Haa," and fired the enormous energy beam straight for the center of the blast. There was a huge explosion, and Gohan had to shield his eyes from the intensity of the light. Pan did the same and fought to not be blown back by the sheer force of the explosion. When the light finally faded, Pan lowered her arms, breathing hard. She squinted as the smoke around Broly's body began to dissipate, and she could see his outline begin to come into focus. When the smoke finally cleared completely, she could do nothing but stare, amazed as Broly's still smirking face came into view. The Saiyan hadn't moved an inch and appeared to be completely unharmed. "Is that the best you have?" he taunted, and Pan saw red. "I'll kill you," she screamed as she charged him again. She cocked back her fist to deliver a devastating punch, but as she swung her fist, Broly reached out and grabbed her by the forearm. He yanked on her arm, pulling her towards him, and then slowly whispered into her ear, "My turn." Pan had no time to form a response as she felt Broly plant his fist straight up into her abdomen. She gasped as he drove the wind from her, and she bent over, clutching her stomach. Her mouth opened as if she were trying to scream, but no words came out. Broly reached out his hand again and grasped her by the head. Then, with brutal efficiency, he rammed her face into his knee over and over again. He didn't release his grip on her head, and he lifted her now limp form back up into the air, blood running freely from her nose and mouth. He held her with one hand while the other continued to punch her in the stomach, Pan letting out a feeble gasp, eyes wide each time his fist connected. He gave one last blow, and she spit up blood, before closing her eyes and going limp in his grasp. He released her from his grip, and then drove her body straight into the ground with another crushing blow. Pan struck the earth in a cloud of dust, and her body made a crater as she slammed into the ground. She lay motionless, and Broly peered down on her from his position in the air. He then glanced at the horrified Gohan, and in a deadly serious voice said, "Tell me, Gohan, how much do you love your daughter?" Gohan's eyes became wide as he remembered Broly saying those exact same words to his father the first time they had fought him about himself. Gohan struggled to stand, but still could not move. "Broly, you wouldn't," he cried, reaching out his hand towards the sadistic Super Saiyan. Broly just shook his head and sighed. "Not enough, apparently." And then he pointed his palm at Pan's unconscious form, and green energy glowed in his hand. And then, as if in slow motion, Broly grinned savagely and sent the sphere of energy straight for Pan's helpless body. Gohan watched as that ball of death headed for his only daughter. "Paan!" he screamed in mental anguish. "Oh, Rhea ha!" Suddenly, he felt something within him ignite, and he screamed as new power entered his battered body. He immediately leapt to his feet, and in an instant appeared at his daughter's side. He stood protectively over her unconscious body, and waited as the ball of energy headed straight for him. With a feral scream, he thrust out his palm and batted away the energy blast, sending it straight back to Broly. The massive Scion's eyes widened slightly, and he dodged the blast, watching as it continued into the atmosphere before exploding in a brilliant green flash that bathed the world in emerald light. He looked back down at Gohan and he was even more surprised. How can you have so much energy? You're not even a Super Saiyan. Gohan, confused by this remark, walked over to a nearby vehicle that he realized still had some windows intact. He peered at his reflection and couldn't help but smile at what he saw. Broly was right. He no longer had golden hair nor green eyes, but he was filled with an incredible energy, an energy that he had only been able to use briefly in his battle with Majin Buu. He had once again, somehow regained the ability to tap into his vast hidden power that had been unlocked by the old Kai. Once again he was mystic. Gohan reveled in his newfound power and turned his cool gaze up to his unsettled foe. "You're right, Broly," he began as the legendary Super Saiyan just stared at him. Then before his eyes Gohan became engulfed in a white aura, and his power grew immensely. "I am not a Super Saiyan. I am your destruction." And then before Broly could respond, Gohan appeared directly in front of him and delivered a massive blow to his startled face. The real battle had begun. Oh. Bulma and the others watched in dismay as the green energy beam tore apart the decoy spaceship. Suddenly she was very relieved that she had decided to test out her little theory. They could have been on that ship and been blown to pieces along with it. But now there was nowhere left for them to go. They were out of options, and soon every one of them would be dead by the hands of a monstrous killing machine. She didn't want to die, and she was pretty sure none of the others did as well. She looked at the sad little group. Everyone had that same hopeless look on their faces as they watched the flaming debris of the spaceship plummet to the earth. Bulla and Marin actually burst into tears, and she along with Krillin rushed to comfort them. As Bulma held her sobbing daughter, she too couldn't help but feel the heavy weight of their hopeless situation. She held her daughter, trying to shush her while rubbing her back gently with one hand. Bulla's sobs reduced to occasional sniffle, and she pulled away to look into Bulma's face. "Mom, are we going to die?" Bulma didn't have the heart to tell her daughter the terrible truth. They were trapped, and there seemed to be no way out. She just pulled her daughter close and hugged her tightly. If anything, she feared more for her children than she did for her own life. She glanced over to Videl, who was still holding young Naruto tightly in her arms. She couldn't help but feel the worst for Videl's situation. She had probably just lost her husband and her daughter, and now it looked like she was going to lose her newborn child as well. She only wished that there was at least some way to save the young infant, who hadn't even gotten the chance to experience life. Ahem. Everyone turned as one at the sound of the slight cough. Who else was going to show up today? They were all shocked, however, when they saw the form of old fortune teller Baba floating before them astride her infamous crystal ball. Rashi stepped forward and lifted his sunglasses just to be sure that he wasn't seeing things. "Sis?" he asked, bewildered, and the elderly which just fixed him with a deadpan stare. Bulma wasn't so discreet and suddenly blurted, "Baba? We thought you were dead." Baba whirled around on her floating ball and fixed her beady little eyes on Bulma. Then she looked skyward and sighed dramatically. You take a vacation for a couple of decades, and all of a sudden everyone assumes that you're dead. The nerve! The witch turned her nose up and turned away from Bulma. The older blue-haired woman had to restrain herself from leaping at the old bat and strangling her to death. But instead she was able to school her anger and asked in a sugary sweet voice, "Baba, to what pleasure do we owe this rare visit of yours?" Her fake smile started to scare everyone else, but Baba seemed satisfied and turned back around. She cleared her throat before saying, "I have come at the behest of King Yenma to tell you all that the earth will soon be destroyed." Everyone gasped, and Krillin stepped forward angrily saying, "You don't know that, Baba. We just felt Gohan's energy take a huge jump. He could still have a chance at winning this." Baba shook her head sadly and said in a grave tone, "It is true that the son of Goku has reclaimed much of his former power, but I have looked into the future, and frankly, Earth doesn't have one. She hung her head sadly, and everyone followed suit, except for Bulma, who cried out loudly, "This can't be the end. Isn't there something we can do to prevent this?" Baba shook her head again and replied, "No. I'm afraid that the Earth really is doomed this time. I have come to all of you, because you have always been essential for the salvation of Earth, to prepare you for your journey to Otherworld." "Wait a minute," Bulma interrupted suddenly. "Baba, don't you have the power to open a portal to Otherworld? Why don't you just take us all there so we don't have to die? It's the least Yemna could do for us after all we've gone through to protect this planet." Baba looked absolutely appalled by such a suggestion and yelled angrily, "Absolutely not. Such a thing is forbidden. Mortals are not permitted to enter the Otherworld unless they do so in spirit form. To violate those laws could put the entire universe in jeopardy. You would risk tearing a hole in reality itself and undoing all of creation." Baba finished her tirade and was panting slightly. Bulma had turned away to avoid the spittle that had flown from her mouth and sulked slightly. "Geez, sorry for asking." Baba was about to open her mouth to speak again but was interrupted once more, when she heard a soft but broken voice say, "Please." She turned around and saw the frail form of Videl sitting in her bed, holding her infant son close to her heart. Tears ran down her pale cheeks, and again she pleaded, whispering, "Please, isn't there anything you can do? I don't care if I live or die, but please, can't you find a way to save my little one? He's an innocent, and he hasn't had the opportunity to live his life. Please, couldn't you open a portal to somewhere else that you could safely send him so he could live out his life in happiness and peace? Please, ma'am. I'm begging you as a desperate mother. Please save my son." Tears were running down the old withered face of the ancient fortune teller, and there was not a dry eye in that entire room. Her heart truly went out to the suffering woman, and Baba gave a deep sigh as she considered her options. Finally she decided, and steeled herself for what she was about to say. "I can't just open a portal to any specific place in the universe. The only stable portal I am able to open is the one that leads to Otherworld." Videl's head sank, and Baba continued quickly before the young woman started crying again. "However," she said with a dramatic pause that gained everyone's attention, "there is an ancient spell in my family that will allow me to open a portal that leads to a random place in existence." Bulma looked confused along with everyone else present and said, "What do you mean a random place in existence?" Baba sighed once again and spoke slowly, as if she were reliving a distant memory. "Long ago, my ancestors were among the greatest sorcerers and sorceresses in the universe. We had the unique ability to open a gateway to any part of any universe. This ability, however, has faded over the millennia, until I am the last with any talent in it whatsoever. But I still have the power and the knowledge to merely open a portal. I won't know where it goes though, and therein lies the risk." She looked around at the different faces in the room, waiting for someone to pick up on her meaning, but all she received was blank stares. Growing irritated, she snapped at them. "That means that this portal could open into the void of space, or into the heart of a burning star. Could even open into a universe where life no longer exists. But at the same time, it could open onto one of the many civilized planets that are scattered across the cosmos. It could even reopen on Earth, but in a different dimension. Like I said, the destination is completely random, but it would actually give your little one a fighting chance. You really have nothing to lose. If the baby survives, then that's wonderful. If not, then the same result will happen that I have predicted. I'm playing with fate here, and the universe usually doesn't like it when people try to change fate. But this is all that I can do. If you agree, I can begin preparations right away." "One more thing," she said after a slight pause. "Only one life force may pass through the portal unharmed, and then the smaller that life force is, the greater the chance of survival. So if you decide to go through with this, just know that none of you will be able to go with the child. He will be completely on his own." She finished her speech and was met with stunned silence. Every eye was turned to Videl, awaiting what she would have to say. Finally, after several minutes, She looked up into their curious faces and said with finality, "Let's do it." Baba nodded and hopped off of her crystal ball. "Then let us begin the preparations." Everyone watched, curious as Baba continued to draw elaborate patterns on the floor of the hangar. Even though none of them could make heads or tails of the arcane designs, the old witch seemed to know exactly what she was doing, and often muttered to herself as she changed the trajectory of a line here and redrew one there. It seemed that she was creating a circular pattern, and everyone watched fascinated as she worked. Finally, she got up and dusted off her robes, and was standing in the middle of an elaborately drawn circle. The circle was about 20 feet in diameter, and as the old fortune teller chanted, a green aura appeared, surrounding the entire circle and creating a dome overhead. Baba finished her chanting and turned to them, gesturing towards the circle. "This is a containment field. All of us will stand inside of it when I open the portal. It will protect us from being sucked into the void, for the portal's pull is very strong indeed." Bulma thought of her words and then asked carefully, "You said that the pull of the portal is very strong. Would it be strong enough to pull an extremely heavy object?" Baba looked at her, before replying, "What kind of object, and how heavy?" "Well, I just thought of an idea. If the portal does open into space, which is probably the most likely probability, I was wondering if we could send him through the portal in one of our spaceships." Baba eyed the giant spaceship sitting on its launch pad behind Bulma, and her eyes widened. "There is no way I will be able to create a portal large enough to engulf one of those enormous contraptions." Bulma looked behind her at the ship, then turned back, shaking her head negatively. No, not one of those ships. The ship I'm talking about is just a one-seater. It's a replica of one of the Scion ships Vegeta used to use, with a few enhancements from me, of course." Baba eyed her carefully. "Just how big is this one-seated spacecraft?" Bulma quickly explained to her the dimensions of the ship, and the old witch closed her eyes, thinking hard. "I suppose if what you say is accurate, then yes, I can create a portal that large." Bulma cheered happily, and turned a grin to the worried Videl. "This way little Naruto's chances for survival will be increased way more. The ship has an advanced life support system, and the little guy can just snooze away while the ship searches for a suitable planet. But that's not all. Once the ship has found a planet suitable for habitation, it will immediately lock onto the being with the greatest energy signal and zero in on its location. I don't care how heartless some aliens might be, no one would be able to resist taking in such a cute little guy as Naruto." Krillin laughed and pumped his fist into the air. "Bulma, you're a genius. That's amazing." Bulma grinned widely and gave a slight bow. I know. It's not easy being beautiful and brilliant." Videl smiled down at her little baby. Naruto was currently curled up in his little blanket fast asleep. Her eyes shone with new hope. She would do anything to ensure that he had every chance at life that they had enjoyed. She would gladly die if she could just save him. Baba interrupted the little celebration with another cough. Everyone turned to her once more, and she said, "Bring in the ship. We need to start the ritual before it is too late and Broly destroys this world." Everyone nodded determinedly. For the moment, they each forgot about their own fates and concentrated all of their efforts on ensuring that one little light was not snuffed out. Oh! Broly took yet another punch to the face and smashed headfirst into the roof of a towering skyscraper. He burst through ceiling after ceiling of the huge office complex, before he finally hit the ground floor, the building tumbling to the earth all around him. Gohan watched impassively as the massive structure collapsed in on itself, burying his enemy under no doubt tons and tons of cement and other debris. He had to wait but a moment, before there was a huge explosion, and Broly leaped from the burning wreckage, heading straight for him. The enraged Super Saiyan thrust his fist towards Gohan, but the smaller warrior merely ducked, and the fist passed harmlessly over his shoulder. He prepared to punch Broly again, but his foe merely grinned in his face before pulling in the arm that was currently over Gohan's shoulder. Broly switched positions quickly, and suddenly Gohan found himself standing with Broly to his back, while the Juggernaut had him trapped in a vicious choke hold. Gohan struggled to get free, but he could not break Broly's iron grip. He dropped both arms, preparing to elbow his enemy in the stomach, but Broly anticipated the move and suddenly wrapped both arms around Gohan, pinning his arms to his sides in a reverse bear hug. The massive Saiyan squeezed Gohan like a grape, and the Demi-Saiyan screamed as he felt like his back was breaking under the pressure. Broly laughed as he squeezed again, and Gohan let out another anguished wail. "This brings back memories, doesn't it, boy? Me squeezing the life out of you. And this time there's no annoying little girl to distract me from crushing you into pulp." Broly tensed to squeeze again, and Gohan, in desperation, dipped his head forward, and then flung it back with all of his might. He heard the satisfying crunch as the back of his head collided with Broly's nose. His enemy immediately released him, and Broly backed off, as he held a hand over his injured face. "You little bastard," he growled, as blood seeped between his fingers. Gohan gave him no response, other than instantly going on the offensive. He dodged and punched, kicked and swerved as he battled Broly through the city. They had destroyed a good portion of Satan City during their fight, but fortunately that did not include Capsule Corps. But Gohan knew they were now approaching the area of town where the capsule complex was located. If he wasn't careful, one of Broly's energy attacks could easily reduce the entire building to rubble. He would have to really be on his guard. Oh! Bulma had transferred the spaceship into the main hangar. It looked like an exact replica of Vegeta's ship, except emblazoned on the side was the famous Capsule Corps logo. Bulma also knew that this ship was much more advanced than Vegeta's old one, and also was much more durable. It was a complete upgrade in every way compared to the old model, and Bulma knew that for the precious cargo it would be carrying, it had to be. Videl had hugged Naruto one last time, and everyone had given the small infant their teary goodbyes. Now Videl stood before the open hatch of the ship on unsteady legs. She was still exhausted from just giving birth not too long ago, but forced herself up so she could be the one to send him off. Kissing her son once more on the forehead, Videl placed the tiny baby onto the soft cushion of the spaceship, and Bulma helped to strap in his cradle. Holding his hand, tears stained the mother's cheeks as she whispered into his ear, "Stay safe, my son. Grow up into a fine man, and always remember that I love you very, very much." She released his tiny hand, and Naruto began to cry when he realized that she was no longer holding him. Then, Videl reached out and placed a delicate silver necklace around his throat, and ob the end of that chain hung a simple silver plaque, with Naruto's name inscribed into the metal. Giving a nod to Bulma to close the hatch, Videl stepped back from the ship. Before Bulma closed the ship, however, she handed Videl a good-sized red metal chest. Videl stared at it curiously, and Bulma smiled as she said, "It was going to be your gift at the baby shower. I never forgot that little chat we had that day in the restaurant long ago. And since then I have been working day and night to complete this. It contains everything any would-be warrior in training will need to grow stronger. This is some of my finest work, and I just know the little guy will need it someday if he's going to avenge all of us. There are help tapes provided. Vegeta even helped during the filming." Videl looked surprised at that, and said bewildered, "Vegeta offered to help you?" Bulma laughed at her friend. "Of course not, but even Mr. High and Mighty couldn't resist when I threatened to starve him, and make him sleep on the couch until he agreed to help. The best way to blackmail a Saiyan is to go for the gut, literally." Videl smiled as she held the chest close to her heart. "Thanks, Bulma. This means a lot to me." She walked over and placed the chest within the cockpit, and then after giving Naruto one last kiss and hug, she stepped back and Bulma closed the hatch on the ship. Baba immediately approached the craft and began drawing a system of geometric shapes and other odd symbols on the hull. At the two women's confused looks, she merely muttered, "Protection spells. They'll keep the child safe while he travels through the rift. Without them, his mind would be shattered and his consciousness lost forever. He would essentially become a vegetable." They both nodded solemnly and stepped away so she could work unhindered. Finally, after a few minutes of non-stop drawing, the old witch stepped back satisfied with her work. "Everything is in order now. If you would please all enter the containment field, I will begin the ritual to create the portal. Everyone fit comfortably within the confines of the glowing green dome, and Baba knelt over her precious crystal ball, beginning to chant. Crystal ball, show them all gateways to eternity. Crystal ball, help me now to create a path somehow. Crystal ball. Her incantation continued, and everyone watched, silent, as the air began to crackle with energy. Oh. Masen Kueche. Broly barely raised his arms in time to try and block the point-blank blast. He had no idea someone could collect energy so quickly. As he blocked the attack, Gohan took advantage and began raining blows down onto his midsection. Broly gasped each time he was struck as Gohan continued to drive the wind out of him. The enraged Demi-Scion finished his assault with a spinning backhand, and he sent Broly spiraling into a gas station nearby. He pursued his fallen enemy, and before Broly had the chance to recover, Gohan leapt onto him, repeatedly punching him in the chest and in the face. With each blow, Broly was being driven further and further into the earth. Finally, in a mighty blast of rage, he released energy from his entire body and blew Gohan away from him. Gohan did a few back springs and a back flip before he landed back on his feet, dropping once more into his fighting stance. Broly screamed with rage, and a glowing green shield surrounded his body. I have had enough of you. It is time for you to die. He rose into the air, and Gohan followed, wary of what he intended to do. Broly stopped in midair, still surrounded by the shield, and he began cackling with insane laughter. I will show you my true power now, boy. You and this entire planet are finished. He roared as his energy ignited, and bright green light began to pour out of his mouth and eyes. He disappeared in the flash, and his body seemed to explode, obscuring him from Gohan's view. But Gohan didn't need to see what was going on. He knew what Broly was doing. The insane Super Saiyan was finally revealing his true power and ascending to become the legendary Super Saiyan once again. He thought it fitting, really. This was the form he most remembered fighting Broly in the past. He stepped back, a wave after wave of energy pulsed from Broly's body, turning the day into night and back again with each surge. Then, there was one last explosion of emerald light, and Broly stood before him transformed. He was even more massive than Gohan had remembered. His muscles bulged, and thick ropey veins covered his arms and neck. He was easily 3 or 4 times as large as he had been before, and now he resembled a true monster. To add to his monstrous appearance, the pupils in his eyes vanished, and they glowed with a feral intensity. Gohan staggered back as he felt the sheer magnitude of Broly's power, and knew without a doubt that it was just the tip of the iceberg. Broly turned towards him, teeth clenched as he struggled to control his massive strength. And then, in a voice as cold as steel, he simply said, "Die." The monstrous Saiyan clenched both fists and roared to the heavens as his power exploded outwards on all sides. Gohan watched as that energy disintegrated everything it touched, and his eyes widened in shock as he realized that Capsule Core was nearby. There was no doubt it too would be caught in the blast. Looking around frantically, he spotted the compound and immediately flew towards it. Then, bracing himself, he stood before the gates and held out both hands before he screamed in rage. His rage became power as he formed a tremendous blue force field around the entire Capsule Core compound. He watched as Broly's energy finally reached his position, and he gritted his teeth as he felt the green power collide with his shield. He was pushed back slightly, but never wavered as he held the force shield. The entire world became green, and Gohan panted as the attack finally subsided, dropping to his knees. Smoke curled from his singed clothing, and he panted from the exertion of holding the attack at bay. He looked around and was startled to notice that everything else in the area, as far as the eye could see, was completely obliterated. Only the building he had protected still existed. The rest of the city was a wasteland. Gohan looked up as he saw Broly land in front of his gaze. The monster was eyeing him amusedly and glanced at the complex. That was interesting to see, boy. Why would you protect that building above all others, I wonder? Is there something inside you wish to save? Gohan's face remained neutral, and his enemy merely shrugged. Suit yourself then, but I'm going to see just how far you will go to save that structure. Then with a laugh Broly rose into the air, ascending into the sky. He stopped suddenly and looked down at Gohan arrogantly. Then he held his hands out to the side and lowered his head as he gathered his energy. 2 orbs of green light appeared in his hands, and he brought them together creating a larger one. Then he transferred all of the energy to one hand and lazily tossed it in Gohan's direction, saying, "Try and block this." Gohan wasted no time as he dropped into his stance. And then, gathering every ounce of power that he possessed, he turned his body and cocked his hands at his hip. "Kami, ha-ia, mi, ha-ia." Gohan roared as he released his beam straight at the green orb. As the 2 attacks collided, Broly's energy ball grew enormous, and Gohan realized that it was similar to the attack that he, Goten, and his father had repelled the last time they had fought Broly. He trembled from the force of the attack and put every ounce of strength he had in pushing away the ball of energy. Slowly, Broly's attack pushed back Gohan's Kamehameha wave, and the Demi-Saiyan knew he was losing ground. Broly just laughed at his attempt and gave one final push to his attack, sending it ever closer to Gohan. And then, to Gohan's complete surprise, he formed another energy shield around himself. Gohan wondered exactly what he could be doing when he saw Broly blast straight into the heart of his own attack. Is Broly suicidal? He thought as he continued to struggle against the immense energy ball. And then to Gohan's horrified gaze, Broly burst through the other end of the attack and flew straight for him. Gohan was trapped, and he knew there was nothing he could do. If he released his beam to block Broly, then the energy ball would destroy the earth. He watched Broly get closer and closer, and he prepared himself for death. But the massive Super Saiyan merely passed him by, waving at him with a grin. And then he licked his lips as he headed straight for the capsule core compound. "Nu!" He screamed in anguish as he knew right where Broly was headed. He was on his way to slaughter Gohan's family and friends. Images filled his mind as he imagined Broly ripping them to shreds. He saw Krillin, dead on the floor, his wife and daughter lying atop his ruined body. He saw Goten and Trunks, blasted into pieces as Broly laughed in amusement. Then he saw as the monster wrapped his hand around his mother's throat, snapping her neck like a twig. And then he saw the most haunting image of all, as Broly advanced on a trembling Videl, holding a small bundle in her arms protectively. He could almost see the smirk on his face as he creeped closer and closer before lunging in for the kill. That last image seemed to snap something deep within Gohan's soul and exploded with rage, his energy beam suddenly slicing straight through Broly's own. And then without pause, he turned around and blasted off at top speed, pursuing the monster intent on destroying his world. Oh. Everyone struggled to stay standing as the entire planet seemed to be shaking from the intensity of the battle being waged outside the walls. Blinding green light shined outside the windows, and then finally disappeared to be replaced with blue. Baba continued to chant, and everyone watched as the energy within the room began to condense into a point on the floor where the witch had drawn more symbols. And then a thunderous sound, much like a thunderclap, shook the walls as a tiny black hole suddenly appeared in the air. Everyone watched, stunned as that black hole began to widen, and a fierce wind picked up as the vortex began sucking in everything that wasn't bolted down. The ship still did not budge, however, and Baba chanted louder as the portal grew. Oh! He sensed it. There was life up ahead, and Broly couldn't wait to reach his destination. He glanced behind himself and saw that the fool was in pursuit, but Broly knew he would never make it in time. The people he was about to kill were very important to his enemy, and Broly couldn't wait to see his face as he laid eyes on their mangled corpses. He crashed through another wall and knew that it would be soon. He was about to arrive. Oh! The portal was now the size of the ship itself, and everyone stared as the vessel finally began to inch towards the opening. They were about to give a collective sigh of relief. They were afraid the portal wouldn't be strong enough to pull in the heavy ship, when to their horror, the back wall of the hangar exploded. A terrifying being flew through that hole and fixed bloodthirsty eyes onto each of them. He blasted forward, ignoring the portal, and headed straight in their direction. They all watched, transfixed by fear as the being as Broly tried to pass the widening portal. His predatory gaze suddenly turned shocked and confused as the gaping hole in reality pulled him towards it. He turned and fought that pull, but was too close and couldn't fight the pressure. Suddenly, Gohan appeared at the hole in the wall and watched as Broly was pulled towards the strange void. Videl screamed as she saw the ship holding her child fly straight for the monster. She lunged forward and was violently pulled back by Krillin and Bulma. "My baby!" she screamed as she clawed to get free of their grasp. "No, Videl!" Bulma yelled over the howling of the vacuum of air. "You'll get sucked in too." Videl continued to fight, but could only watch helpless as the spaceship crashed right into Broly's chest. The legendary Super Saiyan was taken from his feet, and both he and the ship carrying the infant Naruto were instantly pulled into the void. The rift gave a violent shudder, and then in peal of thunderous noise, disappeared from existence. Gohan had no idea what was going on, but he only knew that somehow Broly was gone. He flew towards his family expecting cheers, but stopped dead as he heard his wife's anguished screams. Quickly, he was at her side, and Videl immediately latched onto him, sobbing into his shoulder. "Videl, what's wrong?" He tried to coax out of his distraught wife, but she only cried harder, wailing the same thing over and over again. "My baby, my precious baby boy." A feeling of cold dread washed over him as he heard those words, and then he went rigid, as he saw clearly in his mind the image of a round spaceship colliding with Broly and throwing him into the void. No, couldn't be. Naruto couldn't have been. "Oh my God!" He quickly pulled Videl away and held her at arm's length. "Videl, don't tell me, on that ship that wasn't our..." He couldn't finish the sentence, but he watched, devastated as she slowly nodded her head, before bursting into tears again. "No, no, 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 no. Why did he have to suffer? Why couldn't it have been me?" Tears ran down his face, as he screamed at the heavens, "Why my son? Why Naruto?" And he collapsed, going limp in Videl's arms. The last thing he heard before he surrendered to the darkness was Broly's insane laughter, mocking him in his grief. Chapter 5. A cold wind blew as dusk settled on the forests of Konoha. The last dying rays illuminated the towering trees, making the entire forest look aflame. Nestled within its protective leaves stood the hidden ninja village known as Konoha. All was silent within the normally bustling village, as the shadows lengthened in the dying light. No lights appeared in windows as the last illumination fled, giving way to night. No villagers walked the streets, nor did merchants cry their wares. The entire village was empty and looked very much like a ghost town. Only the single window overlooking the village from the Hokage's office offered any light, and in the gloom appeared like a beacon of safety to all that saw it. Staring out of that window, one arm resting lightly on the sill, stood the form of a young man. Crystal blue eyes looked outwards, beneath a head of spiky blonde locks. He stood still as a statue, his long white overcoat blowing softly in the breeze offered by the opened window. The others with him within the office looked on silently as he scanned the horizon, a frown marring his handsome features. The darkness obscured his vision, and he could no longer see more than 100 yards ahead of him. Yet his eyes never left the horizon of the ominous forests. Suddenly from the depths of that darkness, a sound was heard. It was faint, but Uzumaki Erasure, Yondaime Hokage of Konohagakure no Saito, knew that it was the roar of the beast. The battle had begun. A faint glow appeared in the distance to the south of the village, directly in the view of his office. No doubt that was the manifestation of hundreds of different jutsus of all elements and strength. He knew as well that the angry red blaze that kept appearing was the demon's counterattacks. Chairs scraped across the floor, and muted voices muttered as the occupants of the room watched silently, holding bated breaths. And then, as suddenly as it had started, the lights vanished, accompanied by another distant roar. Whether it was in victory or the fox's death wail, Erishur couldn't tell. He, along with the other members of his war council, could only await word from the field. They had prepared as best they could for the coming attack, and now their preparations were being put to the test. He still did not know why the Lord of the Bijou, the great Kyubi no Kitsune, had targeted his village. The first word of his invasion into the Fire Country had occurred several days ago, when the Kyubi had attacked and slaughtered several coastal fishing villages. The demon had appeared out of nowhere, and his assault had been merciless. Nothing but charred ruins remained of any area he had passed through, and the demon had continued his swath of destruction, making a beeline directly for Konoha. As soon as word reached the village of the fox's intended destination, every available shinobi had been prepped and prepared for the coming battle. Many had kept their skills honed, the memory of the great shinobi war with IWA still fresh in their minds. And as a result, they had gathered quickly into their squadrons and began training for the coming conflict. Now the first wave of soldiers had been deployed to the battlefield. The first wave was the vanguard, containing many of the village's most elite shinobi. Several squads of ANBU had been included in their ranks, and 2 of those had been led by his former students, Hatake Kakashi and Tosaka Rin. Erishur treasured both shinobi as if they were his own family, and in a way he probably was the closest thing either of them had anymore. Kakashi's father, the legendary ninja known throughout the land as the White Fang of Konoha, had ended his own life, and young Rin had lost her entire family to the destructive fires of war. He couldn't help but worry for them, but knew each was an exceptional shinobi, and were no doubt well prepared should their lives indeed end that night. Death was a close companion to even the greatest of shinobi, and Erishur knew well that none were outside of its all-encompassing grasp. He was pulled from his foreboding thoughts as the heavy wooden door leading out into the hallway beyond his office suddenly swung inward, loudly banging against the wall. No one jumped from the sudden disturbance, but many sets of anxious eyes turned towards that door. A young man stumbled through the doorway, flanked on either side by a masked ANBU. The youth had dark hair and even darker eyes, his green chunin vest heavily ripped and half burned from his body. Erishur recognized the young shinobi as a chunin by the name of Toshiro. The yondaime remembered him having a cheerful, light-hearted attitude, his kind personality reminiscent of Rin. Now his once bright eyes were dimmed, and his face was pale and haunted. Toshiro took one step into the room and then stumbled forward, falling to one knee. Immediately several people tried to rush to his aid, but Erishur reached his side first and quickly kneeled next to him, placing a hand on the young man's shoulder as Toshiro leaned on him for support. He looked up and blinked as he realized who was supporting him. "Hokage-sama?" he asked groggily, as his exhausted mind finally brought the yondaime's face into focus. Erishur gave him a warm smile and squeezed his shoulder affectionately. Seeing his leader's kind expression, tears began to brim the young chunin's eyes, and he choked back his sobs, stammering, "Hokage-sama, I couldn't." He trailed off as tears ran freely down his cheeks, and he hung his head ashamed, his body racked with his sobbing. Erishur looked sadly on the broken young man. He had seen things that no youth should see, facing that terrible demon. He patted his back and spoke softly, trying to console the distraught boy. "It's okay, Toshiro. Don't be ashamed of your grief. Just take a moment to relax. You're safe now. You can tell us what happened after you calm down a little." The other members of the War Council began to grow impatient, believing that time was of the essence. The demon fox could already be on its way towards the village, and yet the Hokage was telling the only apparent witness of the battle to take his time? One man stepped forward and cleared his throat before saying, "Hokage-sama, time is of the essence. We need to." The yondaime shot him a fierce glare, and the councilman closed his mouth with an audible snap, never finishing the sentence. He gulped before sitting back down again, the rest of them no longer desirous to challenge their Hokage's judgment. Erasure turned his gaze back to Toshiro, who had finally been able to calm himself. His breathing was no longer ragged, and his tears had dried, leaving his dark eyes slightly red and puffy. The Hokage gave him another moment to compose himself before he asked him in a soft voice, "Are you ready to tell us what happened?" Toshiro remained with his head bowed, but nodded in response. He looked up into his leader's unwavering gaze and seemed to gain some confidence as his voice became clearer, and he was able to speak without stuttering. The Kyuubi came upon our battalion just as we had predicted it would. We ambushed the monster about 5 miles south of the village and commenced our attack. He paused at this point, gulping audibly. We first attempted a volley of projectile weapons, bombarding the demon with shuriken, kunai, and exploding tags. Our weapons seemed to have no effect, however, and the beast just laughed in amusement as he brushed the assault aside with his tails. Next we began the ninjutsu assault, and attacked the Kyuubi head-on, alongside several of Jiraiya-sama's toad summons. Arashi's eyes widened slightly at the mention of his sensei, but he just looked at Toshiro and urged him to continue. We threw everything we had at him. All of the elements were employed: fire, earth, water, lightning, and wind. Each shinobi used his greatest jutsu, but the Kyuubi merely erected a glowing red barrier around himself, and every technique bounced harmlessly off of his shield. He easily destroyed the toad summons with his fangs and claws, and then he turned his assault on us. Toshiro's eyes grew haunted once more, and he began to visibly tremble as he continued his story. The demon spewed flames from his mouth, engulfing whole cells of shinobi within the blaze. He uprooted trees with his tails and flung them at us, and ripped through our ranks with his fangs and claws. I saw my commander fall and I panicked. I turned and fled the battle, jumping into the trees. I watched helplessly as my companions were slaughtered before my eyes, but I couldn't will myself to move from that spot, and cowered in fear. One by one the shinobi fell, until there was only a handful left, and with one decisive attack, the Kyuubi crushed the life out of them with his enormous tails. Then everything was silent, until the monster reared back his head and howled in triumph, his booming laughter reverberating throughout the trees. I ran then, taking flight as the demon reveled in his victory, using his flames to disintegrate the fallen warriors. Toshiro broke down and began sobbing again, clenching his fist until blood seeped through his fingers, falling to the floor. We were wiped out. Everyone was killed, everyone but me, who ran like a coward, who abandoned his friends to be butchered like animals. There was a collective gasp throughout the room. It was impossible. How could one being wipe out an entire battalion of their most elite shinobi? The tailed bijou were powerful, that was true, but they could be bested. There were even rumors that Suna had defeated a bijou and sealed it away somehow. How powerful was the Kyuubi no Kitsune that it could brush off their resistance so completely? One of the councilmen, a middle-aged man by the name of Danzu, stepped forward and said, "You're sure that everyone was wiped out? There were no survivors." Toshiro shook his head sadly. "I didn't see anyone leave alive. Although I didn't see Jiraiya-sama fall in the battle, he could have survived. He is a Sannin after all." Everyone nodded to that. Jiraiya was an extremely powerful shinobi. It would take a lot to bring him down. Erasure looked extremely troubled by this news, and heavy thoughts weighed on his mind. Even though he had known every one of those ninja, he still couldn't help but think of his pupils. Kakashi, Rin, I can't believe they're gone. He brushed aside his grief, however, schooling his expression into that which suited his profession. There was no time to mourn, not now at least. He was still the Hokage, and still had an entire village of people to protect. He squeezed Toshiro's shoulder one more time. "You did well, Toshiro. No one blames you for what you have done, so please do not blame yourself. So long as you survive to carry on the dreams of your fallen comrades, the will of fire burning within you will never extinguish. You have brought us vital information about our enemy. Now, I think you deserve to rest." Toshiro looked up into his kind face in awe, tears still brimming his eyes. But these were tears not of grief, but of gratitude. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I will do my best to honor my fallen friends. Erashur looked up at the two Anbu still standing attention near the doorway, awaiting his orders. Take him to the medical ward so his wounds can be tended to, and tell Tsunade-sama and Shizen-san not to expect any more wounded. The two clapped fists to heart and barked as one. Hi, Hokage-sama. They approached and gently helped Toshiro to his feet before escorting the young man out of the room. The yondaime watched them go and then stood up as well, returning to stand at his window, gazing out into the night. He considered their options. Another assault would just be annihilated, and he didn't want to lose any more of his people to a hopeless battle. Suffering casualties in a war where both sides lost forces was one thing, but mindlessly throwing shinobi at this monster to be butchered at its whim? No, that was unacceptable. There seemed to be only one option left, and Erashur knew what he had to do. Taking a deep breath, he finally turned around to face his council. His azure gaze swept across those gathered in the room, taking in each expression, each eager face awaiting his command. Some of the regular council members looked afraid, their faces pale, and their minds obviously filled with images of the demon fox destroying their village. The gathered shinobi, however, were expressionless, showing no emotion as one of their kind was often required to do. But their faces were still grave, and they all still silently looked toward him awaiting his decision. He nodded to himself and finally began to speak. Young Toshiro brings us grave news indeed. This threat is far more powerful than any of us could have anticipated, and I believe throwing another battalion of shinobi at the monster, only to be slaughtered, would be pointless. At his words, there was an immediate reaction as many of the council voiced their disapproval. You can't be serious, Hokage-sama. What are we to do? Run away. One round-faced council member spoke up, and his words seemed to spur on the rest. We can't abandon the village, another said. What about the women and children? We can't outrun that thing. And finally one extremely distraught man wailed, We're doomed, before breaking out into sobs. Erashur tried to make himself heard over the chaos, but no one was listening. They were all too caught up in their fear and were no longer thinking rationally. Finally, unable to stand it any longer, he released an enormous amount of killing intent, and using chakra to augment his voice roared, That's enough! All sound ceased at his thunderous voice. Even the wind stopped blowing, and the crickets and other insects ceased their nightly chorus. The council elders were ashen, and their terrified eyes were fixed on the yondaime. The only exceptions being Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Mitokado, the former teammates of the Sandaime. Both merely shook their heads and sighed at the stupidity of their fellow council members. Sarutobi, with his ever-present pipe clutched between his teeth, merely sat silently along with the other representatives of the shinobi clans and awaited the Hokage's words. Taking a deep breath and once more composing himself, Erashur turned calm eyes towards his worried council before saying, Panicking will not help us at all in this situation, and you all failed to let me finish what I wanted to say. I don't intend to abandon the village or to flee from the Kyubi no Kitsune. And then, for the first time, one of the gathered ninja finally spoke in a calm but curious voice. Hokage-sama, forgive me, but what do you intend to do then, if we are to neither flee nor fight? Erashur looked at the owner of the new voice. Aburame Shiza was the head of the Aburame clan, and a man of very few words. It surprised him that he would speak his mind, but before he could answer the question, a new voice interrupted, and in an arrogant and amused tone he heard, Isn't it obvious? Every head turned, including Arashi's, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes at the sight before him. There, standing in front of the open window, his long silver hair blowing in the breeze, and the silvery moonlight reflecting off of his large-horned Hittite, stood his former sensei Jiraiya. The older Sennin appeared unharmed, though the ends of his long red coat were tattered, and there were several holes in his gray pants, not to mention a few smudges of ash on his face. But overall he appeared to be in fine shape. Unable to stop himself, Erashur suddenly blurted out surprised, Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya just smirked, and lifted a hand in greeting to his former pupil before simply saying, "Yo." There was a pained groan then, and it became obvious that Jiraiya hadn't come alone. Held in his other arm, at his hip was an unconscious ANBU member with spiky silver hair. Erasure wanted to weep at the sight of Kakashi still alive, though not necessarily well. He held back his tears though, but his former sensei could easily tell that he had become misty-eyed. Jiraiya looked down at the bundle he was carrying. Kakashi was apparently unconscious, and he sagged in the older man's grip. Found this young one under a pile of flaming debris. He whistled low and shook his head. Never imagined anything could survive that massacre. He's a real fighter, that one. He looked in Arashi's direction. Kind of reminds me of someone I know even. He walked over to the frozen form of the yondaime and gently lowered Kakashi to the ground. The young jounin groaned as his position was changed, and Erasure was at his side in an instant. Kakashi's eyes fluttered open, and both crimson and midnight orbs finally rested on the blond man's concerned face. In a low murmur, partly muffled by his mostly singed mask, Kakashi said, "Sensei?" before gasping in pain. The yondaime knew that several of his ribs must have been broken, and that talking was probably not a good idea. He placed his hand in the young NBU's armored one, and said quietly, "Try not to say anything, Kakashi. You need your strength to recover." But Kakashi ignored his words, and in a broken voice choked out while tears ran down his cheeks, "Rin, I couldn't save Rin." And then, as if the last of his strength was spent, the young man gave one final gasp and then went unconscious, his eyes closing, and his hand going slack in Arashi's own. He gently laid his hand on the ground, and kneeling picked up the unconscious youth in his strong arms. He carried Kakashi across the room, and approached two ANBU concealed in the shadows. Looking towards the bird-masked one, he gently deposited his load in the ninja's arms. The ANBU took the youth without comment. "Take him to the medical ward at once." "Hi, Hokage-sama," he said before disappearing in a flurry of leaves and smoke. Once they had gone, Erasure turned back and walked over to Jiraiya before clasping the older man's forearm in greeting. "It is good to see you again, Jiraiya-sensei. The last I had heard you were still tracing Orochimaru's movements. We didn't expect to see you again so soon, especially in the battle with the Nine Tails." Jiraiya gave a short laugh before releasing the Hokage's arm. "I was near the border of Fire Country when I heard of the Kyuubi's assault on the coastal villages bordering Mizu. I shadowed the beast and was able to join up with the village's vanguard forces. They were happy for my assistance, although I have to say it didn't really matter much in the end. That thing is a real monster." Jiraiya opened his mouth to speak again, but was again cut off, as another member of the council decided to make their voice heard. Koharu Udatane stepped forward, and looking directly at Jiraiya said, "We know the Kyuubi is a beast of legendary power, Jiraiya-sama, but we are at a loss as to what we can do to protect our village from its wrath. The yondaime, however, seems to have some plan, and from your earlier statement we can all safely guess that you know the nature of the strategy. So if you would be so kind as to enlighten us, we can come to a decision, hopefully before the Kyuubi no Kitsune arrives at the village." Everyone looked expectantly at the Toad Sannin. Even Erasure was interested to see if his old sensei was perceptive enough to know his intentions. Jiraiya looked at them, his ever-present smirk still in place, before he finally said, "Why, our esteemed Hokage is planning on facing the Kyuubi by himself, of course. I thought it would be obvious to you by now." Every jaw in the room dropped at his words. Even the shinobi looked unsettled by this news. Erasure, however, just grinned ruefully at his sensei, before nodding to the rest. There was a collective gasp before the room interrupted in chaos again, as council members and shinobi began to shout their disapproval. "No, Hokage-sama," the round-faced councilman shouted, mortified. "Hokage-sama, please reconsider. We need you here to direct our forces." That was the head of the Yamanaka clan. "We can't let you go face that demon alone. The very idea is suicide, Hokage-sama," another councilman shouted, waving his arms in the air. Erasure listened to their criticizing, remarks another moment before raising both hands in a gesture that indicated he wanted silence. The shinobi instantly quieted down, but it took several more minutes before the rest of the council got the hint. Finally, when he once again had the attention of the room, the yondaime said to them in a strong voice, "I appreciate your concern, my friends, but I know that this is what I must do." That first assault force was made up of hundreds of our most elite shinobi, and the Kyuubi brushed them aside like an annoyance. There would be no point in sending the rest of our people into battle only to be slaughtered mercilessly. Therefore I, as the strongest shinobi in this village, have decided to settle this myself. When I became the Hokage of Konohagakure no Saito, I swore that I would protect this village no matter what, even at the cost of my own life if necessary. And I take my words very seriously, for that is the nindo I have chosen to follow my entire life. I know that I am the best chance we have for victory, and I ask you as your leader, and as your Hokage, to put your trust in me once more. But nevertheless, with or without your consent, I plan to face the demon. Accept or reject my decision if you will. I will not stop you." There was silence following his speech, until one by one the gathered ninja in the room clasped fists to hearts and bowed to their leader before giving him their encouragement and agreement. The council members did not look happy about the decision, but they too gave their support and voiced their unanimous agreement to trust in their Hokage's strength. The yondaime smiled at each of them before saying, "Thank you, my friends. I will not let you, nor the people of this village down. I will do everything in my power to ensure the safety of every man, woman, and child of Konoha, that their futures might be bright and free of the menace we now face." He nodded to them once more before striding for the window. As he passed Jiraiya, however, the Sannin reached out and gripped his elbow before muttering into his ear, "I know you're strong, Erasure, but even you might become desperate when you see this monster's power. Believe me, I know what I speak of. Just tell me that you don't plan to use that jutsu during this battle." Erasure paused, before looking towards the ground with a bitter smile on his face. "I would gladly sacrifice my life if it would defeat the Kyuubi, but I know that the jutsu you speak of will not work on this enemy. No vessel, no matter how powerful, could ever hold the terrifying chakra of the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Perhaps if it were one of the lesser-tailed demons, but the Kyuubi would tear itself free from any host I try to seal it into. So no, do not worry, Jiraiya-sensei. I will not be using that forbidden jutsu." Jiraiya looked contemplative for a moment, before muttering, "It doesn't matter how strong a lock is, unless the cell it is placed upon has equal strength. Even if the Kyuubi could not break the seal you place upon him, that won't matter if he can simply tear down the walls of his prison and escape anyway." Erasure nodded to him. Exactly. Those were his last words before he stood before the open window. He flew through a flurry of hand seals, before finally clapping his hands together, the sound much like a peal of thunder, before saying, "Hiraishin no Jutsu," and then in an explosion of blinding gold light, the yellow flash of Konoha vanished from before their eyes. Jiraiya and the others watched as the streak of golden light disappeared into the distance towards the south. That blazing beacon carried the hopes and the dreams of every member of the hidden village of Konoha, and each councilman and shinobi bowed their heads and gave a silent prayer to whatever gods that were listening would keep their Hokage safe in the battle to come. Jiraiya merely stared, and under his breath muttered, "You'd better come back alive, Baka T-shirt." Chapter 6. Erasure sat silently as he waited for his eyes to adjust to the darkness. He removed his hand from the cool metal of the seal nailed to the wood beneath his fingers and put it up to his chin in thought. He was seated comfortably in the wide fork of an ancient oak tree about a mile south of Konoha. This was one of his transportation zones, as he liked to call them. The yondaime, after perfecting the Hiraishin no Jutsu, had set up numerous seals in several strategic points in and around the village of Konoha. They were typically metal plates that were carved with a seal and then fastened to wherever he wanted to arrive with his technique. His current position high up in the tree gave him an unobstructed view of the forest before him, and the thick branches and leaves concealed his location from virtually any searching eye. He scanned the horizon, but as of yet saw no sign of the Kyuubi. But just from the ominous feeling he felt in the air around him, Erishur knew that it was on its way, and no doubt would arrive at his position soon. One way he knew this was the abnormal silence that permeated the forest. There were no insects buzzing, or night birds filling the air with their haunting melodies. The entire area was silent. He guessed the animals and other denizens of the woods had fled when they sensed the approach of the fox demon. Now the only sound that met his sharp ears was the gentle rustling of the leaves in the wind. The sound was calming to his troubled mind. He and his peers had played games in these forests when he was younger, the branches in the towering trees becoming their own personal playground. He would love to merely sit in the fork of any tree and simply listen to the forest around him. It was always teeming with life, and he had a great love and respect for nature and its wonders. He realized that he wanted other children to experience the happiness he had felt in his youth. He wanted to help create a world free of terror and bloodshed, where the happy laughter of children was common, not rare. The Kyuubi threatened the future of all in Konoha, and no doubt had slain countless numbers of innocent villagers in its centuries of life. He could not bear that same fate befalling his beloved village, and knew that he had to do everything in his power, even at the cost of his own life if necessary, to stop the demon from cutting short the laughter of any more innocent children. He was suddenly startled from his thoughts as he noticed a very subtle vibration ripple through the wood beneath him. He placed his palm to the bark of the tree and waited. A moment later he felt it again, and then again, the rhythmic vibrations slow yet steady. He knew without a doubt that he was feeling the shockwaves of the fox's immense form moving through the trees. The sensation was still faint, and he could not yet hear the demon's footsteps, but each pulse was steadily becoming clearer and sharper than the last. The Kyuubi was approaching, and the yondaime knew it was time. Nimbly, he leaped from his perch in the tree and landed soundlessly on the mossy forest floor. He ran through the trees, dodging low-hanging branches and leaping over rocks, exposed tree roots, and anything else that impeded his path with a level of skill and dexterity unrivaled by anyone. Soon he broke through the trees and found himself standing in the middle of a vast, open clearing in the forest. Tall grass swayed gently in the breeze, and he nodded to himself satisfied. There was one other reason why Erishur had chosen nearby to place his seal, and this clearing was that very reason, since he would need a large amount of open ground. Swiftly, he raised his hand and bit the end of his left thumb, drawing a small amount of blood, before smearing some on his right palm. And then with expert precision he flew through several hand seals: boar, dog, bird, monkey, sheep, and then slamming his hand into the ground he cried, "Kuchios no Jutsu!" Intricate symbols spider-webbed from his palm and spread across the ground, before a loud explosion filled the clearing. The blonde Hokage was completely obscured from view by a massive cloud of white smoke. The next thing he knew, Erishur felt the ground beneath his feet grow softer, and suddenly he found himself about 100 feet up in the air looking over the treetops. A strong gust of wind blew across the meadow, dispelling the smoke screen, and standing in the center of the clearing, towering over the forest, sat the frog boss Gamabunta himself. He looked around at his surroundings, before blowing a long stream of smoke from his ever-present pipe. He let out a jaw-cracking yawn, and rolled his immense yellow eyes so that he could see the young man standing on his head. "What's the meaning of this, Kozu? I was just drifting off into a peaceful sleep before you interrupted me." His booming voice reverberated through the trees, and Erishur could even feel the tone vibrate in his own chest. He looked at one massive eye before bowing slightly. "I apologize, Gamabunta-sama. I know that the hour is late, but I am in need of urgent assistance." The Toad Boss' eyes narrowed slightly and he responded, "You have not summoned me for quite some time. For you to need my help you must have made a very powerful enemy, perhaps a demon." Erishur should have anticipated that Gamabunta would know why he was summoned here. After all, even Erishur, who was a mere mortal, could feel the fox's foul chakra permeate the air. He sighed slightly. "So you can sense who my foe is after all?" Gamabunta gave a short bark of laughter, taking the yondaime by surprise, and making the young Hokage stick himself to the toad's skin with chakra, so he wouldn't lose his footing. "Yes, I can sense that foul kitsune's presence. But I knew before I was summoned the enemy you face. After all, you're not the only person who has a contract with our kind. Arashi's eyes widened and he whispered to himself, Jiraiya-sensei. Gamabunta nodded his massive head. You're a quick one, all right, Kozu. My warriors did indeed tell me about their battle with the Kyuubi no Kitsune, and I have to tell you from what I heard. There was a dramatic pause as the Toad boss took another leisurely puff from his pipe. The Yondaime waited anxiously for his reply, until finally the Toad boss opened his eyes and stated in a deadpan voice, You don't stand a chance in hell of winning this fight. Erasure closed his eyes and sighed, but wasn't really surprised at the Toad's answer. Gamabunta had always been straight to the point before. There's no way that would change anytime soon. So he merely leveled his gaze on one of Gamabunta's big yellow eyes. The conviction in the Yondaime's gaze almost made the giant Toad blink in surprise, but he veiled the emotion instantly, looking bored instead. Even if that is the case, Gamabunta-sama, I have to try. I am the Hokage of the Leaf, and I vowed to protect my home with my very life if necessary. I will stop the Kyuubi no Kitsune this night, or I will die trying. There is no other way. He ended his statement with a tone of finality, and his summon merely grunted. I still think you're out of your mind, Kuzo, but I respect your determination, and I suppose that I can offer my assistance, though I have to tell you here and now that I cannot defeat the Kyuubi. That is beyond even my power. The Hokage bowed respectfully to him. Thank you, Gamabunta Oyabun. I understand your concern, but I must do this, and I will not be expecting you to defeat the Kyuubi. Rather, I want you to distract him for a few minutes, and then when the time comes I will need you to restrain him from moving. The Toad boss' eyes regarded him skeptically, as if silently asking him just how he was supposed to hold down the Lord of the Bijou, but Erasure merely gave him a reassuring smile. You will understand when the time comes, Gamabunta-sama. Believe me, you will. Gamabunta merely shrugged, and blew another stream of smoke from his mouth, and then turned his head towards the south. His eyes narrowed once more, and he placed one webbed hand on the hilt of his blade. He's coming, was all he said, and Erasure followed his gaze to look out over the trees. Indeed, the Kyuubi no Kitsune was close. Erasure could feel the earth shake as the fox marched through the trees, but he couldn't see the fox with his eyes. He saw a tree crash to the forest floor a mere 30 yards ahead of him, but even as he looked frantically around, he could neither sense nor see hide nor hair of the nine-tailed kitsune. And then, as if the Lord of the Bijou could read his thoughts, the air in front of the Hokage and Gamabunta wavered slightly, before the Kyuubi's form seemed to materialize out of the darkness. Gamabunta took a step back in alarm, his hand still on the hilt of his short blade, and hissed through clenched teeth. Conniving fox! The Kyuubi turned twin crimson eyes on them and smirked at the Toad boss. Pathetic Toad, unable to see through a simple genjutsu. What an inferior species. He let out a sharp laugh at his jibe, and the giant Toad bristled at the insult. The massive fox demon's gaze settled on the Yondaime, and Erasure couldn't help but shudder slightly at the sadistic intent he perceived in those glowing orbs of fire. The fox laughed again and continued in a taunting tone. Not just pathetic, but a pet of the mortals as well. Oh, how far you've fallen, Gamabunta-chan. The Toad summoned blue smoke angrily from between his clenched jaws and began to draw his blade. That's it, fox bastard. I'll wrap those tails around your neck and choke the life out of you with them. He tensed, preparing to jump at his enemy, but the Yondaime fixed him with a sharp glare and shook his head in the negative. Gamabunta was about to retort angrily, but he faltered, seeing the steely gaze of the blonde-headed man standing on his head. And then finally, he grimaced and clenched his mouth shut, relaxing his stance but keeping his hand on his sword hilt. The Kyuubi sneered at the display, and once more fixed his penetrating gaze on the Hokage. Erasure was prepared this time, and did not flinch beneath the demonic gaze. This caused the Kyuubi's grin to widen, and Erasure caught a glimpse of his rows of razor-sharp fangs, and he swallowed slightly. He let no emotion betray his slight fear, however, keeping his face completely neutral, a trait any Kage needed to possess. His mind whirled with different questions, and he tried to digest the new information he had just gathered from his fateful meeting with the enemy. For one, it was very clear that even though the Kyuubi was a demon, he was no mere mindless beast. The yondaime saw a frightening and ancient intelligence in those glowing eyes, and knew that there was indeed much more to the kitsune than the council and he had originally believed. The Hokage paused on that thought as an idea began to form in his mind. If the Kyuubi was an intelligent being, perhaps he could reason with the demon lord and stop the terrible bloodshed before any more innocent lives could be claimed. Surely there was a shred of decency in his heart, and Konoha truly had no ill will towards the Bijou or any of his kind. So Erasure waited patiently as the Kyuubi approached him. The giant fox demon came to a stop about 15 yards in front of Gamabunta, his massive tail swaying gently from side to side. He turned a critical eye to the yondaime, and chuckling softly, he spoke in a deep rumbling voice that seemed to shake the very earth. "Why do you merely stand idly by, mortal? Your companions were all too eager to try and destroy me, and as a result they were slaughtered, of course. Perhaps that is why you hesitate. You are rooted to your spot in fear of my power." The Kyuubi kept his gaze locked on Erasure, but the Hokage never wavered, never showed any sign of fear. The demon frowned and sniffed the air tentatively, before looking at the blond young man again. "No," he began, his gaze turning inquisitive. "You do not reek of the fear that was present in the others. You do not necessarily fear my power, you are in awe, I see, but not afraid. So then why do you hesitate to attack me?" He looked at the yondaime for several more minutes, before a wide grin split his jaws. "You amuse me, mortal. I can tell that you are different from the other trash I disposed of. Yes, you are very different indeed. You have me intrigued, mortal man. I am before you in perfect position to attack, yet you still stand idle. Tell me then, what now stays your hand from confronting me? I very much want to know." Erasure gave a mental sigh of relief. He was surprised, but nevertheless grateful that the Kyuubi was willing to hear him out. If only they could have tried this sooner, then maybe hundreds of his finest shinobi would not have had to perish so foolishly. It seemed that violence always brought sadness no matter the motive. Peace, he knew, was a much more appealing concept. He kept his gaze locked on the fox demon, but then shifted his eyes to the ground and gave the Kyuubi a formal bow. He purposefully left himself wide open and vulnerable so that the demon would know he meant no ill will, and was indeed sincere in his words. When the fox did not try to slay him, he was satisfied that the Kyuubi really did want to listen to him, and keeping eye contact once again, he started to speak to the Lord of the Demons. "Great Kyuubi no Kitsune, Lord of the Bijou," he began eloquently, choosing to use what he liked to call his Hokage voice. It was a respectful tone that he would use when addressing any of the other Kages, ambassadors, clan heads, or anyone else who held a position that demanded a certain level of respect. "My name is Uzumaki Erasure. I am the Hokage, the leader, of the shinobi village Kanahegakure no Sato. I come before you expressing a request of peace between you and ourselves. First, I would like to apologize to you for the rashness with which we acted earlier this night. We regrettably believed that you were a mere beast out to destroy for no purpose. I can see now that we were indeed wrong in our assumption. You are an intelligent, reasoning being, probably thousands of years old and holding a wisdom and knowledge that no other being possesses. I would appeal to your mercy, great Kyuubi, and to your reason. We of Konoha, despite our actions, truly bear no ill will towards yourself or any of your kind. We merely wish to live in peace and let others have the same privilege. I do not know why you have targeted my people, but I deeply hope that if there has been any offense on our part to your person, that we can settle such disputes rationally and peacefully, that the both of us can be satisfied and that no more senseless bloodshed will be required." The yondaime finished his speech and waited, silently, for the great demon's response. The Kyuubi stared into his eyes, a frown on his face for a few minutes, and then he closed his eyes, appearing to be deep in thought. The Hokage saw this and began to grow hopeful that a compromise could be reached. But then the demon gave him a jeering smile and sitting on his haunches proceeded to howl with laughter, the sound both cruel and mocking at the same time. The Kyuubi ceased his laughter and fixing his fiery gaze on the yondaime said, "You truly are an interesting mortal Uzumaki Erasure. But I will not be fooled by your eloquence of speech or your false praises. I have lived for thousands of years, and I know your race very well. Humans are deceitful, cunning creatures, but they are also notorious cowards. I wiped out your army, so now you come bearing the flag of peace hoping that I will spare you. What a pathetic wretch. If you did not want to incur my wrath, then you would not have disturbed my slumber, nor try to slay me mortal. I am past words now. There will be no compromise, no peace. You, and all who wear the leaf upon their person will perish this night." The Kyuubi snarled and began to growl low in his throat. Gamabunta took a step back and fixed his gaze on a stunned Erasure. "I knew that this beast could not be reasoned with, Kozu. You can't trust a fox. They're the slyest, most devilish beings to walk the earth. But what exactly did he mean by you disturbing his slumber?" Erasure shook his head and muttered to himself, "I honestly have no idea what he is talking about. How could we have disturbed his sleep? We didn't even know where he was sleeping." He turned his gaze to the now murderous one of the Kyuubi. The demon snarled again and swung his tails threateningly. "I bore of this distraction, Uzumaki. Let us battle, so we can determine who will be the victor this night." He began a lunge, but Erasure raised his hand in alarm as Gamabunta took a giant leap backwards. "Kyuubi, wait!" the Hokage bellowed, and the fox paused momentarily in his attack. "What is it now, mortal?" he hissed, baring his gleaming fangs. "There is nothing that you can say to convince me not to destroy you." But the yondaime pressed on anyways, lifting his voice as high as he could. "Great Kyuubi, before you attack, let me ask one question." The demon looked at him in irritation, but sighed and nodded for him to continue. "Thank you." The Hokage responded to the gesture and then said, "You said earlier that you were attacking my village because my people disturbed your slumber and tried to destroy you before. But I can assure you as the Hokage of the Leaf that I never gave such an order. My people were not even aware of your existence, except for what the legends have told us. So it could not have been our village that sought to destroy you." "Lies!" the Kyuubi screamed and lunged for the yondaime, trying to rake him with his massive claws. Gamabunta's short blade intercepted the strike, and he parried the blow, grunting as he tried to push the fox's claws away from his face. The kitsune was too strong, however, and overpowered Gamabunta, throwing him back with tremendous force. Trees snapped like twigs in the great toad's wake as he skidded across the forest floor. Finally, he was able to halt himself and came to a stop in a shower of dust and debris. Erasure coughed from all of the dust and uncovered his face with his hands, having brought them up in protection against the Kyuubi's attack. He saw the great fox demon glare savagely at him, and he once more tried to reason with the demon. "Kyuubi, please, isn't there another?" But he was cut off as the demon lord suddenly spewed flames from his mouth, the fire transforming into several flaming missiles as they sped towards the Hokage and Gamabunta. The toad's cheeks expanded immediately, and making several seals he yelled, "Suetun, Tepidama." The toad summon quickly fired 4 rapid bursts of chakra-filled water from his mouth. The two attacks collided in midair, and there was a hiss as the flames evaporated into steam upon coming into contact with the water bullets. Temporarily shielded by the screen of steam, Gamabunta jumped to the right and yelled at his summoner. "It's no use reasoning with him. If you don't concentrate on this battle completely, then we are both going to die and your village will be destroyed. Now come on, Erasure. Show me that you are worthy to ride upon my head." The Hokage looked sorrowful, but then the light of determination filled his electric blue gaze. He nodded and then, giving the toad boss a resolute stare, he said, "Very well. If it has come to this, then so be it. You know what to do, Gamabunta-sama. Good luck." The yondaime immediately leaped from Gamabunta's large head and disappeared into the tree line. The toad boss took one more drag from his pipe, and exhaling another cloud of smoke waited for his vision to clear again. Gradually, the enormous cloud of steam dissipated, and Gamabunta looked left and right for any signs of his enemy. The QB had vanished again, however, and was nowhere to be seen. He grinned to himself. The same trick would not work twice. Staying perfectly still, Gamabunta closed his eyes and concentrated, before blowing another stream of smoke into the air from his pipe. All was silent, and then without warning he leaped to the side just as several more flaming missiles streaked by. He heard running, and then saw as several trees suddenly crashed to the ground. Tracing his target's movement, he inhaled and then yelled, "Tepidama!" and fired more blasts of water at the place he anticipated the fox to run. The water bullets exploded on impact, but clearly none of the bursts had successfully struck the QB. That was okay though, because he never expected any of them to hit. He waited, his legs tensed for the jump, and then leaped slightly to the left while at the same time pulling his blade and putting his hands into the tiger seal. He bellowed, "Kai!" and immediately the QB's form materialized in the air, as he was about to pounce on where Gamabunta had jumped from. The fox's eyes widened slightly, and he had barely enough time to protectively lift one of his paws before Gamabunta viciously slashed at him with bared steel. The QB howled as the sharp blade bit into his foreleg. Before he managed to push the toad boss away, Gamabunta slid back and stopped facing the demon, smirking widely. He held his short blade across his body and called out, "That was just a taste, demon. Next time it will be your head." The QB glared menacingly at him and licked his injured leg. "Damn toad, how did you know where I would be? No being can pierce my Inbijiburu no Tate technique." Gamabunta smirked at the fuming demon and said tauntingly, "So the great QB no Kitsune isn't all-knowing after all." He grinned around his pipe and then blew more smoke from his nostrils. The QB just growled and stared at him sullenly. Gamabunta chuckled, and then said in a mock childish voice, "Okay, QB-chan, if you really want to know, I'll give you a hint." His voice turned serious again, and the toad boss said matter-of-factly, "I don't smoke this pipe just for the pleasure of it." Inwardly, the toad boss was praying that this little standoff could give Erasure the time he needed to do whatever the hell it was that he was going to do. He didn't know how much longer he could stall the QB, and even Gamabunta knew that he would most assuredly lose in a straight one-on-one confrontation with the Demon Lord. "Hurry up, Kozu. We're running out of time." The boss toad thought desperately as he kept his blade raised, and his eyes fixed on his enemy. The yondaime silently came to a stop as he moved into position. It had taken longer than he anticipated to get close enough, especially when the QB insisted on using that cloaking technique. But now that the fox and Gamabunta were in a verbal standoff, he had gained the few precious moments he needed. He looked up into the confused face of the QB and watched as the demon tried to puzzle out Gamabunta's response. Erasure knew well what Gamabunta had done, having used the same technique to detect any enemy genjutsu that the IWA Nin would try to use on them during the war. It was rather ingenious, actually. Everyone knew that genjutsu were illusion techniques that affected the 5 major senses: sight, hearing, taste, smell, and touch. By manipulating the brain sensors that affected these senses, a genjutsu user could manipulate anything a person saw, heard, smelled, tasted, or touched. A genjutsu, however, could not affect what a person sensed. That unique sixth sense possessed by the most talented shinobi was completely unaffected by any genjutsu, even the most powerful kind. So the toad boss would gather chakra into his mouth and then mix that chakra with the smoke from his pipe. Then, expelling the smoke in a seemingly harmless way, Gamabunta could blanket an area with the chakra-infused smoke, and by using his ability to sense his chakra, feel any subtle variations in the air as something disrupted the flow of chakra, hence allowing him to recognize that he was trapped within a genjutsu and being able to dispel it. The QB, it seemed, had not yet puzzled this out, and Erasure wasn't about to give him time to. Gathering a large amount of chakra, he flew through a series of complicated hand seals, and then molding his chakra into his hands, he thrust them into the ground and cried, "Doton, Yomi Numa no Jutsu." The QB looked up in surprise at the sudden outburst, and then yelped as the ground beneath his feet suddenly turned to liquid and he sank into the ground clear up to his knees. He tried to move his legs, but they were stuck fast by the chakra-enhanced mud he had become stuck in. The yondaime leapt from his hiding place and landed directly in front of the furious kitsune. The Kyuubi fixed a hate-filled glare on the blond man and spit out venomously, "You sniveling, cowardly little worm. Release me at once, or I will destroy you." The yondaime gave no heed to his threat and reached into the folds of his jacket to produce a scroll. The Kyuubi howled in fury as he tried to smash the yondaime with a tail, but Erashur leapt clear of the massive appendage, and as he flew through the air he bit his thumb while simultaneously unrolling the scroll, sliding his bloodied thumb along the length of the scroll. He then tossed it up into the air and flew through a series of hand seals. As he finished the seal sequence, the scroll snapped shut and landed in his hands as he formed the tiger seal. Hitting the ground, he slammed the scroll into the earth and yelled, "Kuchios! Shibaru no Gama!" Symbols spider webbed from the scroll and sank into the earth. And then, to the surprise of the Kyuubi, for long purple tongues shot out of the swampy water he was stuck in and wrapped themselves around his ankles, further limiting his movement. With a snarl, he was about to slam his tails on top of them, but found he could not move the appendages, and noticed something slimy on his backside. He turned around in alarm and saw that another, much larger toad, only slightly smaller than Gamabunta, had its tongue wrapped around the base of his tails, and also wrapped around all of his tails at the same time. The Kyuubi struggled to move, but he was caught fast. Erashur looked up at the toad boss and Gamabunta nodded to him before leaping to land in front of the demon fox. He opened his mouth and shot out his own massive pink tongue. The slimy organ wrapped itself around the Kyuubi's throat, and the demon was left completely immobilized. The fox fought with everything he had to try and shake off the toads, but with the swamp hindering him, he couldn't break free. Still, Erashur knew that it would only be a matter of time before the Kyuubi overpowered his summons and broke free of the hold. He had to act fast. Quickly, he reached into the folds of his jacket once more and produced another scroll, which he opened and unraveled on the ground before him. Then, going through more hand seals, he said, "Kai!" and the scroll disappeared in a puff of white smoke. In its place were 10 large boxes with what appeared to be the hilts of many kunai protruding from the top. Satisfied, he glanced once more at the struggling fox demon to be sure that he was still bound, before placing his hands in a cross-shaped seal. It was all or nothing. He was going to have to hit the Kyuubi hard if he wanted to stand any chance of defeating the demon. There would be no holding back, even though he knew that what he was about to do would probably kill him. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Instantly 1,000 clones of the yondaime came into being, and as one they each ran to a box and withdrew a sharp, 3-pronged kunai, with a paper seal wrapped around the hilt of the weapon. Nodding to one another, the 1,000 yondaimes ran to the Kyuubi and circled the great beast so that he was completely surrounded. The demon glared at the gathered clones and scoffed, even though he was restrained. "I don't know what you plan to do, mortal, but all of this is in vain. You cannot harm me." One of the Arashis stepped forward and regarded the fox with a neutral expression. "We shall see, demon. I would not underestimate the will of fire so easily if I were you." And then he threw his 3-pronged kunai and watched as it embedded itself into the Kyuubi's forehead. And then a hail of kunai rained on the immobile kitsune, striking his back, sides, and underbelly, turning the demon into a pincushion of blades. The demon did not even flinch from the sharp weapons piercing his hide, and began to chuckle in amusement. "Is that the best you can do, mortal? I didn't even feel that." The yondaime returned the fox's smirk with a smile of his own. "You weren't meant to feel that." And then, to the Kyuubi's surprise, every clone flew through the same set of hand seals, before clapping their hands, producing a tremendous thunderclap that slit the heavens. And then as one, 1,000 voices cried, "Hirashin no Jutsu!" 1,000 streaks of golden light filled the night, and the Kyuubi suddenly found himself covered head to toe by the yondaime and his clones. "What do you think you're doing?" The great demon bellowed in alarm, as he stared into the eyes of the yondaime perched on his forehead. Erashur regarded him calmly, before he raised a hand into the air. The fox watched as the hand began to glow as blue chakra swirled within the man's grasp, before taking the form of a swirling sphere of energy. At once, every one of the other clones, two raised their hands and created identical blue swirling spheres of power of their own. Soon, the darkness was pierced by the ethereal glow of 1,000 said spheres. Erishur turned and looked directly into the eyes of the Toad Boss. Gamabunta-sama, I believe it would be wise if you and your people left this place now. I wouldn't want you to get caught in the blast. Gamabunta regarded him with wide, disbelieving eyes, before he soundlessly nodded his massive head. But before he departed, he gave Erishur one more fierce look of determination and said, I hope you know what you're doing, Erishur. Just don't die on me, Kozu. And then he disappeared with a pop and a cloud of white smoke. Soon, other pops were heard as the other summons departed until the only ones left were Erishur and his clones, a very surprised and slightly fearful Kyuubi, and 1,000 spheres of glowing energy. The Yondaime looked once more into the glowing red eyes of his enemy before he said, in a low, calm voice, It looks like it's just you and me now, Kyuubi. Prepare yourself, because this is really going to hurt. The demon opened his jaws to try and protest, but Erishur pulled back his arm, and then followed by his 999 clones he screamed, Rasengan! And plunged the sphere of energy straight between the demon lord's eyes. The Kyuubi screamed in agony as 1,000 Rasengans began to drill their way through his flesh. The Yondaime closed his eyes to the blinding light, but continued to push his attack into the demon's body. Every clone poured every ounce of chakra they possessed into that attack, until the clones, emptied of chakra, disappeared from existence, leaving their spinning Rasengans still drilling into the Kyuubi's flesh. And then, there was a tremendous explosion, as the Rasengans exploded against the fox's body in a maelstrom of destructive winds. The demon screamed louder as it was tore into, and the Yondaime was thrown back by the intensity of the blast. He hit the ground hard and tumbled head over heels before he finally crashed into the base of a large tree. The roaring winds died down, and he sat up painfully, looking back at what remained of his enemy. A titanic charred lump of red fur and gore was all that remained of the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Smoke tendrils drifted from the body, and the overpowering stench of burned hair filled his nostrils, and made him slightly nauseous. Erishur stumbled to his feet, exhausted, and leaned on the tree for support. The towering vegetation was really the only thing keeping him standing, for he even lacked the strength for that. He sighed as he wiped the sweat from his brow. He felt no joy in the death of the demon, but was nevertheless relieved that he had after all been able to protect his home. Limping slightly, he turned to leave, but was stopped dead in his tracks when he heard the sound of dark laughter carried on the wind. He spun around and watched in horror as the lump of flesh began to sizzle and bubble before his eyes. He sank to his knees at the amused laughter coming from the Kyuubi, and watched as the demon reformed himself. Legs burst from the flesh, followed by all 9 of the great demon's magnificent tails. The last part to form was the Kyuubi's face, and Erishur stared open-mouthed as the fox's every wound healed before his very eyes. Once the beast was fully reformed, he turned his attention to the exhausted warrior at his feet. The Kyuubi smirked at the Yondaime and cracked its neck muscles with a satisfied grunt. He advanced slowly towards the fallen hero, the Yondaime no longer even having the strength to rise to his feet. The great demon stopped about 20 yards from his form and glared imperiously at his foe. That was a commendable attempt, mortal. I have not been damaged that much in a very long time, but it seems that our little game has come to its conclusion. You were a worthy opponent, Uzumaki Erishur, and for your bravery I will make your death quick and painless. Farewell. Oh. Unknown to the 2 beings of power below, a small round vessel began its descent into the planet's atmosphere. Within the confines of the small cockpit, the ship's sole passenger slept soundly as the mechanical whirl of the controls directed the vessel's flight trajectory. A small screen popped up on the control panel, and a glowing red dot appeared, with a black crosshair honing in to its position. The crosshair made a lock-on and a mechanical voice intoned. Target acquired. Beginning landing sequence now. The ship readjusted its trajectory and shot towards the ground below, appearing as nothing more than a shining blue streak across the sky. Oh! The QB grinned viciously as he raised his paw to make the final strike. Erasure closed his eyes tight, waiting for death to claim him. But the demon's claws never fell. Suddenly he heard a loud gasp followed by, "What in the seven hells?" He opened his eyes and glanced up to see that the demon was no longer looking at him, but instead had his gaze fixed on the heavens above. Confused, Erasure followed his gaze, and his eyes widened as he saw the burning ball of blue flame in the sky above. It seemed to be growing larger and larger, until both the demon and the yondaime could hear the hiss as it plummeted through the sky. The QB's eyes widened in alarm as he realized the thing was headed straight for them. He made a gigantic leap back, attempting to escape the blast zone, but looked on in horror as the glowing thing seemed to change its path, so it was heading straight for him again. The fox attempted to make another leap, but by that time the object was too close to escape. Erasure watched, transfixed as the fiery ball sped towards the fox demon's skull. And then, with a sickening crunch, the two collided and the QB was slammed into the ground with a scream. A huge explosion followed soon afterwards, and the yondaime could only stare as he watched his enemy consumed by the blast. He blinked, unable to believe his eyes at what he just witnessed. The smoke cleared from the explosion, and he gaped at the massive crater that now covered the ground where the object had hit. And it seemed that there was nothing left of the QB no Kitsune either. Erasure whistled low and glanced up into the starry sky. He was not a very religious man, but he knew at that moment that whatever being was looking down on them from up in heaven had just delivered him a miracle. Shaking his head, he began his slow descent towards the crater. Chapter 7. Shielding his eyes from the wind and debris kicked up from the explosion, Erasure surveyed the destruction before his eyes. Whatever had collided with the QB left in its wake an immense crater embedded within the earth. Deciding that it was probably a good idea to investigate and be sure that the demon had truly met his demise, Erasure let go of the security of the tree and took a step forward, only to fall flat on his face. Groaning from the sudden fall, the yondaime shakily raised himself to one knee, panting for breath. "I guess that attack took a lot more out of me than I anticipated," he muttered as he tried once again to rise, only to fall flat on his behind with an oomph. Rubbing his sore backside, Erasure sighed and took a look around him, searching the ground. Finally his gaze swept over a fallen tree branch off to his left. He nodded to himself, deciding that it looked sturdy enough, and crawled over and picked it up off of the ground. Positioning his makeshift cane in front of him, he slowly rose to his feet again without falling down again. Leaning on the tree branch, he began to hobble towards the immense crater, using his free hand to shield his eyes from the dust swirling in the air. As he approached the rim of the enormous gash in the Earth's surface, his eyes widened as he surveyed the destruction the falling object had caused from its explosive landing. The crater had to be more than 15 feet deep, and at least several hundred feet in diameter, dipping towards the middle of the crater, where the fallen object was no doubt located. Squinting his eyes, Erasure was able to make out a circular object embedded in the center. By the waning light of the moon, he noticed that the object had a metallic sheen, the metal gleaming in the night. Immensely intrigued by this, he advanced further, careful to watch his footing so he would not slip on the loose gravel of the sloping crater's wall. He estimated that after the attack on the QB, he probably had about 1,000th of his chakra left, and it took all of his strength to stay on his feet. There was no way he was going to be able to use chakra to keep from falling. He would have to be careful. As he slowly approached the center of the crater, Erasure was now able to see the object more clearly. It was indeed made of some sort of metal and was in the shape of a perfect sphere. It was easily larger than a man, and there appeared to be some sort of tinted red glass window on one side of the sphere. At least he thought the glass was red. He really couldn't tell, since there was a hazy red fog obscuring the air. Erasure assumed it was all that was left of the QB, the great demon having been blasted into oblivion by the enormous explosion. He took another step forward, but then stopped, frozen in his tracks by fear. For the red fog began to swirl through the night sky, whipping and eddying about him like the wind. The crimson cloud of vapor then began to condense, swirling faster and faster as the red fog converged into one single point. The yondaime took a step back in alarm, and the air suddenly grew warm as an ear-splitting explosion rocked the basin of the crater, creating a powerful shockwave that knocked the Hokage back onto his rear. Suddenly, the yondaime found himself staring into a pair of large, slit, very angry-looking crimson eyes, surrounded by a formless mass of the red vapor. And then, as if it was coming from everywhere at once, Ereshkigal suddenly heard a booming voice as the being before him seemed to swell with anger. "You vile little sack of flesh, I will kill you for what you have done." There was a snarl of rage, and Ereshkigal cried out as he shielded his face, waiting for the demon to strike. But nothing happened, and the Hokage blinked, wondering why he was still alive. He didn't have the energy to walk on his own, let alone fight off an enraged fox demon. Lowering his hands, he looked up and saw that the floating red eyes were still there, were still angry, but nothing else had changed. The Kyuubi had not reformed his body or prepared to attack him. He just floated there, nothing more than a floating pair of eyes in a hazy red cloud. Rising to his feet, Ereshkigal took a step towards the demon, but the Kyuubi did nothing more than glare at him. It was a murderous glare, filled with hatred and enormous killing intent, but that was all it was, a simple glare. The yondaime was confused about this for a moment, until realization finally dawned on his mind. The Kyuubi wasn't attacking for any other reason than it couldn't. For some reason, the demon was unable to strike, probably far too damaged by the injuries he had received from the collision with the space object. Feeling relieved, Ereshkigal decided to test his theory by riling the demon up a bit. So, taking a swaggering stance, the Hokage grinned smugly at the demon's gaze, and in a taunting voice he said, "Why do you merely stand idly by, demon? You were all too eager to try and destroy me before. Perhaps you are rooted to your spot in fear of my power." The fox demon's gaze grew even more threatening, if that was possible, and the yondaime just smirked at him, continuing to taunt the aggravated kitsune. "You have me intrigued, demon fox. Here I am before you, in perfect position to attack, yet you still stand idle. Tell me then, what now stays your hand from confronting me? I very much want to know." The Kyuubi fog let out a piercing howl and growled savagely, before a voice hissed, the words dripping with venom and the promise of a very painful, messy death. "You dare mock me, mortal? Me, the great Kyuubi no Kitsune, demon lord of the nine-tailed beasts, an avatar of destruction and chaos?" Arashi's answer was simple. "Yes, I do. Now, what do you plan to do about it, O great demon lord Kyuubi?" He said the demon's name with obvious sarcasm, and the Kyuubi howled once more in outrage. "Curse you, Uzumaki Ereshkigal. Curse you, your village, and your descendants to the deepest, darkest pits of hell. If I could, I would tear the flesh from your bones and dash." "Aha!" The yondaime cut off the demon's rant with a victorious shout. "I knew it. If you could, that means you can't. I knew that you couldn't attack me now. You're harmless." The Kyuubi's eyes widened as he realized the slip he had made in his rage, and he continued to rant and rave, cursing the yondaime to thousands of grueling, slow, painful deaths, all courtesy of himself, of course. Ereshkigal just ignored the fox's threats and continued to walk towards the object in the center of the crater. "Where do you think you're going, flesh sack? I'm not through with you yet." Ereshkigal just sighed and waved off the angry demon like a small annoyance. "Save it, Kyuubi. I've nothing to fear from you anymore. You're powerless now, so just be gone with you." "Why, you little..." The Kyuubi's voice grew smug again, as he said in a haughty voice, "You are a fool, Uzumaki, if you think that attack did me any serious permanent harm. It's true that whatever technique you used damaged me to the point where I can no longer form my physical body, but I am far from defeated. Give me a week to recover, and I'll be back to full strength, and then I'll return Uzumaki." And when I do, I swear by my very soul that I will crush you and your village beneath my might. There will not be one building left standing. I will wipe Konoha from the face of the map, and it will never be spoken of again, except in terrified whispers of the result of my rage. And do not believe that your trump card will work on me a second time. Our next battle will be within the walls of your village, so go ahead and use that technique again. It'll save me some time in the long run. And with those parting words, the Kyuubi no Kitsune left Arashi's presence, the red vapor dissipating as it was carried away on a demonic wind. The crimson eyes too faded from existence, and as the yondaime watched the retreating mass of red energy, he could swear that he heard a sinister laugh reverberate through the night. So the demon wasn't dead after all, he thought with a heavy sigh. And according to the Kyuubi's own words, he would be back in just one short week to finish what he had started that night. For the first time since facing the monstrous demon fox, Arashir truly felt at a loss as to what he could do to save his village. The demon seemed to be invincible, able to regenerate from any amount of damage inflicted on his physical body. If only there truly was a way to seal the demon, but where was he going to obtain a container that could hold the Kyuubi's terrifying power? He had a theory, though, that if he could put the demon into a newborn child, the undeveloped chakra coils of the infant would be able to assimilate with the demon's chakra, effectively absorbing the demon into the body as the child grew. But then once again the yondaime became stuck on the main problem once again. There just wasn't any container strong enough to be able to contain the demon lord. The Hokage shook his head in dismay. Continuing to go around and around in circles inside his head was going to do nothing more than give him another headache. Besides, he had other urgent matters to attend to, like the strange circular metallic object not 20 yards in front of him. Arashir chuckled to himself mirthlessly. Perhaps he would find the answers he so desperately sought in the thing before him. But there was little chance of that, he believed. One miracle was enough for one night. Cautiously approaching the ball of metal, Arashir couldn't help but believe that someone had created the object. It was too symmetrical, too artificial to be the result of nature. Hesitantly, he placed his hand on the side of the sphere, the metallic surface cool to his touch. Just then, a loud beep sounded in the darkness, followed by a mechanical whine. Arashir jumped back as steam began to pour from several vents in the side of the object. And then, to his surprised and slightly fearful gaze, a portion of the object, the area with the red glass window, slowly swung forward, creating an opening to the inside of the sphere. The yondaime tensed, expecting whatever was inside to leap out and attack him, but nothing happened. The night remained silent all around him, save for the hiss of the dissipating steam. Curious, Arashir drew a kunai from his weapon's pouch, and with walking stick in hand hobbled over towards the opening. Placing one hand on the rim of the doorway, Arashir peered into the cavity, his eyes widening in wonder. The entire interior of the large sphere was filled with a multitude of blinking multicolored lights, and the space was filled with a gentle mechanical hum. And then, of course, there was the small infant strapped into the seat, peacefully slumbering away. The kunai made a clanging sound as it dropped from the yondaime's shocked fingers, as he gasped in surprise. The little form stirred at the noise, and Naruto's little face scrunched up before he opened his bleary eyes to the world. He blinked, once, twice, before letting out a jaw-cracking little yawn, rubbing his face sleepily. Arashir had absolutely no idea what to do. He merely stared, as those twin cerulean orbs looked around the interior of the ship, because now he was certain that the sphere was some sort of ship, from outer space no less. The thought still boggled his mind, but his thoughts were interrupted as he noticed the infant's gaze had landed on him. Naruto's sky-blue eyes locked with the yondaime's own, and the young man could do nothing more than stare back. And then the young child opened his mouth wide and screamed, "Wa-ah-ah-ah-wa-ea." Arashir immediately covered his ears at the unbelievable volume of the wailing child. Without thinking, he quickly reached out and scooped the infant out of his seat and held him close to his body, rocking back and forth in an attempt to calm the baby. Nothing worked, however, and Naruto continued to wail uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face, tiny hands balled into tight fists, And as the infant Naruto continued to wail, the door on the ship slid shut with a hiss, leaving Erasure holding the wailing child. And then something happened that Erasure would never forget. Panicking, he held the baby away from himself in front of his face. Suddenly, the wailing infant Naruto let out one more terrifying scream, before his entire body began to glow with a blinding light. And then, before Erasure could react, a powerful shockwave erupted from the tiny body, and the Hokage found himself flung backwards onto his back. He clutched the baby to his chest protectively as he hit the hard ground with a painful grunt. Sitting up, he shook the cobwebs from his brain as he attempted to regain his sense of balance. He once more gazed in shocked silence at the little bundle in his arms, thinking, what in the world just happened? That power, I could actually feel the power radiating from his body just then. I've never felt anything like that before. He then noticed that the baby had fallen asleep in his arms. Not surprising considering the amount of power the young one had displayed. Looking down, he then noticed something gleam in the moonlight. Curious, he reached down and placed his fingers on the child's tiny chest and felt the cool touch of metal beneath his hand. He raised the metal plate so he could read what was written on its surface and quietly said, "Naruto, huh?" He looked down at the peaceful face and chuckled lightly. "Well, Naruto, this has definitely been an interesting night, and you seem to be a very interesting little child." "Yes, very interesting indeed." He chuckled to himself one last time, and then looked sadly at the innocent in his arms. It seemed the gods may have granted him a second miracle this night after all. He only hoped the gods would be able to forgive him for what he was planning to do with their gift. With his mind heavy with thought, and his heart even more so, Uzumaki Erasure turned from the ship and began his ascent up the side of the crater. It was an exhausting trek back towards Konoha. Depleted of a massive amount of chakra, Erasure could do nothing more than push forward, ignoring the searing in his legs and the throbbing of his several wounds. He had popped a soldier pill earlier, but the only real effect it had had on his body in such a condition was to allow him to walk without a limp. He still clutched the small bundle to his chest, the young child still peacefully sleeping in his arms. He was thankful that young Naruto had not woken up during the trek. He didn't think he had the strength to put up with any wailing, just struggling to put one foot in front of the other, forcing away his fatigue and pain. He had been walking for what felt like hours now. Erasure didn't know how much longer he could hold out before collapsing from exhaustion. Just as he felt he had reached his limit though, the yondaime suddenly found himself surrounded by several figures in the darkness. Instinctively he reached for his weapons pouch, but stopped as the first figure stepped into the light of the moon. The man's Hittite gleamed in the light, and Erasure could just make out the leaf symbol carved into the metal. He gave a sigh in relief, and then collapsed to one knee. "Hokage-sama," one of the nin exclaimed, and immediately rushed to his leader's aid. Erasure was grateful for the assistance, and leaned on the young man's arm, still clutching his precious bundle in the other. Naruto stirred at the loud voice of the ninja, but his eyes still did not open, something that Erasure was beginning to worry about. He had to get the child to the medics as soon as possible. "Is that a baby, Hokage-sama?" The young Kunoichi's voice broke Erasure from his thoughts, and he turned to her with a small grin. "Yes, it is Motoko, but I don't have time to explain everything. I need to get back to the village as soon as possible. I have urgent news for the council." The young Jounin nodded, and another shinobi spoke up. "Does that mean you defeated the Kyuubi Hokage-sama?" Erasure grinned wryly at the awestruck tone of the young ninja, before answering cryptically, "For the time being, yes, the Kyuubi no Kitsune has been dealt with. But that is one of the urgent matters I must discuss with the council, Renji. That's why I need you and your squad to help me back to the village as fast as possible. Time is of the essence." The 5 gathered Konoha shinobi saluted their leader as one and chorused, "Hi Hokage-sama." The shinobi named Renji, a tall red-haired jounin with tribal-looking tattoos on either side of his face and trailing down his neck, stepped forward to help support Erasure for the journey. But the Hokage held up a hand to him saying, "Wait a moment, Renji. There's something I need to take care of first." Dipping his hand once more into his coat, the yondaime produced another scroll. This one blank he placed 2 fingers to his forehead, and then whispered softly, "Nagoriaisu no jutsu." His fingertips were bathed in a soft white light, before he pressed them to the surface of the open scroll. A complicated seal appeared, and the yondaime took a small pencil and wrote further instructions beneath the design. Then he rolled up the scroll before securing it with a piece of string. He turned to Renji and placed the scroll delicately in his hands. "Take this as quickly as you can back to the village, Renji. Give the scroll to Sandaime-sama. He will know what to do." The Jounin saluted his leader and shouted, "At once, Hokage-sama," before he disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Turning back to the remaining shinobi, he said, "Renji is one of our fastest Jounin. In my current condition, he will reach the village much faster than us, and there is a matter of great importance that must be taken care of." He turned to Motoko and beckoned her to come closer. The young kunoichi approached him, and he held Naruto out to her gently. "Please carry him for me, Motoko. We will make better time if I'm not weighted down." Motoko nodded and gently took the sleeping infant into her arms. Naruto stirred slightly, but did not wake. Erasure beckoned to 2 other Jounin to help support him, and in an instant they were in the trees, racing back to the village. Oh! Sarutobi paced the length of the hospital lobby restlessly, smoke curling from his pipe as it trailed his movements. Occasionally he would stop and mutter to himself silently, before continuing his circuit around the room. He glanced at the open scroll lying on the front desk and sighed deeply. He had already sent Renji, along with several squads of ANBU, to retrieve the vessel before any of the other ninja villages learned of its existence. Sarutobi himself still couldn't believe such a thing was real. Yet the memory that the yondaime had sent in the scroll was genuine, and quite clearly spoke for itself. Now he was waiting for the blonde Hokage's return to the village. Erasure had stated in his message that he wanted to get the child, whom he called Naruto, to the medical ward for a diagnosis. So here he paced, mind heavy with foreboding thoughts as he waited for his successor to return. "You know, you might be more comfortable if you waited in a chair, Sarutobi-sensei." The elderly shinobi looked up at the sound of the smooth feminine voice. Tsunade had just entered the lobby from the emergency room, wearing her white lab coat, a clipboard in her hand. Sarutobi smiled to her and shook his head slightly. "No, I think I'll keep walking, Tsunade. I'm not as young as I used to be. If I just sat in a chair, I might stiffen up so much I'd never pull myself out again." Tsunade chuckled slightly at the joke, but her laughter seemed forced. And although she was smiling, her eyes still held that deep sadness deep within their depths. The Sandaime felt genuine sorrow for his youngest disciple. Ever since Dan and Noiki had died, the fire seemed to have gone out in the medical prodigy. Now she hardly left the hospital, and only then if she was on a sake run. Her only company being Dan's young niece Shizun, who seemed to idolize the older woman. Sarutobi pulled himself from his thoughts and walked over to where she was standing. "How is Kakashi faring?" Tsunade was about to reply to the question, but was cut off mid-breath as a young voice piped up instead. "He's stabilized now, Sandaime-sama. Tsunade-sama says it was lucky that Kakashi-san is still alive after the trauma that was inflicted on his body." The young medic Nin had her nose buried in a clipboard of her own, and so missed the glare Tsunade shot her way for the interruption. "What she said?" the older woman muttered, and the Sandaime couldn't suppress a small chuckle from escaping his lips. Shizun glanced up at the sudden sound and blinked in surprise at the third's behavior. "What's so funny?" This caused the former Hokage to shake with mirth once more, and Tsunade merely sighed, shaking her head. "Forget about it, Shizun. You missed it completely. Is Kakashi conscious yet?" The younger medic Nin shook her head. "I'm afraid not, Tsunade-sama. Kakashi-san is still sleeping. The sedatives I gave him for his pain will probably keep him unconscious for several days. But I am confident he will make a full and complete recovery." Sarutobi smiled at the younger girl. "I take it you've taken Kakashi as your patient, Shizun?" Shizun seemed a bit taken aback by the question, and glanced at her Shursho worriedly. Tsunade just shook her head, and said in a quiet voice, "Shizune has been very helpful in treating many of Kakashi-kun's more serious injuries." The smile dropped from Sarutobi's lips and he mentally berated himself for the slip-up. "I understand," was all he said, and Tsunade merely nodded. "So, I suppose you don't know when Hokage-sama will be returning, do you, Sandaime-sama?" The third shook his head at the question and sighed once again. "I haven't heard any word from Erasure since the scroll he sent. I can only imagine that he's on his way here right now." And as if to answer his words, the front door to the hospital slammed open, and in ran Erasure, supported on either side by a shinobi. His gaze rested on Sarutobi, and he smiled in relief, motioning to the others to bring him closer. Shizune gasped at his battered form and quickly rushed to his side, calling out loudly, "Somebody get me a stretcher, quickly." Several medic-neens burst through the door with a gurney, but Erasure merely waved a hand and said, "That won't be needed, Shizune. I might be a little worse for wear, but nothing serious. I'm just extremely tired and sore." Shizune looked a bit apprehensive at her leader's words. "Are you certain, Hokage-sama? Can I at least get you some blood and chakra replenishing pills?" The yondaime merely shook his head, but smiled at her. "No, none of that yet. I'll need to sleep for those to have much effect, and right now that's not an option. But I wouldn't mind a cup of tea, Shizune." The younger girl nodded. "Of course, Hokage-sama. I'll get you some right away." And then she was gone, in search of a pot so she could boil the water for his tea. Erasure chuckled slightly, but winced in pain. He glanced at Tsunade and said lightly, "That's a very energetic apprentice you have, Tsunade-sama." Tsunade merely grinned and chuckled lightly as she said, "Sometimes a bit too energetic for her own good, but she's a good girl and a fine medic as well." Erasure was about to answer her when his attention, along with everyone else's in the room, was pulled away as someone lightly coughed. The yondaime turned his head and his eyes widened slightly when he saw Motoko standing by the door, the still sleeping Naruto clutched against her breast. He had nearly forgotten about her. Hokage-sama, what do I do with him now?" Sarutobi, however, gasped openly at the sight of the small infant in her arms. His pipe nearly fell from his mouth, and he had to take a moment to fumble with it, making sure he didn't burn himself in the process. When he finally had himself under control again, he fixed his astonished gaze on the Hokage and said, "Is that?" He stopped himself and glanced at everyone else in the room, before leaning close to Erasure and saying discreetly, "Is that him?" The Hokage nodded, and the Sandaime had to almost force himself not to gasp again. Tsunade apparently handled the situation much more calmly and approached the young kunoichi with a smile. "Here," she said to the confused Motoko, and held out her arms. "I'll take him from here." Motoko sighed in relief and handed the baby to the Sannin, rolling her cramped shoulder muscles. "Thank you, Tsunade-sama. I was beginning to get tired." Tsunade merely nodded to her and glanced at the sleeping babe in her arms. It had been a while since she had held an infant. She no longer performed births anymore, not since Dan died. The sight of the blood was always too much for her to handle. She cooed softly at the sleeping Naruto, and he buried himself deeper into her warmth, his little hand clenching and unclenching into a fist. Sarutobi and Erasure merely watched the touching exchange, all thoughts of the Kyuubi and the baby's hidden power lost in the tender moment. Tsunade glanced at them and then said, "I'll take him to the examination room now. I'll send for you when the diagnosis is complete." And then she too was gone, carrying the infant Naruto through the doors and out of sight. "I haven't seen Tsunade look that peaceful in a long time," the Sandaime remarked, slightly awed. The yondaime nodded his agreement and turned back to the conversation he had been having with his predecessor. Sarutobi looked around at all of the people in the room once more, and then said, "Come, I know a place where we can speak that is more private." But the Hokage raised a hand and said, "Wait, before we do anything else, there is something that I need taken care of." "And what would that be?" the Sandaime asked, a bit perplexed. "I need somebody to summon Hyuga Hyasi here at once." Chapter 8. Hyuga Hayashi stifled a yawn as he strode imperiously through the halls of the Hyuga main branch compound. He had been sleeping peacefully beside his wife when the summons from the Hokage had arrived. But if someone saw him then as he marched towards the Hokage tower, they would never guess that mere minutes ago he had been in bed. His dress robes were spotless, not a single wrinkle or blemish marring the expensive fabric. His raven hair was neat and tidy, sweeping back and elegantly spilling over his broad shoulders. He was the perfect image of power and nobility. But that was expected of the Hyuga clan head. After all, nothing came before the welfare of the clan in Hayashi's mind. He was the representative of the Hyuga, and as such needed to always look the part. Leaving the double doors that lead outside, Hayashi crossed the moonlit grounds of the compound, passing several servants and guards of the branch family. The servants bowed and the guards saluted his passing, but Hayashi paid no heed to any of them. Such inferiors were not worth his precious time. Finally, he reached the tall cast-iron gates that lead into the city, and spotted a small carriage waiting for him in the street. Briskly, he marched over to it and got in. The driver gave a crack of his whip, and in a moment they were on their way towards the Hokage tower. They rode swiftly through the empty streets of Konoha. The small lantern that was attached to the front of the carriage was the only source of light in the entire city. All of the other citizens were locked safely behind their doors, their curtains and shutters drawn. News of the Yandame's defeat over the Kyubi had not yet reached the citizens of Konoha, and everyone in the city were still fearful of the demon's attack. Hayashi sat still as stone the entire trip. He didn't look outside, and no emotion passed his stoic face. But even so, his mind was still occupied with the many reasons as to why the Hokage would summon him in the middle of the night. He would just have to wait and see for himself. Finally, the carriage rumbled to a stop, but not in front of the Hokage tower. Instead, they had arrived at Konoha's hospital. Intrigued by this development, he merely raised one delicate eyebrow before mentally shrugging and exiting the carriage. Leaving it behind, he quickly strode up to the double glass doors before him and entered the building. Once inside, his pale eyes surveyed the lobby and narrowed when they rested upon the figure of a young girl sitting at the front desk. She was poring over several different files and seemed to be oblivious of his presence. Patiently, he waited for her to acknowledge him, but she merely continued studying her papers. Scowling slightly, he approached the desk and realized that she was also muttering to herself as well. Still, the girl did not notice him, and Hayashi had finally had enough. Raising one hand to his mouth, he lightly coughed to get her attention. Ahem. No reaction. He tried coughing louder. Ahem. Still nothing. Ahem. The young girl looked up with a scowl and said irritably, "What is it? Can't you see that I'm—" Shizen squeaked as her eyes locked with the pale glare of the Hyuga clan head. Immediately she was on her feet, bowing profusely and stammering, Hyugadano, please forgive me. I didn't hear, didn't see. She continued to stammer incoherently, her constant bowing causing her sentences to become even more disjointed. Growing more annoyed by the second, Hayashi raised his hand and commanded in a tight voice, "That's enough." Immediately Shizen froze and looked once more into his razor-sharp eyes. It took all of her willpower not to tremble, feeling as if his pale stare could pierce her very soul. "I was told to come here by request of the Hokage." It was not a question, but Shizen still nodded to him in response. "You will take me to him now?" The young girl nearly jumped at his commanding tone and gave one more hasty bow before saying, "Of course, Hayashi-dano. I will take you to him at once. Please, follow me." And she turned quickly on the spot, marching away at a brisk pace. Her face was still red from her shame and embarrassment. She had, after all, just made a complete fool of herself in front of one of the most powerful figures in the village. If her Shursho found out about this, she didn't even want to think how Tsunade-sama would react. Her master could become very violent when she was angry. The image of a heavy mahogany desk flying out of Tsunade-sama's window one day entered her mind, and she shivered unconsciously. Has the Hokage been severely injured? Shizen nearly tripped as she was pulled from her thoughts by the Hyuga clan head's deep voice. She looked back and merely saw Hayashi staring at her, one eyebrow raised at her clumsiness. Cheeks reddening once more, she averted her eyes from his steely gaze and responded meekly. No, Hayashi-sama, Hokage-sama was not seriously injured in his battle with the Nine-Tails. She expected him to make some comment or react to such news, but the steady sound of their echoing footsteps was all that met her ears. She dared not look back again. His pale eyes frightened and unnerved her slightly, and she wondered if all Hyugas were as stark and stoic as their young clan head. Was the Nine-Tails defeated then? Hayashi's smooth voice broke the silence, and Shizen had to physically force herself not to trip up again. She was beginning to suspect he enjoyed catching people off guard like that. Reining in her emotions, he was one of the most powerful people in Konoha after all. She replied to him, I don't think so, Hyugadano. I don't know all of the details, but from what I did gather, Hokage-sama was only able to temporarily defeat the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Hayashi made a non-committal sound of confirmation, and she figured that was the only response she was going to receive. The conversation, or rather lack thereof, would have to end, however, for they had finally reached their destination. Hayashi glanced at the sign on the door and saw that it read Exam 1. Shizen knocked, and a moment later a firm, but friendly voice called out, Come in, and the two entered the room, Shizen holding the door open for Hayashi before she herself went in and closed the door behind her. It was a sparsely furnished room, with cabinets lining the walls, along with a sink and countertop. The walls, ceiling, and floor were all white, and standing in the center of the space stood a large examination table. The Hokage was currently leaned up against it, reclining slightly with his legs crossed and his arms folded. He smiled lightly at the Hyuga clan chief and inclined his head, saying, Welcome, Hayashi-sama. I am glad that you could see me at this late hour. Both Shizen and Hayashi bowed as well. Shizen made a complete and formal bow, her eyes resting on the floor. Hayashi, however, gave only the lowest bow that was expected of his station, inclining his head as the Hokage had done, only a bit lower. This gesture did not escape the yondaime, and he mentally chuckled at the action. Such political intrigues did not concern him, and he marveled at how much stock most of the other clan heads and council members put on such mediocre gestures. Brushing the thought aside, Erashur stepped forward and approached Shizen, who had completed her bow and laid a hand gently on her shoulder. Thank you for bringing Hyuga-sama here, Shizen. You must be very tired after all of the excitement tonight has brought us. As if in response, Shizen suddenly cracked a yawn, before hastily covering her mouth with her hand. Forgive me, Hokage-sama. I didn't mean, that is. The young medic Nin looked mortified, but Erashur merely smiled at her, shaking his head. It's fine, Shizen. Why don't you go on to bed? There are things that I need to discuss with Hayashi-sama. She nodded a bit sleepily and stifled another yawn. All right, Hokage-sama. And she walked over towards the door. Before leaving, she bowed deeply to both of them. Good night, Hokage-sama, Hyugadano. Hayashi merely grunted, and the Hokage smiled warmly before replying, Good night, Shizen. And then she was gone, the door swinging shut behind her. There was a slight tension in the air as the two men sized each other up. Hayashi stared coolly into the electric blue gaze of the man he had to accept as his leader, even though he was the Hokage's senior by at least 3 years. Finally, the yondaime stepped forward and clasped the other man's hand tightly. Hayashi was a bit unnerved by this outlandish gesture, but kept his composure as he returned the greeting, the yondaime saying warmly, I really do appreciate you coming here so late, Hayashi-sama. I promise to have you back by your lovely wife's side in about an hour or so. By the way, how is Yukina's pregnancy coming along? Hayashi had not expected such frivolous small talk, but being in the position he was in, it could not be said that he was not used to it. Deciding that it would probably be best to just humor the Hokage, he replied, Everything is fine, Hokage-sama. We should be expecting the child in about 4 more months. The Hokage beamed, saying, That's wonderful news, Hayashi-sama. Tell me, are you expecting a boy or a girl? Hayashi's voice became a bit crisper as he said, The chakra tests all point towards a female, but until the child is born we really can't know for sure. Hayashi was growing tired of this meaningless banter, but the yondaime just kept going, his voice smooth and leisurely as he chatted with the Hyuga clan head. Say it's a girl. What name do you think you'll choose for the child? Holding tightly to his waning patience, Hayashi replied, Yukaina has decided to name the child Hinata after her own grandmother. Erasure smiled and at the name sang lightly, Ah, Hinata is a good name. I remember old lady Hinata. She was blind as a bat and nearly deaf as well. But that didn't stop her from always making a fresh batch of cookies for us every time we saw her as children. She had such a sweet soul. I'm sure that she will feel honored by such a gesture. Will this infuriating man ever get to the point? Hayashi mentally muttered as he nodded his head. Deciding that he had stomached all of the socializing, Hayashi cleared his throat, getting Arashi's attention. Forgive me, Hokage-sama, but I must insist that we speak now as to the reasons for my summoning tonight. Erasure merely smiled and chuckled slightly in response. Ever the clan head, I see, Hayashi-sama. Very well, if you insist we will cease any more pleasantries and get down to business. The yondaime then glanced at a large clock mounted on the wall and smirked slightly to himself. Actually, it should be any second now, he murmured cryptically, confusing Hayashi even more. Just as he was about to open his mouth, however, there was a sharp rap on the door, and a feminine voice called out loudly, It's me, Erasure. We've finished with all of the necessary tests and are ready. The Hokage clapped his hands and stood up straight, proclaiming, Excellent. I will be right there, Tsunade-sama. Hayashi watched as he quickly strode to the door and opened it. Into the examination room stepped an attractive blonde woman wearing a white lab coat. Hayashi knew this must be the famed Sannin Tsunade, but his attention was soon taken again when he noticed the small infant sleeping in her arms. The Hokage gestured for her to come into the room and pointed at the examination table. Just place him there, Tsunade-sama, and we can begin. Tsunade nodded and set little Naruto down, gently holding his tiny hand in her own. She reluctantly released his hand and approached Hayashi and the yondaime. She looked at the blonde young man and said, All of the tests proved positive, Erasure. Naruto is in perfect health. The yondaime nodded and smiled. Thank you for your assistance, Tsunade-sama. I will call you when we are finished here. Tsunade nodded and moved to leave the room, before giving Naruto one last glance. When she had left, both men stood silently watching the sleeping infant. This is why I've called you tonight, Hayashi-sama. The Hyuga gave him a questioning look, and he replied, I want you to use your clan's ability on this child and tell me what you see. The Hyuga clan head was silent as he stared into the Hokage's serious expression. Are you going to tell me why it was so important to call me from my bed in the middle of the night to use our sacred clan's ability to examine a child? Erasure mentally debated whether or not to tell Hayashi the entire truth of the situation. He had primarily decided to just have Hayashi use the Byakugan to examine Naruto and then write down his findings without receiving any more information. He considered this an S-class secret and wanted as few people as possible to know the truth, both for the safety of the child and the safety of all of Konoha. On the other hand, Hyuga Hayashi could prove to be a very valuable ally. Being the head of one of the two most powerful clans in Konoha, the man held a great deal of power and influence among the shinobi clans. The Hyuga could even raise the boy, using their abilities to help him better understand his powers and give him a place to belong in this world. From every angle, this D3 Saiyan seemed to be the most advantageous, both for Naruto and his home. The yondaime just hoped Hayashi was open-minded enough to accept the boy and take him in as one of his own. Hayashi waited patiently as the Hokage collected his thoughts and mulled over his decision in his head. Finally, he opened his clear blue eyes and fixed them upon Hayashi's pale ones. I understand that you have already heard of my battle with the Kyuubi Hayashi-sama? The stoic man nodded his head and replied, Yes, Hokage-sama, I have. The young medic Nin who lead me here was speaking about it. She said that you were unable to completely defeat the demon in the end. Erasure sighed. and shook his head. Yes, that is correct. I was successfully able to destroy the Kyuubi's body, but it wasn't enough. Somehow the demon's soul survived, and in 1 week's time the Kyuubi will revive his physical body and attack Konoha with his full might. So you are saying that the demon cannot be killed? Hayashi's voice was slightly incredulous. How could there truly be a being that was invincible? Killed? No, not as the demon is now at least. Hayashi seemed a bit confused by the Yandame's cryptic words, but stayed silent so as to allow him to finish. But death is not the only means to stop him. What do you? And then the truth finally dawned on the clan leader. You're going to seal it? Being the head of a powerful shinobi clan meant that Hayashi's contacts within the village were many. But the same could also be said of those outside the walls of Konoha as well. Just recently, he had received word from one of those contacts in Suna, and had discovered that the Ichibai Shikaku had been sealed into a person. He didn't know the specifics. The Kazekage was keeping the identity of the Jinchuriki a secret from everybody. Hayashi turned his gaze once more to the infant Naruto, and things began to fall into place within his mind. Do you really believe such a fragile container will be able to hold the power of the Kyuubi no Kitsune? Erashur showed no surprise that Hayashi had been able to puzzle out his plan. The man was intelligent after all, and many knew of the legends of the Jinchuriki of the past. Stories of people bound to powerful demons and made into living weapons of destruction. A normal person would not be able to hold such terrifying power. But this child is special, I believe. I won't know for certain though if my assumption is correct until his chakra circulatory system has been analyzed. And I believed the best way to accomplish this was to have him examined by your clan's Dujitsu, Byakugan. But how do you know this child will be able to withstand such power? I don't. Hayashi was shocked and appalled by the Yandame's words. So you plan to stake the safety of the village on a mere guess? Erashur was silent for a moment, but finally looked once more into the pale gaze of Hayashi and said with conviction, Yes. You are mad, Uzumaki. What if the sealing fails and the demon breaks free? Or worse, what if the child is possessed by the demon and goes on a rampage through the village? That is enough, Hyuga Hayashi. The Yandame's voice was not loud, but even so it pierced Hayashi to his very soul, rendering him speechless. The Yandame visibly calmed himself and took a deep breath. In a gentler tone, he continued, Don't you think I've tried to think of every possible solution to this crisis, Hayashi-sama? The enemy we are facing is immortal. He is the most powerful out of all of the Bijou, an unstoppable force of death and destruction. I know all of this, but I will not stand idly by and do nothing if there is even a slight chance to save this village. We are out of options and out of time, Hayashi-sama. Tonight has already shown us that brute strength will not be enough to stop the Kyuubi. And even though this plan is dangerous, it is our last and only hope. So please, Hayashi-sama, for the future of our village and your clan, give me your aid. Hayashi sighed deeply. He knew that the Hokage was right. Any chance to save his clan and the village was better than no chance at all, no matter the risks. Very well, Hokage-sama. I swear on my honor, and the honor of my clan, you will have our help. Erashur smiled and clasped his arm firmly. Thank you, Hayashi-sama. I believe that together we will be able to once more bring peace to our home. Hayashi nodded and approached the sleeping Naruto. Tsunade had given the infant a tranquilizer, and he had remained asleep throughout their conversation. Flashing through the necessary hand seals, Hayashi raised his hands before his face and cried, Byakugan! Large veins bulged from either side of his pale eyes as the Dujitsu activated, the once clear orbs now having the faintest outline of an iris in their center. Suddenly, Hayashi cried out in pain and clasped his hands over his eyes as they were assaulted by a blindingly bright light. It had been but a moment, but he had clearly seen the infant's body glowing as brightly as a second sun. Erashur was alarmed by his sudden cry and steadied the blinded Hyuga with one strong hand. Hayashi-sama, are you all right? What happened? SS so much chakra, he muttered in a small and shaken voice. That was no baby. It was a monster. Hayashi pushed the Hokage away and stumbled to his feet, backing as far away from the examination table as he could. Immediately horrible thoughts plagued his mind as he began to comprehend the consequences of sealing the Kyuubi into such a being. Forget the end of Konoha, it would mean the end of the world. Hayashi-sama, Hayashi-sama, are you all right? Answer me. What did you see? Hayashi-sama. Erashur shook the other man by his shoulders, trying to snap him out of his daze. Hayashi finally looked at him, and the Hokage recoiled at the fear he saw in his clouded gaze. You must not put the Kyuubi into that thing. The yondaime was shocked by Hayashi's attitude. He was no longer the calm, reserved clan head that he had been earlier. His composure was gone, his stoic mask shattered. What do you mean by that, Hayashi-sama? What about the village? Hayashi gripped the front of the Hokage's jacket and shook him violently. Forget the village, you fool. You'll doom the whole world with your madness. Erashur could not understand a single thing the Hyuga was raving about. What are you talking about, Hayashi? Why do you say that? That thing is a monster, not a child. It has ungodly amounts of chakra. If you fuse the Kyuubi with that thing, you will doom the entire world. The ungodly creation that would be born into this world is too terrifying to even comprehend. He was babbling now, his heart gripped with fear. You don't know that, Hayashi. He might have the demon sealed inside of him, but he will still be just a boy. With the proper care and guidance, he could be a hero to this world. You are mad, Uzumaki, and I will no longer be a part of your madness. We need to kill this thing right now, before it has the chance to grow and develop into a true monster and destroys us. Erashur sighed and let his arms hang by his side. It seemed his previous plans with the Hyuga were impossible now. If anything, he had just created a great enemy to his cause. I am sorry you feel that way, Hyuga Hayashi. I don't understand how you can just declare this child's future without any knowledge of it yourself. Just because he has the potential for great power does not mean he will be evil or destructive. It is his fate, and the fate of the entire world. I have seen it with these eyes. I do not believe in predetermined fate, Hayashi. Our future is what we make it ourselves. Each of us carves his own destiny, and so will this child. It is his right to live. Then you will still go through with this madness, Uzumaki? Even if it could ultimately become the end of everything. The Hyuga venomously spat. I have no choice. As the Hokage of this village, it is my sworn duty to protect it and all who dwell within its walls. And I will do so in any way that I can. Hayashi scoffed and turned away from him. You are a fool, Uzumaki, and I will have none of it. Erashur interrupted him again and said in a quiet but determined voice, You swore on the honor of yourself and your clan that you would help me, Hyuga Hayashi. I cannot do this without your clan's ability. I need to study the child's chakra system more thoroughly. If his level of chakra impedes your vision, then we will set up a filter so it will not be a problem. But either way, I will have your help by force if necessary. The yondaime's voice brooked no argument. He was no longer speaking as Uzumaki Erashur, but as the yondaime Hokage, and although Hayashi loathed it now to his very core, this man was his leader. Very well, Hokage-sama, saying the word with as much disdain as he could muster. You may have the aid of my clan, but you will receive nothing from me personally. You may select another wielder of the Byakugan for your foolish designs, but only under one condition. Whoever you choose cannot be a member of the main branch of the Hyuga clan. I could force you to obey my command, Hyuga Hayashi, but that is unnecessary. Very well, I agree to your condition upon one of my own. Hayashi nodded curtly for him to continue. The information that is given to the one I choose is to remain strictly confidential. You may not in any way coerce or force anything from them, on penalty of death for treason. I am labeling this an S-class village secret. If you break this command, I will see to it you are punished accordingly. Neither your position you hold in your clan, nor will your amount of influence with the council spare you from justice. Hayashi hastily nodded and said exasperated, Very well, I agree. Now tell me who you will choose, so I may make the necessary arrangements. Erasure gave him a sly grin at these words, and after a dramatic pause, finally said, "I will choose Hyuga Hizashi." Hayashi's eyes widened slightly. Never had he believed the Hokage would choose his own brother for his plan. He glared at the Yandame's grin, knowing that he could not refuse. Although Hizashi was his brother, he was still a member of the branch family, and therefore completely within the agreement between them. "As you wish, Lord Hokage," he muttered venomously. "I will take my leave now, Hokage-sama. My wife will no doubt be wondering where I am." Erasure merely nodded, and Hayashi turned to leave. He paused as he reached the door, however, and said quietly without turning around, "I will send Hizashi to you first thing in the morning. You may explain your madness to him yourself. I will merely tell him that you request an audience." And then he was gone, slamming the door behind him, his angry footsteps echoing down the hallway after him. Erasure sighed and slumped into an empty chair, his mind heavy with foreboding thoughts. Hayashi could prove to be a true obstacle in the future, and Erasure knew that he would not be around to stop any of it. He sighed again as he pinched the bridge of his nose between his fingers. What a disaster that had turned into. Knock, knock, knock. He lifted his head wearily at the sound and muttered, "Come in." The door swung inwards and Tsunade stepped into the room, clipboard in hand. "I just saw Hyuga Hayashi down the hall," she said bemusedly, a crooked grin on her face. "I take it everything didn't go so well?" Erasure gave her a deadpan stare and groaned, tilting his chair back so he was staring at the ceiling. "That's the understatement of the year," he muttered in a tired voice. "I just hope his brother is more open-minded." Tsunade chuckled slightly, drawing his gaze again. "He's a Hyuga, isn't he?" The Hokage merely nodded, and she said smiling, "Then don't count on it." Erasure groaned again, causing her to chuckle even more. The next morning, Erasure was suddenly awakened by more knocking. After Tsunade had left with Naruto, the Hokage had laid down on the examination table so he could try to get a few hours' sleep. He groggily sat up and winced slightly as his injuries began to ache with every movement. He had forgotten to tend to them last night and hadn't taken any chakra or blood-replenishing pills before he had fallen asleep again. So he was not exactly in the best shape as he stumbled towards the door. Composing himself, he opened it to reveal the young face of Shizun. The teenage medic Nin took one glance at his haggard appearance and bloodshot eyes and gasped. A look of worry etched across her face. "Hokage-sama, you look terrible," she cried, and immediately pushed her way into the room, guiding Erasure back to the large table. She made him sit down, the battered Hokage really unable to put up much resistance. "Just look at you. I knew I should have tended to your wounds last night. There is no way you can see Hyuga-sama in such a state." Her words caused Erasure to quickly raise his head. "Did you say a Hyuga was here?" Shizun nodded absently and replied, "Yes, Hyuga Hizashi-sama has just arrived at the hospital. I came here to get you, but there is no way you can go out looking like such a mess." The Hokage waved his hand dismissively. "There's no time for that, Shizun. I must see him at once. Please go and call Tsunade-sama for me. Have her bring Naruto to this room while I go and greet Hizashi-sama." Shizun looked as if she were about to protest his words, but one look in his crystal gaze and she sighed dejectedly, saying, "Hi Hokage-sama, will you at least let me get you some coffee or something?" Erasure smiled and nodded. "That would be wonderful, Shizun. And please bring a cup for our guest as well." Shizun bowed, saying, "Of course, Hokage-sama. I will go get Tsunade Shirsho and prepare your coffee. Please just wait here. I'll also have someone send Hizashi-sama to this room as well." Erasure smiled again, his blue eyes twinkling. "Good girl. That's what I would expect from the apprentice of one of the Sannin." Shizun blushed bright red and bowed hastily before saying, "Thank you, Hokage-sama," and then scampered out the door. The yandame merely chuckled and sat back to await the arrival of Hizashi. Erasure calmly sipped from his mug of coffee as he surveyed the man sitting across from him. Hyuga Hizashi appeared to be identical to Hayashi in every way, and yet the two were like day and night. Hizashi was much easier going than his older brother, and had even greeted the Hokage with a smile. He had bowed respectfully to the village leader, slightly surprising the Hokage. Humility was not a trait often found in the Hyuga family. They had spoken amiably, as they both sipped their steaming coffee. Erasure had inquired as to the welfare of Hizashi's family, and the Hyuga had been delighted to go into detail about the recent misadventures of his 1-year-old son Niji. This had drawn laughter out of both men, and the Hokage was truly dreading moving on to the more serious matter he needed to discuss with Hizashi. They were interrupted when Tsunade arrived, with Naruto clutched tightly to her breast. She was currently feeding the child from a bottle, and Naruto loudly suckled as he drank the formula. She bowed politely to Hizashi and took a seat as well. Erasure decided that he would allow her to stay this time. A slight tension filled the air as the Hokage prepared himself. And then, with a somber tone, he told Hizashi almost the exact same thing word for word he had told his brother. He sat patiently through the Hokage's explanation, his face blank of all emotion. Finally, Erasure finished his story and said to Hizashi, "So will you help me protect the people of this village, Hizashi-sama? Will you lend me the power of your Byakugan?" Hizashi was silent as he processed all of the information the Hokage had revealed to him. Glancing up, he asked, "What did my brother have to say about this?" The yondaime sighed, but decided to tell him the truth. "Hayashi was not happy with my idea. He believes that it will be Naruto's fate to destroy the village." The other man nodded slightly and merely murmured, "I see." And then, without another word, he stood up and approached Tsunade, his pale eyes resting on the small form of Naruto. Tsunade instinctively tightened her grip around the infant, and Hizashi merely smiled at her. "May I please hold him, Tsunade-sama?" Tsunade glanced at Erasure, and the yondaime gave her a nod of approval. He kept himself ready, however. Despite the man's kind nature, he could still secretly wish to harm Naruto. Tsunade removed the bottle from Naruto's mouth and gently placed the baby boy into Hizashi's strong arms. He returned to his seat and merely gazed into the child's deep blue eyes. Naruto looked up at him as well, his tiny fist opening and closing around Hizashi's index finger. To believe that such an innocent is fated to doom before even given the chance to live. That is true folly, he murmured as he continued to gaze at Naruto. Hizashi then turned towards the Hokage, determination filling his pale gaze. "What exactly is it you need me to do, Hokage-sama?" Erasure visibly relaxed and gave a deep sigh. "You will agree to help me then?" Hizashi only nodded and then said, "It is foolish and cowardly to believe that fate has already sealed our doom. Although fate has caused me much pain in my own life, I want to help give this child the opportunity to fight his fate, to change it for the better of all of us. If what you say is true, then he could indeed become a savior for this village. But it will be up to him to decide that when the time comes." Hizashi then stood and placed his fist over his heart, the other arm supporting Naruto's weight. "I vowed to support and obey your command the day you became the village leader, Hokage-sama. Whatever it is, I will obey that command." Erasure stood and clasped the man's arm. "Thank you, Hizashi-sama." The Hyuga smiled and said, "Please, Hokage-sama, Hizashi will be just fine. Only if you call me Erasure." Hizashi was taken aback slightly, but smiled and bowed deeply. "It would be my honor to call you friend Uzumaki Erasure." Tsunade smiled happily at the exchange, relieved that everything had worked out, but she couldn't help feeling a sense of dread as she gazed out the window into the morning light. The battle was not won yet, and she feared what that future would bring. Erasure and Hizashi spent the rest of the week closely examining and analyzing the chakra system of young Naruto. At first, Hizashi was unable, as his brother was, to stand the bright light that Naruto's immense level of chakra gave off. But when the child was placed under a filter that the surgeons used to more closely examine a person's chakra pathways, they were finally able to begin their work. They pushed on tirelessly each day as the time for the fated battle with the Kyuubi no Kitsune drew near. During that short amount of time, the two developed a deeper bond and truly became friends. Tsunade often sat in with them during their observations, lending the two her vast store of medical knowledge. And then, one day the two men were interrupted by frantic knocking at the door. Both glanced meaningfully at the other and gave grim nods. The time had come. Erasure had successfully modified his technique to transfer it into Naruto's complex chakra system. The structure of his chakra paths was unlike anything either of them had ever seen. His cords were thicker than even Arashi's, and his chakra pool was seemingly without limit. How such a thing was possible in an infant Erasure had no idea. Perhaps the others of his kind had been the same way. Erasure had shown the ship he had found Naruto in to Hisashi. The man had been amazed by the vessel, and had even used his Byakugan to attempt to look inside and find out how to open it again. But nothing they tried had worked, and no jutsu, tool, or explosion could even dent the ship's metallic surface. Unable to do anything else with it, Erasure had placed the ship into a secret underground chamber that he had built beneath his very own home. He knew that it would be best guarded there, and kept away from the prying hands of the village council. Sarutobi and Jiraiya were the only other people who even knew of its existence. The Yandame's jutsu would have another effect on Naruto as well. The Hokage feared what so much power would do to the child when he was not ready to use it. So he had developed another sealing technique, which would seal away a portion of Naruto's immense power. His chakra levels would still be inhuman, however, far superior to anyone else his age. When the time came that the child demonstrated he fully understood the will of fire, the seal would break and he would have full possession of all his powers. Erasure truly felt pity towards whoever would make him an enemy after that point. The knocking at the door drew him from his thoughts. Quickly he opened it and admitted the young Chunin who was standing in the hall into the room. "Hokage-sama," the young man gasped, clutching his hand over his heart. "I was patrolling the southern boundaries of the forest when I saw it. The Kyuubi no Kitsune is coming this way as we speak." Erasure frowned and asked, "How far is he from the village?" The young man replied, "Only a few hours at most." Erasure mentally cursed. That didn't leave much time for preparations. He turned again to the young man. "Go quickly and inform the Sandame about this at once. He will contact the council. Have him send every available shinobi to the southern gates of the city as soon as possible." The Chunin saluted, saying, "At once, Hokage-sama," and then he was gone in a swirl of leaves. The Yandame turned to the worried face of Tsunade and the determined one of Hisashi, and merely said, "It is time." The Hokage stood atop Gamabunta's enormous head and surveyed his gathered forces. Although the vanguard had been destroyed that fateful night, there was still an enormous amount of their shinobi forces remaining. The Yandame looked out into the forest where he knew Tsunade and Hisashi were currently assembling the altar for the sealing. He had already prepared everything to the best of his abilities, and drawn all of the necessary seals required. Now there was nothing left but to stall the demon until the ritual was complete. Although he was only a handful of minutes away from his inevitable death, Erasure was strangely calm as he overlooked the village he had grown to love. He, as had his predecessors, would be able to once more protect his precious home. As the Hokage, that is all that he could ever ask. He had no regrets, for with the end of his life would begin a new era of peace for Konoha. And although the sacrifices would be great, the thought of the bright futures ahead of the youth of the village gave him all of the strength he needed. He looked at each gathered shinobi and smiled wide as he saw the fire in their eyes. Each man and woman would be fighting not just to save themselves, but to save their friends and their families as well. Each would do their best to ensure that those precious to them would live on and live happy lives. That strength could only be born out of love, a strength that had come to be called the will of fire. As the Yandame witnessed this strength himself, he felt their energy fill him with resolve and power. His eyes rested on the form of Kakashi, fully decked out in his ANBU armor, his white chakra blade fastened securely to his back. The young Jounin nodded to Erasure and held up his arm. There fastened around his upper arm was a Haitiite with Konoha's leaf inscribed into the metal. Erasure knew that without a doubt it was Rin's. He nodded once more to Kakashi, and then turned back around to face the darkness of the forest. Raising one hand, he gave the command to move out, and as one they left the safety of Konoha, towards the unknown battle that loomed ahead. Are you prepared to die, Uzumaki Erasure? The Kyuubi cackled maniacally as its flaming eyes bore into the Hokage's own. The Yondaime returned the glare, and Gamabunta tensed, placing his hand on the hilt of his blade. Are you ready, Kuzo? The giant toad rumbled, and the Yondaime nodded. Let's do it, Gamabunta Oyabun. He directed his eyes to the Kyuubis and declared loudly, Today will mark your demise, Fox. Prepare yourself, for this is the end. He then flew through a long series of complicated hand signs, before crying out in a loud voice with his palms together, Shiki Fujin! A shroud of darkness suddenly enveloped the land, and a being came into existence unseen by any but the Yondaime. Blue flames burst to life behind his back. And then in the center of those flames an enormous being materialized out of the air. It appeared to be a demon itself, with large horns protruding from its mane of thick white hair. It floated behind the Yondaime, a crude dagger gripped between its pointed teeth. Its arms were opened wide, and its billowy white robe flapped in the wind. Within the center of the demon, another figure could be seen. It was the silhouette of a man comprised of blue flames, his arms stretched wide, bound in place. This being was the Shinigami, and death followed in its wake. Erasure shivered slightly as he beheld the legendary Shinigami over his shoulder. Truly was a monster to behold. Gathering his resolve, he looked into one of Gamabunta's large yellow eyes and said, I will need a little bit of time for the technique to finish. Then we will need to get close enough to the Kyuubi for me to grab it. Do you think you can handle yourself until then? The toad boss fixed his eyes on the fox demon and grunted with a nod. Then let's begin, Gamabunta Oyabun. The Yondaime looked over his shoulder again and felt death's icy breath brush against his neck. The others should be in position as well. He raised his hand high and roared in a loud voice, Now! Immediately the clearing was filled with charging shinobi hurling weapons and flying through hand seals. The Kyuubi roared with laughter and shouted mockingly, The sheep have gathered before their foolish shepherd. Too bad they're about to be devoured by the fox. As the battle began, Erasure steadied himself as Gamabunta made a gigantic leap to the side to avoid an incoming fireball from the maw of the beast. And then, without warning, Erasure felt a foreign presence invade his body. He gasped as he felt as if something were gripping his very soul, and knew that it was time. He looked back once again, and saw that the blue figure had moved to the front of the Shinigami. The ghostly specter grinned as it buried its hand in the figure's back. The Yondaime felt a searing pain rack his body and spit up a mouthful of blood. And then the pain was gone, the death god's preparations complete. Now all he had to do was seal the fox. The Kyuubi roared as he battled against the gathered forces of Konoha. The demon was surrounded on every side and continually received an onslaught of thrown weapons and jutsu. The demon made sure that none of those thrown weapons that resembled three-pronged kunai became embedded in his flesh. He scoffed at the foolish mortal's attempt to trick him again as he incinerated a group of shinobi in a blazing inferno. It really was a hopeless battle. The fool had brought troops with him, so the Kyuubi knew that the Hokage did not plan to use the technique he had used before to destroy his body. No, this battle would be over very soon, and then he would savor the moment he could finally crush the village. He reared his front legs for another swipe at an incoming group of fighters when he was suddenly knocked violently to the side by a heavy object. He snarled as he glared daggers at Gamabunta. Before he could even move an inch, however, a single voice roared above the chaos of battle, Kuchios! Yatai Kazushi no Jutsu! The QB screamed as he felt an enormous weight crash into his exposed back, forcing him to the ground. Another voice was heard, one that was older but certainly not frail in any way. Doton. Nomi Yuma no Jutsu. Sarutobi stood on a hillside, dressed in his full battle armor. The QB felt the same sinking sensation he had before, when he suddenly found himself in the middle of a giant swamp. The yondaime knew that now was the time to act. Gamabunta must have known as well, because Erashur suddenly found something wrap around his body, before he was slung at great speed from the Toad Boss head. The QB saw the Hokage headed straight for him and knew he had to stop him. Lifting one of his tails, he swung it at the flying man, knowing his enemy would have no time to react. Dai Uzumaki! He savagely roared before swinging the massive appendage. "Oh no, you don't, demon!" cried another voice, and the QB's attention was pulled from the yondaime as he witnessed another figure fly into view. His Sharingan eye spinning, Kakashi raised his father's chakra blade high and screamed, "This is for Rin!" before bringing it down with great force. The blade cleanly severed the fox's tail, and the QB screamed in pain. The yondaime landed gracefully on the demon's head and gripped the flame-red fur with both hands. "Now it ends, demon!" he screamed before he saw something protrude from his chest, tearing an enormous hole in his Jounin flak jacket. It was a clawed, ghostly arm, and the Hokage gritted his teeth as he felt the Shinigami reach through him towards its victim. The ghostly arm entered the body of the QB, causing the Kitsune's eyes to widen in horror. "What is this feeling? What are you doing to me?" he cried desperately, suddenly finding himself unable to move. Erashur gave the demon a fierce smirk. "That feeling you are experiencing is the Shinigami tearing your soul from your body, demon. In exchange for my own life, I will rip out your soul and transfer it to another. You will never again be able to harm anyone, QB. As I said, this is the end." "No!" The demon screamed as he felt the death god begin to pull his soul from his body. "You are a fool, Uzumaki. I am immortal. I cannot succumb to the pain of death, and no container you have prepared will be able to ever hold my power." "We will see about that, demon," the yondaime replied, watching as the demon's soul emerged from his body. It was a fiery red color, the same color as the demon's chakra. He had to act quickly, or the QB's soul would be sealed into his own body. Going through another set of complicated seals, he ended with the dragon and cried out, "Kampaku Isu no Jutsu." Oh! Nearby, at the site of the sealing altar, blue flames burst to life on the tops of the 4 pillars surrounding the infant. Hizashi knew that it was time, and silently bowed his head and prayed for the soul of his friend. Within his heart he made a vow, both to himself and the yondaime. He vowed to do everything in his power to protect the life of the child lying in that basket. He may only be a member of the branch family of his clan, but he knew that someday he would be able to fulfill his oath. A single tear trailed down Tsunade's face as she saw the altar begin to hum with power. And then Naruto was suddenly surrounded by a bright blue light. The baby's basket lifted up off of the ground, and Naruto began to wail. The basket zoomed off through the air and stopped as it hovered beside the Hokage. The QB saw the basket and scoffed weakly. His soul was nearly out of his body now. "So that is to be my container, Uzumaki?" The demon said quietly. "I will tear it in half when I burst out of its body, and then Uzumaki, your village, will be next." Those were the last words the great demon lord spoke before his soul was completely ripped from his body. The titanic fox slumped to the ground and moved no more. His soul hovered in the air a moment before being absorbed into the body of Naruto. As the last tendril of power entered his tiny body, something blue joined the mass of red energy, and the child's body exploded with light. As Naruto wailed, a circular seal appeared on his stomach. His transformation did not end there, however. His midnight black hair was now as golden as Arashi's, and 3 whisker marks marred each of his cheeks, forever marking him as the container of the demon. Within his body, the QB raged against his cage, unable to break down the immense gate that barred him within. He blasted his power against the walls of his prison, but it was no use. And then, without warning, the demon felt a rush of power unlike anything he had ever felt before in his long years of existence. It was a terrifying sensation, and the QB felt as if his body would be swept away by the torrent of energy. Gritting his fangs, he pushed his power against rising tide, and panted as he felt it recede into the darkness. What was this boy? How could he have such tremendous power? These thoughts plagued the demon's mind as he lay in the darkness, finding himself helpless to do anything but wait. Erasure nimbly jumped to the ground and picked up Naruto's basket. He was a bit surprised at the changes that had occurred in the child, but was relieved nonetheless. The seal seemed to be holding, and the infant looked unaffected. The yondaime felt the cold fingers of death begin to creep up on him, and he did his best to fight off the feeling for just a moment more. He smiled gently and Naruto stopped crying. Erasure brushed his hands softly against his forehead and whispered, "Become strong, little one. Become strong and realize your true destiny. I am truly sorry for the burden I have placed upon you, but I know that you are strong. You will make this village of Konoha proud. So live, Naruto. Live and fulfill your dreams." The Hokage stumbled slightly and found himself supported by a pair of strong arms. He looked blearily up into the face of the Sandaime, now the Sandaime Hokage once again. Tears ran freely down the older man's cheeks, and Erasure smiled at him. "We've done it, Sandaime-sama," he whispered in a weak voice, his vision beginning to become hazy. The Sandaime nodded and said, "Yes, we have, Arashikuin. Now the village will be safe once again." Erasure clasped his predecessor's hand and said, "It is in your hands now, Sandaime-sama. Protect and guide him, that he might become someone worthy of inheriting our will." He placed the child in Sarutobi's hands, and as the infant Naruto left his grasp, Erasure felt the last remains of his life drain away. He fell soundlessly to the forest floor and moved no more, the gentle breeze blowing through his golden hair. The Yellow Flash and Yondaime Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato had passed on.